Joel Grohowski.
Just add a ski at the end of it.
Yeah, just ski it.
Just add a ski.
What's going on, everybody? Cali Death Podcast back once again, episode 201. I am your host, Anthony Trapani. Always got a couple of resident homies with me, Casey Howard, Joel Horner. What up, dudes?
Aloha.
Hi, Anthony.
Hello. And tonight's a very special one for me. I'm sure if you're a longtime listener, you've heard me say this dude's name many times, and I was trying pre-pod to figure out how to actually say it, but I'm going to go with the original saying, pronunciation, Kenny Grohowski, or maybe I even fucked that up.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, he's stoked. Okay, you got it.
Dude, Kenny, thank you so much, dude. We're fans over here. I'm a super fan of a lot of things you're involved in. You're a very unique, refreshing player that came into my life in my later metal years, and you reminded me, finding sick players that have these unique styles is what keeps me going and digging for new people, and finding you was such a pleasure and a gem, dude. It was totally cool, dude, and I'm still a super fan today, dude. And like I said, for people who have been hearing this show for long periods of time, for how many times I've mentioned this guy, I've finally got him on the show, guys. Yes,
boom.
The mystery is revealed, man. Thank you. That is really kind of you.
Totally, man. So let's do some plugs real quick off the top, and then we'll dig into all the other stuff. So battleforgecoffee.com. That's where we want you to go get your coffee. That's the number one drug used on the planet, guys. Caffeine.
Facts.
And if you take your caffeine in coffee form, this is the company we want you to get it from. It's very quality. Friends of ours, we've been plugging them ever since they started this company because we had faith in them and backed them, and have
100% Colombian,
dude. Sampled the product, wear their merchandise, I drink it out of their mugs. It's all one-stop shop for your drug habits. All right, and then generatorrehearsalstudios.com.
More like mug habits. Oh,
yes.
Sorry. Yeah,
we need that splashable. I'm telling you,
not a drug habit, it's a mug habit, dude.
Dude, I mean, right now. It's going down.
I got a fierce mug habit, dude.
I got a fierce mug addiction, dude.
Dude, it's bad.
Bad. We have a fuck ton of mugs in this house. I'm not gonna lie. Like if we can go in the kitchen, I'll show you. It's nuts.
Dude, you gotta always.
Julie and I got a lot. We got a lot.
You gotta have a
lot of coffee in this
house.
Yeah,
that's what's up, dude.
Oh yeah.
Then generatorrehearsalstudios.com, Oceanside, California, a physical place to go get creative, find other like-minded creatives. Maybe you need a jam space. You're near Oceanside, California. You hit up Generator Rehearsal Studios, a quality company. And we've been plugging them for a long time as well because we back that shit. Diego, always plugging Diego, dude, the Riff Wizard. Just plug him just for existing. Go to theriffwizard.com, find out how to really live your life, dude.
You just plug Diego in general.
Just plug him as a human.
I just plug him as a human, dude. I literally.
Diego Sanchez, he still exists. He's a great friend. He's a great guitar player. He has fun. He has a great smile.
Yeah,
if everyone needs to check out Diego Sanchez.
There's a reason too. They just got announced. TVV's doing a European tour with Defeated Sanity. So
yeah,
I'm sure,
dude.
Sure that's what he looks like tonight because he's probably pretty stoked.
Super stoked, dude.
Just plug. We should just plug a random person every day. Just a friend,
just for being a human, dude.
Just being a human, dude. This guy's a human. Great human, dude. Really recommend him.
He is their first human that we've plugged on the show. After 200 episodes,
Oh my god,
we back this company of Diego Sanchez, dude. Who his product is love and happiness and all around good vibes, dude.
That's a good positivity thing, you know. It's like plugging just humans. Just be like,
he's if that's the product of the Diego Sanchez company, that's what it is, dude. It's literally just quality packages of happiness and positivity, dude.
Yeah. He provides smiles to everyone. We should plug it.
Oh yeah. I love this idea now, guys, of plugging a random human, dude. We need to start.
This is awesome. This is way like
human,
like real people who are like, no, this is like real influencing, not this like pretend hawk in a like whatever product they're gonna sell that week. It's like, no, this guy's just awesome. You should know him.
Yeah. And his product is a positive way of living his life, dude. So let's find more of those. And Kenny, dude, another positive person with our correspondence. I could tell you were definitely a positive person. Just awesome with your posts. And well, yeah, we're all trying, dude. But you could tell that you actually are trying, and you're also a very talented musician, and you have a lot of a shit ton of bands that you're in, dude. I wouldn't even begin trying to list all of them. Your discography is impressive, dude.
Thank you. I've been lucky. I've got to over the years make a lot of interesting music, you know.
Oh, it's definitely it's quality and there's quantity. It's one of those double
get both
1-2 punches. You have your own website too. You want people to go to your website. What is it?
Sure. If people want to check it out, it is kennygrohowski.com. And actually, my wife, Julie, she kind of helps maintain it and manage it. And the reason why it even looks functional is all her.
Nice.
I'm really like bare minimum computer literate. Like I understand certain things, but I don't have the fortitude to keep things up. So she helps me with like putting on dates, just making sure photos are updated, and even like grabbing different postings from gig listings, and say if Imperial's on tour or Zorn's playing some shows in Europe somewhere, she's usually good about grabbing stuff from the internet and plopping it on there before I even think about it. So
that's awesome. So you're plugging a human right now. Your wife plugging.
Yeah.
I mean, that could come off in a disrespectful. I mean, respectful. You guys are married, but
it's
That's a quality person in your life that's helping out and doing stuff like managing the website, kennygrohowski.com.
No, she is. She's incredible. Like, you know, I'd be lost. I'd be seriously lost. Trust me.
That's cool. I mean, a lot of people too. You always hear, you know, a lot of the struggle of the touring musician, or the, you know, with the spouse, and it sounds like she's on your team. That's kind of that's not, you don't see that as often as you do nowadays with, you know, people going, oh, I'm gone for 2 months, and then they just have to sit there and wonder and what's going on. But she's like more of a champion of what's going on.
I mean, it's tough. It's really tough. And it's not like we haven't had like every relationship, right? It's like, you know, peaks and valleys, but we navigate it. You know, we've done, I think, a really good job of it so far. I mean, this December, it'll be 13 years together, like married, and then 15 just together, just knowing each other. So
yeah,
you know, it's not something I ever expected, and I don't think she did either. But you know, we're happy. It works.
Yeah, totally, dude.
Really good to hear.
I totally feel for you, dude, because I'm a family man, and the touring life it's impossible for me. Even if we were an active band, I just wouldn't be able to do it because the family thing is a huge dynamic, especially when kids are involved. I mean, yes, like
kids.
I did tour when me and Bryce were together, and she did endure that whole process, but with the kids, it's different, you know.
Yeah, I mean, my parents, you know, they were both touring musicians, and kind of once I was in the in the picture, you know, at first it was like, okay, they were bringing me on certain tours where it was feasible, like I would travel with them as like a little kid,
right?
But you know, after a while, like for my dad, it was just like, you know, this isn't really tenable. Like, you know, we're not really pulling in enough to actually support living,
Yeah.
even while actively touring. And they were touring with with my grandfather, who's a very popular musician in the salsa world.
Wow.
So
Oh, awesome.
yeah, no, it's wild. It's a wild story.
What's his name? My mom, when I was a little kid, my mom taught me to salsa dance. She's like all super into salsa.
Oh, sick. His name's
Yeah.
Bobby Cruz. So
Oh,
they
that
had a
sounds
group
familiar.
he had a group called Richie Ray and Bobby Cruz Orchestra, and they were part of Fania All Stars and the Fania label together. So
Okay.
and he's still touring. Like he's, it's beyond impressive because he's had a lot of hearing loss over the years. His wife, my grandmother, she just passed away earlier this year, and he's still touring. And I
He's
know part of it for
86.
yeah, yeah,
Jesus Christ.
yeah.
Well,
that
that's
is
that.
insane.
That's that type of mentality of he's just going to do it until he, goes to sleep and doesn't wake up, dude. That's
Yeah.
literally what
Yeah.
those guys have to keep working.
They
It's
do.
actually their life force. It's what keeps them going. Exactly. That's the main thing, is having the drive to have something to do. Once those
Totally.
guys have nothing to do, that's when they, check out.
Yeah, totally. Yeah,
Yep.
and for him, it's like he's like him and Richie, they've retired. I mean, I remember being a kid and being upset because the first farewell concert was late 80s or early 90s. I want to say it was like 1990 or 1989, somewhere in that ballpark, maybe even a little bit earlier. And they were playing Madison Square Garden.
Jesus.
And that was going to be
Whoa.
the farewell show. And of course, none of the kids got to go. We all had to stay back home in Miami. So it was like kind of annoying. But then he came back like a bunch of times. Like
Yeah.
they kept coming in and out of retirement, and it was a
Are
kind
those
of
two guys?
situation. Say
Is that
again?
them? Is that
Yeah,
those two
yeah.
guys? You see on screen?
Yeah,
Okay.
the red jacket is Richie Ray, and the
Okay.
gray jacket is Grandpa.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
What a trip.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Super
almost
trip,
text my
dude.
mom that right now.
That's
She's gonna play.
she might. I bet you, if your mom was into it, she had to have heard.
Oh, she
about
probably
him if
for
he's
sure
playing
knows.
MSG.
Yeah, she for sure knows. There's no doubt.
That's crazy, dude. Well, I mean, the whole farewell tour thing, that we've seen that countless times with plenty of bands.
Yep.
They can't stay away from it for too long. They probably go nuts, and that's when the bands get back together.
Yeah, precisely. It's when I think for any kind of artist, but especially with music too, where it is such a communal experience, where it's not just you in isolation creating something and exploring essentially one's inner depths and pushing it forward outwardly. This is something communal. It's something that's like you're not just walking away from your craft or your art or your expression. You're walking away from your community. You're walking away from your people, especially if you're in a situation where the people you make music with and tour with are your brothers and sisters, and there's a family there, there's a camaraderie there. It's hard to walk away from that because you are walking essentially away from your own your chosen family or your social network or whatever that is, your
Yeah.
connection to the outside world. So that's I think always a tough thing to walk away from.
Totally, dude. And you're making me think of how deep it really goes, especially in situations like your family, where it is actually the family members that are part of the band, and yeah, just having all that more interwoven layers of things, it makes it much more difficult than just saying, I'm done playing music, or I need a
Totally.
break from music or whatever. You're taking a break from all of that.
Yeah. And especially a grandpa always both of them. It was always kind of like a family affair kind of thing, very Partridge Family-esque. So, my mom was like I said, my mom and dad were both in Grandpa's band, as well as
What did they
an
play?
aunt and an uncle. Well, my dad was a drummer, and
Nice.
so that's where I think a lot of the drumming influence kind of comes from is from him, because it was just around him playing. And then my mom was a singer, but she's also like a trained pianist. And my dad didn't go to school for music. He's a total, he's a guy who grew up in Brooklyn, completely self-taught, learned by ear, just played in bands, started his career that way. Whereas my mom, she was trained, she went to school, she got a degree, so she, she understands composition, she could play, I mean, she hasn't done it in a long time, but at the time she was playing a lot of like classical piano, she studied opera, so, she was more trained, but still like, just kind of like singing in a background vocals in a salsa band with grandpa. And
Was
So
that
was it
is that her dad?
my mom texted me back. She said like, "Oh, I know him. Is it the Fania All Stars? Is it?"
yeah, him and Richie were both part of the Fania All Stars, but that was like a whole, like basically it was like the top sellers from Fania Records. It was like we're the Fania All Stars, so it was always
Oh,
like,
gotcha.
like you'd have like Ray Barretto and Hicalevo and all
She
these
says,
guys, and
"Tell him I met Eddie Palmieri, one of my favorite bands."
sick. That's I mean, Eddie's still touring too. He's another one that it's like he's still touring like all over the
Dang.
planet. It's amazing.
That's
He
crazy.
sounds great. He sounds unbelievable. And actually an
Jeez.
old colleague of mine, a guy that I used to work with on his label years ago, like say like late aught years till about like the mid-teen years. He just met Eddie Palmieri for the first time with his wife. So that, and I know that was like one of his all-time biggest inspirations, favorite musicians, so he was like, he had pictures all over Instagram about it and stuff. So it was pretty cool to see him hanging with him.
Is Eddie Palmieri another salsa guy?
Oh yeah, a pianist, but
A pianist,
but
yeah.
also like kind of like in that in between of like he was very much involved in the salsa world, but he also was like had his foot in the jazz world as well. So a lot of his band currently and even in the past, it's like some not just like top salsa guys, but also like top like jazz guys as well. Like usually from like New York or Puerto Rico or wherever, but like the best of the best. Like
That's awesome. So
Yeah.
you starting off, was that like a style? And we'll get into all this, but was that like a style of music that you were first like just exposed to and into? Was salsa?
Oh, for sure. I mean, it was like, again, like traveling around with my family and at that time too, like when I was around and cognizant of, the real world, like, at that point, grandpa had already started a church down in Miami. And all the music there it was Christian. It was all like, either based on hymnals or other types of more modern kind of contemporary Christian stuff, but it was all with like a salsa Latino kind of
Interesting.
slant.
That's
So,
cool.
so a lot of the rhythms, a lot of the grooves, even if it was like a typical church song, it was all everything was clave, so that was kind of an early experience. And then getting to watch my dad play in that context where it's like, sure, he's a total, you know, Brooklyn guy, like half Norwegian, Polish mix, kind of like typical like Euro kind of mix.
Yeah.
But he was like using like funk grooves and other types of grooves and putting it into clave. So that was like kind of like getting to see him do that for the first time before, learning about guys like Changuito or like Robbie Amin, who played with Ruben Blades for many, many years. And I got a chance to study with him when I was in college, which was pretty sick.
That's awesome.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, man. I was, as a kid, I mean, like I was a huge Robbie Amin fan. So it's cool to actually get to know him.
So you were born into just like a well-oiled musical machine already. Everything was already happening before you were born, and it was just this train already trugging along, and you're now part of the ride, and pre-memory things were already happening around you. They get
Lucky
lost.
in the sense that
There it is.
for a second, but it seemed like it came back.
Okay.
But,
Yeah, you're back.
But yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Like I was really, really fortunate how I grew up in a sense. I mean, there's yin and yang with everything, right? Some shit was really fucked up and tough, but other shit like the music stuff was really amazing in that sense because it's like for the kind of music that I was hearing in person, but then all the stuff that my mom and dad were both listening to was like not salsa stuff. So my dad was like super into like the full gamut of rock, so that including like progressive rock and the like your early period rock, like blues. He was also into like a lot of reggae. He was into anything that had good groove. He was into it. And then my mom loved like R&B. She loved old school country and western. She listened to a lot of classical music. So in the house there was a lot of music, a lot of different kinds of records, and I didn't actually really grow up much on 80s radio as it was happening. Like I liked Rush, I liked Yes, I'm sorry, Yes, I liked the Police. Like I liked stuff that was happening in the 80s, but it wasn't like a go-to. The go-to normally was like stuff from like pre-80s and going back and going back, and
you'd rather
like
go through your dad's record collection than turn on the radio.
totally, yeah. Like whatever he put on the radio, whether it was like Sabbath or it was Pink Floyd or it was like Parliament Funkadelic or Mahavishnu Orchestra, it was like that stuff really spoke to me as a kid. And I didn't play an instrument yet. I didn't have an interest, but that kind of music, I connected with it more than say like just your standard like when hair metal was happening. Like I couldn't, the sound, something about the sound I couldn't get into, even though now there's like a lot of 80s like metal that I like a lot. But as a kid, it just, there's something about, I don't know, the frequencies or the instruments, the tones. I just, it didn't resonate. Like for me, I'd rather listen to like Holdsworth playing in Tony Williams' Lifetime or with like Gong or something like that than hear like, you know, as embarrassing as it is to say, to listen to like, you know, like any of like Jakey Lee solo from the 80s was like, it's like, or like any like the guys who were playing with Ozzy, like Randy or the like the big four, like their guitar tone I couldn't get into because I just didn't have a musical connection to it yet.
Do you think maybe it was that you're talking about a lot of frequencies and stuff? Do you think maybe, because it's funny because you're kind of describing a little bit of the opposite, where I might have been in that stuff earlier and then got to Mahavishnu, you know, like when I turned 28 or something, you know what I mean?
Totally.
So like I can understand like coming from like a more clean style of salsa and like, you know, R&B, what your dad was do with rock and stuff, but that hearing like an kind of an ultra distorted kind of like solo or something like that might have been like kind of aggressive to the ears. If you're coming from that, you're like, oh, why is there so many mids and what's all the, you know, I could see like that could 100%. Be totally, yeah, I could see that could be
100%.
Yeah, from your background, I could see that could be kind of jarring.
Even the drum sounds, like I used to like there's drummers now that I love their sound, but like back then it's like I hated the 80s metal rock drum sound and the high like the high gate and like the just the no resonance and just everything's like this high pitched, like not high pitched but like high attack thuds and I was like that sound, I was because I was so used to hearing a drum set in person,
acoustic.
Yeah. But you know, it's like it took, I was also a kid, and you know, I think a lot of times, you know, no matter what a person's into, if you can find fault with something else that has no fault, that is a sign of ignorance. And being a child, I was like, there's a whole slew of music that I totally ignored because I couldn't get into it. I didn't like it. And it wasn't until like years or even decades later where it's like, oh, that's what makes this so great. That's why this is awesome. Shit. And I actually,
dude, that's an interesting point. I think it's really important.
I
was gonna say, like,
go for it.
Dude, like as you were talking, I didn't even think about that so much, but yeah, I never got into like 80s metal, like really as much until I got a little older, like even just like in my 20s kind of thing, you know. But like growing up, it was like in the 90s and the like grunge and all that kind of stuff. Like I wasn't like I liked Ozzy kind of in Sabbath, and I was like, but I didn't really care. But like later on, I got like super into it, you know. And so that's an interesting thing, like how that kind of like ages like cheese or something, you know.
It does. It does. And it being exposed to other kinds of music and other kinds of things, I think also helps widen that paradigm. You know, for me, it was like hearing bands like Meshuggah for the first time, and then being exposed to Dillinger, being exposed to Candiria, Spooge, Neck. That made me go, okay, this is metal. How come none of my metalhead friends told me about any of this stuff? This shit is amazing.
Dude, just a side note. I love that you just said Spooge and Neck, dude. Those are some cutty bands from like Rochester area that if you haven't checked them out and you like, you know, weird mixed with metal, Spooge and Neck are two. and Candiria, obviously. But yeah, it's growing up on the East Coast. You guys were exposed to all that stuff a lot earlier than it got out to the West Coast. But still, Spooge and heck, dude,
I didn't know about any of this shit until I moved to New York.
Yeah,
you know, because that was the thing. Like, none of those bands made it down to Miami. So even though Florida, you had like, Tampa Bay death metal scene, and South Florida has always had like a hardcore punk scene. It's always existed. Just touring bands didn't always make it down to Miami. So they're really, for me, the heaviest music in high school that I got was like maybe Naked City and Bungle. That was like the heaviest I could handle, because I didn't really consider the metal I was hearing on MTV really metal, unless it was like the 120-minute show, and then they'd actually show metal bands with, and even then, again, it was like I would hear this stuff and I'd be like, whoa, okay, time out.
Yeah.
No.
Totally.
It really took like moving to New York and then listening to these other bands and then going, okay, well, if this is metal, what informed this? What is their lineage? What is their history? And what did I miss for all these decades? Because like Metallica is ginormous, Slayer is huge, Tool brought Meshuggah on tour when I first heard of them. Like, so it was like Tool made them, like, if it wasn't for being in New York and Tool, I would not know Meshuggah. And
Nice.
it was like getting out of Miami, getting out of where I grew up, just to be exposed to like, oh no, this is whole, world of music that you've completely ignored because you were just in your, at that point studying music and just into more acoustic sounding music.
And how old were you at that time, Kenny?
When I first
heard New York,
I was 18.
Okay.
Yeah, so right after high school, as soon as I graduated, I moved to New York. Ended up going to new school, and it was there that a teacher played a cassette tape with this guy Amir Ziv, fantastic drummer. He had a cassette tape with one side was like, I don't think it was the whole record, but it was like most of Chaosphere. I think the ending track where it's like all the tracks together, I think that got cut off because the tape ran out. And then the other side was one of the early pressings of Destroy, Erase, and Proof. So without any of those like bonus tracks or anything, it was just the album. And he played like the first two tracks off of Chaosphere in a class. And that's what kickstarted this whole shit.
So do you think, you being raised in a, very musical way and also trained in a musical way, probably by the age of 18, you're already going through music school, I'd understand, right?
Yeah. I
So,
went to
just for like hearing like on the radio, 4-chord progression kind of thing, or stuff like that you're hearing, but like in a different kind of metal universe. Was your brain kind of shunned to it because of your knowledge of music?
I don't know, because it's like
did you like more basic? Did you like basic, like more basic 4-chordy stuff that was just not metal back then, or was it kind of like what you've like learned in music and stuff? You're like, oh, they're just doing that. Well, let's go to the next. It's like when you actually have the knowledge behind it, you're like, oh, they're just doing that. Well, let's go to the. What the fuck's Meshuggah doing? It's like.
That's definitely, I think, a part of it. Because especially like, again, even before I was studying music, more complicated stuff I tended to gravitate towards. Like my dad didn't listen to a ton of classical music, but for whatever reason, he loved The Rite of Spring, and I think it's because it reminded him of King Crimson in a way, because that was like his musical connection to get to classical, was like, oh well, here's this rock band that's got all these like classical elements and progressive elements, and it's very classical and it's composed. And so for him, like Stravinsky was like analogous to Crimson. So that kind of stuff, I guess because I heard it a lot, it just made sense, and I gravitated towards it, where it was like the Beatles, I couldn't listen to. The Beatles would, when I was a kid, up until my early or mid 20s, the Beatles would drive me insane. And anything that sounded like that would drive me insane. And I couldn't hear the music in it. And I couldn't hear the expression in it necessarily, because even if it's music that you like or hate, or it doesn't reach you, if it's honest, then it's communicating something, and
Yeah.
I just was in a place where I wasn't able to tell that these people were being honest as artists or honest as people who are just expressing themselves. And yeah, and it made like even like folk music, which
That's cool.
now I can sit down and listen to an hour.
Awesome.
I'm not giving this shit any time of day,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah. Oh,
And
totally.
I think
That
that's
makes
part of it is like, you know, even not understanding music, it was like, you know, I think certain people, they latch onto what they latch onto, and based on what they're exposed to early on, and it just goes from there. And you
that's
have to kind
super
of
fun. I mean,
crack that.
not funny, but like I definitely do that with there's just let's say acting or something. Like I'm like,
Mm.
that guy doesn't want to do that. I could tell like when he's like doing his like his bits or he's doing his lines, I'm like, that guy's just reading some lines. Like he doesn't like feel it. He's not taking it to another level. Like 'cause with music, you can kind of tell. Especially, I was just watching as I always called to Casey to watch him. We just lost him. So
We just lost Kenny again.
Oh, no.
he's coming back.
Hey
There he is.
guys, sorry about that. That
No,
was
you're-
weird.
That's all
You're
good.
good. You're
It's
good.
all good.
No, it's all good. I have mountain internet up
But
here, so I'll
I
probably do the same thing for you.
I heard something like to the point where it's like when the person's acting, and you could just tell that they're just phoning it in, and they're just reciting, and they're
Yeah, they're collecting a page. I mean, you can. That's why. I mean, I've talked about it a few times on the show. It's like I like the early stuff. It's like, well, because the early stuff they were hungry, and then they got paid, and then they're kind of like, well, we got another do another. It's like Metallica nowadays. Like you hear another album, you're like, yeah, they had to do another album. They wanted to go on tour again. It's not like
yeah.
you're not feeling it from them as kids, like really writing something that they really believe in. There's stuff that touched everyone back in the day was stuff that they were kids in the garage trying to fucking, they felt something and they were trying to portray it. But a lot of music, I was watching a Rick Beato. I was joking with Casey that I always call him Rick Beato. Basically he but no, he was talking about a song today that was a Coldplay song. I just randomly, it was just on my feed on YouTube. I was working and was listening to it on the side. And it's all, this Coldplay song took 17 people to write. And I was like, and I just started like cracking up, and I was like, what? And then he listed the credits, and I was like, what? And then he explained how that works. If someone just gives like a quick little suggestion, like they used to call it like
They get
the
writing
law
credit.
of thirds. They used to call it like
Yep.
law of thirds back in the day. Like you just like some guy writes a song with another guy, and you're like, but just say like, and then then you get a third, like because you contributed to it, and that's like
Yeah.
how it used to work back in the day. But you can tell a lot of pop music. I mean, for me, with pop music, my brain kind of has to be kind of on just backgroundy, looking for a catchy thing if I'm going to listen to pop music, and when you can tell that's not them. Like that's I can tell
Yeah.
they're just
Think of yourself
they're
as like a
wearing
telescope, dude, and you get lenses along the way of life, and those lenses get added into the mix, and now you can see something that you didn't see before, and how we get upgraded by listening to certain types of music, and eventually can accept certain things that we couldn't accept before. And I think that's beautiful, dude. I think that it shows the experiencing life has given you a way to see a certain thing that you didn't see it in the same way earlier in your life, like the Beatles. To you enjoy the Beatles now, right, Kenny?
No, I mean, yeah. Nowadays, I'm sorry. There's like comments that keep scrolling through, and it's like,
Oh, sorry,
yeah,
I'm going
yeah.
through ones that I missed. I'm going through ones that I missed that I feel like
no
pertain.
worries, no
Yes,
worries.
We've
But
actually
no,
didn't
it's-
give them that
it's-
little warning.
I could do
Yeah.
we'll do them in chunks when we're all just kind of not in the middle of something.
But thanks for being with us, people in the chat.
Yeah,
Yeah, fuck yeah.
right on.
Yeah.
But no, it's true. Like now I actually get a lot of enjoyment out of listening to the Beatles, and not just like the later super, post LSD, like third eye open shit.
Yeah.
Like just they're like just being able to appreciate their music, and just again music like that, and in that
Mhm.
vein where it is just like, and even like, these days it's like, like you were kind of pointing out with a lot of the stuff I do, in this town, and by this town I mean New York City, it's like I've kind of garnered this reputation of like, in a way of like, do you have music that's incredibly complicated and you have to be able to have a grasp of these very disparaging musical styles that are not very common, and you need somebody to do it within a week? Call this guy. That's
Yeah.
which is great. And I, everybody has to find their place in this world, and I'm glad that I've found my niche where I can exist and make music. But yeah, when somebody calls me to play a straight ahead gig where I'm just going to be playing standards, or it's just a singer-songwriter gig, I get very excited about it, because it's like, oh, you mean I could just play this beat and I don't have to worry about playing in prime number time signatures and like having to like, have like
Yeah.
5 pedals or whatever weird crap is required. It's, oh, beautiful. Let's do this. This is great. Like,
That's
But
I'm down.
it is impressive to see what kind of a chameleon you are as a drummer. I mean, talking about Zorn again, I'll give my backstory real quick. If you haven't heard it before, Zorn has, I've been a fan of him for multiple decades, and it was Mr. Bungle that kind of gave me that lens that I can see the more avant-garde and experimental sides of, not only playing one style of music, but playing multiple styles in one song. And then that took me down to the stratosphere. That took me to Naked City. Wow. And then Zorn was something that has stuck with me for the longest time. So when I had first emailed you, Kenny, I let you know that it was actually Simulacrum that was my first introduction to you, because I've followed Zorn over the years and then saw this write-up about a new metal influenced Zorn project, and I hadn't really heard anything metal from him in a while, and I just fell in love with it immediately. And that's what took me to Imperial, and then going down your rabbit hole. And yeah, dude, it's really cool to know that you're on so many Zorn projects that I can't even keep track of them unless I take a full day and just like get the board on the wall with the strings and all that shit, to put it all together. But the reason why I'm bringing it up is because you're talking about being this on-call drummer who's ready for pretty much anything. That totally makes sense, and that's why Zorn works with you as much as he does, because you are that type of musician that he can trust that you'll be ready to do something, and I'm sure he thinks that way too when he's writing, like, this is definitely a project that Kenny's going to have to take on, because it's, I mean, what other drummers currently that play for Zorn play in your style? None. So he's got to be thinking about you in moments of, creating compositions. Like, at some point he'll realize it's a Simulacrum record, another Simulacrum record.
Totally. I mean, it's actually very uncanny how accurately you're pinpointing his thought processes, as far as we all understand it. He will, because I'm sure part of it is his age, but it's also just him. By 3 a.m, he's awake. Like, he's gone to bed. He's already gotten his however many hours of sleep he's gotten. But if he's not playing a show, if he's not on tour, he is in bed very, very early, and he wakes up around 3 a.m. He does his like morning wake up ritual, just gets himself stretched and going. And then by 3:30 to at least 6:30, he's working on compositions.
Wow.
Brand new pieces. Jesus. Like, and then like around 6:30 or so, 6 o'clock, he'll take a break, make a breakfast, start sending emails out. Like, so usually we get emails from him like around 6:30, 7 a.m. if it's stuff about upcoming gigs, upcoming recordings, shows, just touching base about planning, because he also likes to book things way in advance. So he'll send an email at 7 a.m. saying, hey guys, what does your April 2026 look like? And you just have to go, well, if I'm alive, nothing. Right?
Yeah.
It's kind of
it's now yours.
So what's going on? But that this is his work ethic. And so he'll write a piece and he won't even fully understand who it's for. He might have an idea that it should be a like, you know, a solo piece, or it might be an ensemble piece, or it might be a large ensemble piece. He's not really concerned with who it is. He's writing, and then as the material starts to kind of coalesce in his head, that's when he figures out, I think it could work for this group. It might also work for this band, but this is for this group. And then what eventually happens is he'll go back from that draft and then finish an entire score, which is usually anywhere from like 30 to 40 minutes of music. And he'll actually write all the musicians or the ensemble's name into the score. So usually especially for the non-classical players in his entourage, we get handwritten scores. So, I mean, I think, yeah, hold on.
Oh,
Sorry,
nice.
guys.
No,
Yeah,
love
I think, oh wait, no, is this? No, this is the opera. Wrong score. One second. I have this folder somewhere.
That's all good, dude. I'd love to see
it.
it.
No, I'm super down.
But yeah, there's too much. There's this pile is, oh, here's easy. This is easy. It's already out. I don't have to dig it out of anything. Yeah, so actually this one is kind of tragic in a sense, because this is one of the Zorn projects that we did that doesn't exist anymore. But I mean, also this is his handwriting. It's nuts. But it's probably hard to see, but it's like, this was a group that was called Insurrection.
Yeah, I have that album, the one that you did release. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, there should be two. There was this one, and then Salem 1692, I think, was the second one.
So I only got the first one.
Right on.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is with Hollenberg from Simulacrum, and also for those who know, he was the guitarist and Cleric. And we're playing together now in John Frum. So we've been writing some new music for that band.
What? Awesome.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is Derek still in that band? Is Derek still?
Yes. Yes,
oh,
he
that's
is.
I grew up with him since we were little babies.
Oh my god, I love that guy. And
yeah,
I wish. I mean, I'm happy he's on the West Coast, but I wish he was with us on the East Coast, because it would be great to just hang with him more. He's fucking awesome.
Yeah, he's amazing.
Yeah, he's a great dude.
And he's also, I mean, he's also insane. Like,
totally.
I mean, like he was so stressed one rehearsal about like this new song, and then he just like wrote some shit, and then just like. It's like, oh, so he knows all the counts better than we do, and he just got here. Of course he does. This is, but yeah, like, but yeah. So I'm doing stuff with From now, which is exciting. It's fun. Awesome. It's really challenging music, but I'm up for it.
Matt's been on the show as well.
Yeah, Matt Hollenberg. I did my first show ever, my first gig ever. Derek was my singer. My first high school show we did. The band Taste of Blood, but Demon Carcass for people that are in the death metal community. We're talking the faceless singer, and Zenith Passage right now, and John Frum. I remember when he was getting involved with that, I was like, damn, dude, I could tell I was watching his recordings and stuff, sessions of it, and that guy puts all of his shit like into when he's doing his stuff. That's when he's doing his vocals and stuff. You can tell he's like just focuses in and starts like everything in his life is basically being recorded. I can tell with him.
Yeah,
that's what I love about him. Absolutely love him.
He's 100%. I mean, even the one show we did at the Dissonance Fest about a year or two ago now. Like, I mean, like him being on stage, it was like, I mean, for me it was a bit nerve-wracking, because it was like, okay, we're playing all the stuff from the first album, which is none of which I've played, except for like the 2 rehearsals we did where we had to record the drums at the rehearsal, so that then the rehearsal they did with Derek, they'd have drums to rehearse the music. And I was already a fan. So it's like, and Eli's a friend, and you want to do justice to the music. You want to do justice to the parts that he wrote. But it's also like, this shit is kind of hard. And I also have to play a set with Imperial. So this is a little crazy, but just Derek being on stage was like, it got all of us to focus. Like it got everybody, like myself and Matt and Liam, but whatever butterflies or nerves were there. It's like, once he grabbed the mic, it was like, nah, it's go time. It's time to fucking shred now. And I mean, so I'm looking forward to recording these tracks. Like hopefully if we're lucky, December we'll be putting down basics. So
Nice,
let's see.
dude.
Yeah.
No, we were
Sounds awesome.
we
For the
plugged
people that
it.
don't know John Prem, can you just explain or tell who the members are?
Sure. From is basically a band that was started with Liam Wilson from Dillinger and Hollenberg from Cleric and Simulacrum and also from Infineon, which I know is not around anymore. But for anybody who's into more like really more modern, quirky kind of fusion progressive rock, like Infineon was this awesome band from Philly.
Loved it.
But they're they're
Still do.
sick. But they're
Actually,
they're,
one of the members actually wants to come on, and you're just reminding me now that I forgot to email them back. But I would love to have them. I mean, it's a death metal show, so I don't know how much it's basically up the a stratosphere alley, Joel.
Totally,
you should check it out.
I mean, I feel like I mean these days I remember being younger and again outside of metal, kind of just like not in it, but the lines in the sand were much thicker when I was coming up than they are now. People, especially like younger folks now, like there's less lines. They're just into whatever they're into. They don't sure they want to know what the label is, they want to know what the genre is, and they want to know what the thing is, but that doesn't limit them to like I'm just going to be about this thing. Like that's becoming rare, thankfully. Like it's just becoming more open. So it's like, and I mean, Barbara Hannigan, who's this really fantastic operetta conductor, musician, like very prolific singer in the classical world. And she's doing these concerts. She wrote an email the other day and she's saying that metal, like straight up death metal cats are coming to her shows now.
Yeah.
Because they know of her. And it's a lot of it's because of her associations with Zorn. And, Zorn is like catnip for anybody who's like a outsider music fan, right? Whether it's metal, rock, noise, free jazz, just
you
weird,
can find
obscure.
There's so many different pathways into Zorn. If you mentioned all those as any individual fans of those styles of music could find their way to Zorn, And I mentioned that this was a death metal podcast, but it really isn't because obviously we've been talking these same exact conversations. We just had a Zorn 15-minute run already, but he touches on death metal at least. But either way, the show is all about people who we want to talk to. So I don't know why I even said that.
No. Hold on a second. Let's just back up. Let me chime in. So death metal comes from rad influences before, like Iron Maiden, all the way down to the craziest prog, like King Crimson stuff, like back, like just whatever old school, even Rush, dude, like Hemispheres.
Totally.
Shit. So it's like, dude, like death metal to me came from that stuff, or like bands like Death, or like the old school like Florida shit, like and Atheist and fucking Cynic and all that. They totally prog rock and fusion, like the 70s fusion, the 70s prog rock, all that shit came into play. And it's like the 80s and whatever if you're into all that stuff. But Judas Priest, like Iron Maiden, Thin Lizzy, all that. It's like, dude, everything is like a smorgasbord of rad shit. And so
it's the lineage.
Dude, I totally feel cool right now. Imperial Triumphant just mentioned me in their story. Like, dude,
nice.
How fucking rad is that, dude?
I was watching Anthony's face. I was watching Anthony's face when you were like, dude, you actually think just like how John Zorn does right there. And I was like watching his face in the corner right here because it was like you were full screen. I'm like, ooh, you love that.
He's waiting for I was waiting for my end to start talking. But I knew that we were gonna just that was gonna be my introduction to how I came across Kenny was Zorn.
And my point is that like death metal is all about or whatever death metal, like this whole like the death podcast, whatever. Dude, we are so into like all kinds of shit that it's not death metal, or like shit that like obscure crazy shit. Like we talk about fucking composers on here and shit, like everything, dude. It's like, dude, we love music,
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah, and like you listen to Necrophagus, or you listen to Spawn of Possession, or bands like that are just like in the death metal like focused world, like kind of like these masterpieces.
We like
The point is-
eargasms,
yeah,
dude.
the point is that all of it is rad, and we love, like, dude, think about all the obscure shit that influenced like Cryptopsy and shit, like in all
Totally.
like bands like that. And so like you are as welcome as any death metal band, like
Oh, for sure.
like the like the shit that you play and the bands that you are a part of are like every bit as important as
Well,
like
I think
any,
it
like,
comes. It's
standard
natural.
one.
It's
Yeah, it's
natural though,
all the
right? Because
same.
like everyone's like pushing each, like when we were younger, going
Yeah,
like, "What's
dude.
crazier? What's crazier? What's crazier?" Then you go like, then all of a
Dude.
sudden like I'm living with the drummer of a Stratosphere, and like like all these things that like it's like what's crazier. And then you guys, back when I lived in that like old house, there's just records on the wall that I was like, oh, hemisphere. I never heard Hemispheres from Rush or
Yeah,
Montevish or Jean-Luc Ponty, like getting down into like weird stuff and just going like, okay. And my mom kind of like was on that kick already. She's like, oh, Montevish, oh, you gotta go see Al Di Meola when I was young. And I was like, I go see John McLaughlin play with I saw Shakti, and I saw them just again recently, but I saw them like probably 15 years ago, I want to say, with Zakir Hussain and stuff. And I was like, I walked out of that show going, that was the sickest show I've ever seen. I think Shakti was the sickest show I've ever seen. And I saw it again last year, and was like,
Speaking
I
of
was
a
like sitting
group
there
that made me
smiling and like
rethink
tearing,
percussion.
It's like, yeah, go ahead.
That Shakti is somebody who made me rethink percussion, but Kenny also made me rethink extreme metal percussion, and I'm sure it's mentioned several times, and I know we're jumping around a lot more than we usually do on this show, but I just got to give more praise because one of the things that I mainly cite is the Accelerando blast on Atomic Age, and I'm sure so many people have asked you about that section of that song because it is such a mind-bending thing to especially me.
What song?
So there's the
Atomic
song's
Age.
called Atomic Age, and
Okay,
post
I'll listen in the background.
for me, I look at Imperial songs as stories. And if you watch the music video, you kind of really do understand that it is the story of like pre and post atomic.
Does it start with the Beach Boys?
It's not the Beach Boys, dude. It's like a barbershop quartet.
Oh no, I've listened to it in the background, but I haven't I've only listened to these bonus tracks.
It's
actually
that's like a barbershop quartet type situation where,
it's,
and it kind of sets. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say it's a friend of Zach's whose name is escaping me right now, but he did all the vocal parts himself. So he just records himself track by track by track, and he composed it. Yeah,
as a piece and as an art piece, as a story. I mean, I think that's the perfect way you can start that song because it already sets the vibe of the time that the song is really set in, and it's actually really eerie when you listen to those lyrics after realizing what the song's about, but there's the section that I'm talking about. It's post the drop of the bomb, and there's this kind of weird, eerie, melodic spot in the song that Kenny is doing this blast beat, but the hands are doing an accelerando while the feet, hold the beat the whole time. And I, after, multiple decades of listening to metal, and how many blast beats have we, endured throughout our years of listening to extreme metal, and something like that is it's so frequent in the music that we listen to, you think that there's only so many ways to do it, and I've heard them all. And then you come across this song, Atomic Age, and Kenny introduced a whole new style of metal blasting to me that I would have never expected it could be done. And I've watched other videos of you talking about how, everybody's in different counting in 7, 9, 5, and all these things, and you're the one that keeps it together when there's multiple time. Now I'm I don't even know the it's not time signature. Well, is it time? It is time signatures.
He's a vocalist.
Playing old, yeah.
I mean, I guess it depends. Like like there's things that are like, say, like in mixed meter, or things that are they call polymeter. Sometimes these terms get kind of conflated, but something like this where it's like, that section itself, it's just in 4/4. But when you have this thing on top where, like, again, the hands are speeding up, and especially the way the listener for metal, largely, it's like what you're conditioned to. It's like you are playing with what is a groove, right? Because a blast beat is a groove, right? A blast beat is, it's whether it's boom boom ga, right, like that kind of a beat, or that, like, it doesn't matter what it is. It's a beat, it's a groove, it's something that you put a song on top of. But what happens when you destabilize the groove?
Yeah.
So something that's like really, yeah, it's like, it's 8 bars of 4/4. There's 2 chords. They're both very pretty chords, and Steve's playing that really bizarre, haunting melody where he's actually following the accelerando of the hands, where Zach is still following what the feet are doing. So the kick and the guitar are keeping the 8 bars of 4/4 grid, if we do it right. Because sometimes I may be one too many joints over and I lose count, or Zach can't hear the bass drums, so we're not quite doing this. But ideally, it's 8 bars of 4/4, but the hands and the bass are accelerating, but the bass is playing this melody. So it's like already like a lot of these elements are very kind of incongruent with your standard sort of metal songwriting. And really, it's like, I mean, the idea was birthed out of something that Zach had said in rehearsal, of what the feeling he wanted, but he didn't know how to explain it because he doesn't know drums. So it was a sort of like, this was sort of like what came out of it, was like this way of like, because originally he wanted the whole thing to speed up. The problem is that it felt too destabilized. It just felt like, oh, okay, well, if it's going to just speed up and then do this and then speed up, it's like you're building up this kind of like anticipation and this climax that then just keeps resetting itself, and that didn't seem to be as satisfying. Whereas like having at least half the band grounded, with the other more, let's say, the focus being the hands and the bass, the melody, having the focused instruments being this sort of like out of time, speeding up, slowing down, coming out of time, but the foundation keeping it locked in, sort of weirdly stabilizes it. So it becomes more of this like fever dream amidst like I don't think it's how the other guys see it. We've never spoken about it, but to me, it's like this part of the song is like, this is already the point where wherever you are at near or far from the epicenter of this blast, you are witnessing something that is just happening, and you are either in that state of like, here's this flash of life that I have left as I'm being completely evaporated by the blast, or I'm witnessing this thing unfold.
Yeah.
So that's for me, that's that part of the detonation, whereas like the part with Yoshiko and the more kind of standard blasting that's happening before that, which, it, to me, that's like boom. But this point is this, it's this quasi state where you're kind of, it's unreality for a moment. And it's why, to me, it's allowed to kind of keep resetting, because it's gasping. It's another chance to live. It's another chance to comprehend what is happening, to witness being part of this destruction ultimately that is taking place, before it then snaps back into Yoshiko when we're back to normal time. And at that point, the story moves on,
Yeah.
That's insane how you guys can portray those emotions and stuff with just music, and how that can be portrayed as a story without,
I mean,
just
at one point,
feeling.
Zach's doing the sound of the warning that people would hear before the bomb is about to be dropped. The horn sound, the famous,
Yes. Oh man, the
Zach's
first time he played that
on his guitar, and
and that's just no effects, just distortion, tremolo, and just when he did it the first time in rehearsal, it was like it yeah, like the hairs on the back of our necks were like just standing up like, oh, that's what has to happen right now. You know,
Totally, dude.
it's and I mean, and even that sound that you're hearing in the background while Zach is doing that we usually keep the sample in for live shows. I mean, that was captured at a gig that we with Brand X. It was the first tour I did with them, and it was the first show we played on that tour at this place called Daryl's House in upstate New York, kind of like in the Hudson Valley area. And they were rescaping the lawn behind the venue, like putting in new grass, and they were gonna eventually expand it and add some tables, put a small stage back there to have like outdoor, like kind of summer shows. And there was a guy using a hand roller to smooth out the earth before they laid down the grass. And this thing looked like it was from the turn of the century. It was completely rusted, like
Wow.
utterly rusted. And so the sound is just like a iPhone voice memo recording of this guy just toiling over the earth. Like while we had just finished our load in and sound check, and he's just back there.
Wow.
And originally the idea was to compose something to this sort of accelerando and then decelerando sort of pattern that the thing was doing, but that was going to get way too fucked up and complicated, and I didn't have the time or energy to do that, and it wouldn't have worked for the song anyway. But just leaving it as a sample with that crazy guitar, you know, like horn thing was just like,
so, dude,
this is all it needs.
What came first, the Accelerando Blast or that dude using that contraption? Maybe that did that plant the seed to do the Accelerando Blast?
You know, it probably did unconsciously, and I didn't think about it. But really, I really have to, like, Zach. It was Zach's idea about the Accelerando thing. I don't know if that sample inspired him, because the sample didn't come into the picture until way after we were writing the song and it was kind of done. And at that point, we're just rehearsing it to record and perform live. And I have this sample that I wanted to do this thing with. Why don't we just use it here? And it was kind of something that really happened in the studio, whereas the Accelerando thing was early on in the songwriting process. And that's really just my interpretation of Zach's ideas. Because, the guy, whether it's for visual stuff, performative stuff, and even musical stuff, he has a lot of really great ideas. And he doesn't maybe necessarily know how to explain them, especially like he doesn't know drums, and he always feels very self-conscious about that. So he'll just say some very basic things, but he trusts how I interpret his ideas, and he trusts that I'm going to try to like really navigate that and bring it to life as best as I can. Because again, kind of how you guys were saying earlier about like just what the thought process for me was in that whole section. It's like, for me, that's a part of songwriting. That's always a part of like, why am I doing this fucking thing that I'm playing? Why does it have to be a blast beat here? What does that signify? What does it symbolize? Like, does it mean anything? Or is it just, this song needs this kind of groove here? This song needs this kind of beat here. Or you need to play this kind of fill here because it's stylistically correct, or it's the musical style you're playing in, and it's sort of more indicative of what the listener or audience member is expecting. But what else is there? Is there a philosophical reason? Is there an emotional reason, a spiritual reason, a personal reason to be playing any of the shit we're doing? So I'm always looking for something more meaningful,
And I naturally gravitate towards artists who, through their work show me that that's the case too. And that's why I'm sitting here talking with you, Kenny, because it totally makes sense that that's how you would look at it. It's not just something to make. It's actually a piece that you are connecting with and understanding why and what you're putting into it. And even if it is just a song, the interpretations that I have about that song, you guys don't go out and explain what Atomic Age is about. I found that through your visual and auditory interpretations of the idea that you're trying to get across, and I I think of that as a trophy that I have my own version of what Atomic Age or what this band is, you know, the whole vile luxury trope that you guys have. It totally works in with, you know, the seven sins, and I think of black metal and death metal as something somewhat satanic in the eyes of certain people. So, but the way of thinning is luxury in your guys's way of sinning, and you know the rest of black metal is just like basic satanic worshiping sinning, you know. I just always thought that painted over what I considered to be an avant-garde black metal band. But now that I've listened to you guys more and more, the later stuff is much more based in death metal and jazz and avant-garde and all that stuff. I would That's what I first thought about you guys. I was like, oh, vile luxury. That's a new take on this black metal thing that everybody's been feeding me the same concepts through black metal for 2 decades, and I come across nobody talked about luxury and greed as a sin, you know.
Avarice.
Maybe they did, but
in a different context for sure, you know. And that's something that even with Zach, and I remember he used to say this in interviews, where it's just sort of like, well, you know, I love black metal and I'm inspired by all these bands, but I didn't grow up in Norway. I didn't grow up in fjords. So I can't write about that. I can't sing about that, you know. And
yeah,
even though Steve has never said anything like this, but you know, for him, it's like, okay, here are two guys who are from New York City. They are born and raised New Yorkers. They're writing from what they know, and especially like, you know, Zach, with his family and how he's raised and how he grew up, he has a very keen perspective on a certain demographic of New York City that a lot of people just don't. And he kind of has access to this world that he could then write about, and write about how fucking dumb and fucked up and evil and selfish
yeah.
and just as carnal as anything else. And especially a guy like Steve, who also has that knowledge, but also is super like well informed in like a lot of the mystery school stuff and esotericism and all these different kinds of philosophies and thought processes that have, you know, done a pretty good job of like, when you look at history and it's like, who were the movers and shakers throughout history? Where were those power centers located? And what were the sort of philosophies or beliefs or even just concepts that informed these people? And he's, you know, they're taking both of them, taking what they know and combining it into this thing, and then just having this sort of shared mutual, let's say, with all three of us, but this sort of admiration for things that are of New York, like the Art Deco thing, and certain, you know, filmmakers like Kubrick, right?
Yeah.
Where it's there's these things of like, well, we're into this stuff, we're inspired by this stuff, and there really isn't a lot of it that is necessarily talked about in metal. We're in a unique position where we can talk about these things, and
Right.
why not? Because again, none of us know what it's like to be growing up in fucking northern fucking Sweden or Norway
Right.
and just running around the fucking, you know, mountains and shit. And look, there's a fjord. We don't know what
Totally.
that's like, dude. I
No.
grew up in Miami. There's no such thing as snow. So like, we have to go with what we know. And
Yeah.
you know, while I, you know, for the last 20 something years now have been in love with metal and death metal and black metal and all these things, it's like, it's not my home base musically, right? Like my home base musically is something much different. So I have to acknowledge where I'm coming from and what I know and what I'm capable of doing on a physical, technical level, and then do my best to honor and the tradition of music and in metal specifically, you know, like what has the lineage of metal been, like what came before this moment, what were the big movers and shakers, who are our elders, right? Because like in a lot of ways, like, and I say elders, I don't mean old people. What I mean is like the elders are the people in the tribe that it's like, these are the guys who have been there and done that. These are the guys you go to for leadership, for guidance, for a perspective on things. So, right, like for us, that is our Iron Maiden. That is, you know, Black Sabbath. That is, right, like Slayer, Metallica, like wherever these bands have gone. And it's different, I think, with metal than, say, like jazz, where eldership is like this important thing where we have to always learn from the previous generation and bring it with us into the future. And it's always been really tough because the industry in jazz has always made it fucking impossible to do this.
Yeah.
But metal has that now. Like metal's been around long enough where there is a lineage, there is generations, and there are people that have really shaped the music for years and decades to come. But it being a commercial music in a sense, it makes it harder for that to be necessarily viable, especially since everyone is so spread out. It's not until now with the internet and the current technology that makes it so that an underground scene is not just relegated to a town or a city or one region of a country. An underground scene is now global as long as you can get on the internet. And that's been powerful, I think, for music, and especially metal. I think it's been unifying where it's like, I don't think a band like Imperial could have done as well, say, had we started in 2001. I don't think, because I was around in New York City and I saw what was happening in the rock and metal scene. I wasn't in a death metal band yet, but I was getting into metal and I was already playing in hard rock bands. And I saw how hard it was, especially in New York, where at that time it's like, if you were an indie rock band, you're the fucking king. You're fucking king of the world.
It's like
But
reggae
if you played anything heavy, whether it was metal or rock, no promoter, no label, nobody gave a fuck. Nobody gave a goddamn shit. So it's like I saw how like the people who were been there, done that, they weren't in a position either financially or just stability wise to rear up the younger generations. I mean, you kind of saw it a little bit with the hardcore guys. Like if you were able to prove your worth to the hardcore guys, they would take you under their wing. But you know, when I say mentorship, I mean like, no, this guy is going to check in with you. He's bringing you to shows that you're not even playing on. He's introducing you to people, giving you advice. You know, like that kind of thing has kind of always been harder in metal. And especially like
Mike Hamilton, shout out. That's our version of that guy right there.
Right on.
Yeah.
You know, and those people are precious. I mean, in New York, I mean, he passed away a few years ago, but you had a guy like Mike Borelli in town. Like he produced a lot of those Candiria records, and really he's a big part of the reason why even like Ken Shaw plays the way he does, is because like, you know, Mike Borelli came in and it was like, yeah, man, all this like fusion shit is really slamming, but yo, like you got to get into the bottom. Like you gotta go back. You gotta go back. You gotta go back to what informed the shit that you're into now. I mean, again, that's why, you know, after hearing Meshuggah and hearing Chris Penny and Tomas, it's like, fuck, I need to go back. I need to go back to all this music that I ignored because I clearly didn't get it. I clearly missed the mark. And then, of course, it's like, oh, yeah, like Lombardo Rips. Why the fuck did I not listen to this band? Like, why was I not listening to this as a kid? This would have blown my mind in junior high and high school when I was studying drums. But instead, it was like, oh, metal, no thanks.
Well, but you set up like a nice treasure trove for later on in your life, dude. You know,
I mean, all the music I made fun of as a child is all the music I do now for a living. So it really goes to show you the power of like ignorance,
the power of denial. Like people that are in denial about a lot of things. That's actually what it's kind of like they end up are kind of down with it, and then they're kind of.
That is, I mean,
not saying that was your mindset
funny,
at the time,
dude.
but
but
also,
that's beautiful.
Shout out. I want to do a shout out to Lee Smith and Sierra Smith.
Sick.
I don't know if you guys are right. Lee Smith. I used to live with both of these guys, and you know, a stratosphere. Sierra.
Oh,
dude,
man.
wait, Lee's in the chat right now?
Yeah, it's Dr. Gene McBurger. You guys were on such a heavy
He's always
talk.
been a burger guy, dude. Even back to SMN News, wasn't he a burger?
Hey, Lee.
Oh, he's always the burger, dude. He's always
Lee, dude. What's up, brother? I miss you, dude.
Oh,
It'd
man.
be awesome.
Yeah, he said a bunch of
you
stuff.
on
So
here,
this guy's the best.
Lee who?
Oh, snap, you have
Lee
Kenny
Smith,
on here?
dude.
So yeah, I mean, a stratosphere kind of got me into the world that we're all talking about a little bit with the just. I don't want to say avant-garde is like a loose term. It's like it's just avant-garde, dude. You know, it's avant-garde. You know, it's kind of like how Prague nowadays are like, it's Prague. You know, it's like it's Middle Eastern music mixed with like it's like no, it's just so many different things. Like and but I don't want to do the whole like hype like ridiculous genreing of where it's like, all right, which subsection of this is it with this drop down and then this drop? It turns into like way too crazy.
Well,
As
we
far
asked
as like,
Matt. We asked Matt. I want to
the
hear
world,
Kenny's
Yeah.
definition of avant-garde. What is avant-garde music or art to you? What would be, you know, you go to a gallery or you're listening to a band, what is your conditions to be like, this is avant-garde?
I mean, I would say that, I mean, this is going to be tough for me to answer. This is actually a tough question, but I would say
It's so hard.
what's actually avant-garde is what follows the definition of the word. So it has to be setting a new
Front of the
precedent.
line.
It has to be doing something that's like, okay, you've right, because I mean, especially like a lot of music that gets considered avant-garde more often than not is actually some other kind of music, and the people who even make it are gonna like classify it as such. But true avant-garde is always like, okay, this is what's happening, right? Like you think of something like, you know, Shape of Jazz to Come. It's like we had hard bop. Hard bop already sounded avant-garde to the average listener or just somebody who doesn't have a good sense of pitch, right? It's like when you hear any jazz joke in the last decade or two, right? They're always talking about, oh, they're playing just random shit. And it's like, no, they're not. They never were.
Yeah.
Nobody ever was. Like nobody was ever playing anything random. It's just their ears are that fine-tuned that they could play some shit that to you sounds crazy, but if you were to analyze it and write it out note for note,
be like,
it would follow the laws of theory perfectly.
Yeah, like a hidden message in there.
It's not even hidden. It's in your face. It's just it's hidden only because it's like, you know, it's like if right now one of you guys started speaking Cantonese, I'm not going to understand a fucking word you're saying, but it doesn't mean that you're not making sense. And so that and it's fair. You're like, again,
I almost started speaking in tongues. I almost started speaking in tongues just to see what you guys thought about it.
I get nerdy when there's been a few times where people, you know, they mention bungle and avant-garde in the same sentence, and to me, I just can't call it avant-garde because it is that what they're doing is they're genre hopping, but when they're playing those styles, they're staying within the rules of those genres.
Yeah,
you know,
I mean, so what made them avant-garde from like a rock perspective was what they were doing, which is very much like Zappa-esque Captain Beefheart kind of thing, but in this very personal, very unique, and very special way where sound production was just as important as the composition, and the sort of the subtext was just as important as the song itself. Totally. And you know, and again, so they had moments of avant-garde in their music, and I think that's why somebody like Zorn heard them. It's like, I'm gonna work with these guys because, you know, he got the demo. He didn't have to produce that record, but he heard the demo. Was like, I'm getting involved in this because these guys are onto some shit, you know. Yep. And so I think for rock and roll, yeah, they were an avant-garde band, but then you have a point where it's like, okay, well then after them, what flourished out of that, right? And you know, Stratosphere is a big part of that. Like they're not the only ones, but they're one of many bands that kind of were birthed out of this movement in rock and roll where it's like rock beyond rock. So again, I guess to get back to that original question is like, to be avant-garde, it should have its foot at least one step ahead of what everything else that has come before. And that's why it's like, even like a thumb just came up. That's weird.
Because you're giving us a thumbs up with your speaking with your hands.
This technology. but yeah. There you go. I mean, to me, it's like, you know, the first time I heard Portal to me was avant-garde.
Right? I would
people were telling me like, you know, like I mean, dissonant, yes, but also just like how they went about writing their songs, recording their songs, and then performing their songs. I'm like, this is in front of what all these other bands are doing. This is completely in front of it. And
Right.
and I mean, that blew me away. I mean, it's like when it's especially like if I'm forgetting which record it is now, because again, titles are not my strong suit, but it's the one where it's like the bass drum just sounds like they took a briefcase and put a mic in front of it. And I'm like, they made this whole fucking, and the kick never has anything to do with the hands, and it's the guitar player playing the drums, and I'm just like, this shit is out.
Yeah.
This shit is legit out. But the music was so profound and like heavy and beautiful in this really deranged and derogatory way. You know, that to me was like that's a moment where it's like, yeah, that's a moment of avant-garde, right? Like where it's like there's all this other weird dissonant metal that has happened. What happens when you discombobulate it and just fuck it up a little bit more and create this other thing, which, you know, now there's bands that have more of that aesthetic and the clock masks. I mean, the fact that this guy has to do this when he sings so that you know what the fuck the beat is. Like, I'll never forget the first time I saw them play, and you're seeing their hands, and they're just sweep picking, and there's like 8 strings, and there's all this stuff happening, and it just sounds like. And I'm like, really? They're playing all this shit, but it just sounds like. I'm like, this is beyond. This is these motherfuckers. Like this is making everyone look like now we're all playing pretend. We're all like just playing dress up and being cute. Like this shit is out. This is out. But yeah, like just whatever's at the forefront, that's in a way that antagonizes what's come before.
Yes.
You know, that to me, that's a personal definition, but to me, that's like when Ornette Coleman came out, like they were just straight ahead cats and bebop cats who were like, this shit sucks. But it shaped music after that. It really did. You know,
it
so
was a
to me,
good sex. It was a good
You
sex.
can take that in an individual way too, where then you can interpret it as it's just your experience with music or art or whatever, and what is avant-garde to that individual might not be to the other person who's already been exposed to, you know, the deeper realms of composition, you know. So coming across certain things, if it's new to you, it's new to your ears, it's you know, develop a set of rules with how much music or art you are exposed to, and then what breaks those rules or invents new rules, then that is an avant-garde experience just for the individual, you know.
Well, it's kind of like, don't you think, like once you break the barrier, like you've had bands that have broke the barrier for you, and you're like you're for a while going like, nope, not into it, not, and then like it breaks through and you're like, oh shit, this is amazing. God damn it. You get kind of like pissed that you're like the whole time you're just like, fuck this, I'm not into this.
Well,
this
that's
like,
what Kenny was been talking about his whole come up.
I know that's actually, you know, it's
that's
funny.
My foray into metal. Like,
my mom commented at 7:36 p.m. So that was a half hour ago. We were talking about something with prog music, a little bit avant-garde music. She's all, you guys failed to mention Zappa and his son. So she's like, my mom is kind of like, no, you just did, but this is 40 minutes ago.
That's another rabbit hole.
She's like, we were talking about like music and stuff. We were talking about bands and stuff like that. And my mom was just like, you guys like failed to mention Zappa. So like, she's like still like, she was the one that showed me Montevician for the first time. She showed, you know, back, I'm talking 30 years ago, 25 years ago or something like that. She showed me, you know, she's all, you like classical guitar? We'll check out the John McLaughlin, Al Di Meola, Paco de Lucia, you know, Friday night in San Francisco.
Yes.
She was always kind of like had that like in her back pocket, and I was kind of always like, you know, a teenager going like, whatever, mom, did check out fucking, you know, Sepultura, dude. You know, like I always had that.
Nice.
Right on.
What's up, guys?
Oh, it's an empty chair.
Oh wow, it's just you and me, dude.
Sick.
How's it going?
Oh, yeah, no, they
Everyone's
well, we got
frozen.
an empty chair, and
Yeah.
and I think Joel is frozen. But shit, I mean,
So
I guess. Oh no, what were you gonna say?
I was gonna say, like, tell me about your drums. Like, what do you play on? Like, what's your?
Oh, I mean, lately, I guess if we could drum nerd for a second. Lately, it's
Yeah.
been this DW acrylic kit that I bought. I actually bought it after a John Frum rehearsal that we did in Philly with Liam, and
Oh,
it's I forget what they call the color, but to me, it's just Coke bottle green. So that's the kit I've been using lately when I've been touring with Pact or Imperial or anything in the US.
Yeah.
And it's
Coke
not the
bottle
full
green.
kit. It's only the rack, the 10-inch rack, 16 floor, 22 kick, and the snare. It's like a 6x14.
Crazy.
It's supposed to have like a 12-inch rack and a 14-inch floor, but the kit was used. And I remember that because the kit used to be at the Brooklyn Guitar Center, and I used to see it every time I would go in there to just buy like sticks randomly. And then a couple years ago,
Yeah.
a few years ago, there was a really bad storm, and that store completely flooded, and they moved a lot of the stuff that they had there drum wise that wasn't damaged. They moved it to the Manhattan location.
Oh,
And
damn.
I remember seeing it. So instead of it being the 7-piece, it was just the 4-piece. And I was like, you know what? They knocked off like well over $1,000 off the price tag on this thing. I'm just gonna buy this. If this kit is still there after this John Frum rehearsal, I'm buying it sight unseen. I'm just gonna do it.
Yeah.
Because
Nice.
I before that I was playing my dad's old Yamaha recording customs, which he bought in the late 80s. But when I looked at the tags and everything, they're all older shells. They're all like early 80s shells.
Oh, okay.
And I love that kit. I love playing that kit, and knock on wood, but I might be doing a project with a studio based out of Long Island here with some friends of mine, Mike and them, or I might be
Nice.
recording those drums for a thing. So hopefully that'll happen. But I kind of was just not wanting to tour that kit anymore, just because it has a lot of sentimental value. Dude, they are the best drums on earth. I'm just gonna say it. They are.
Yamaha.
I've never
Yeah.
heard of them
Oh,
recording.
Yamaha.
recording custom? Oh, bro. Yes, you
Yeah,
have.
yeah.
Like, if you've heard, if you've listened to like Steve Gadd or Dave Weckl or Vinny Colaiuta, you've heard recording customs.
Oh, okay.
Like,
I've definitely heard
that was
Vinny.
especially and again, these are the early 80s shells. So these are Sakai when he was still with Yamaha. So it's his design, it's his shells. These are made in
Wow.
Japan. And so it's like I kind of got to a point where like I don't want to take these on the road anymore. I don't want them getting beat up anymore. I need a kit that I could beat the shit out of that sounds great. And there was this DW kit. It's like, fuck it, I'm just gonna get it. And now like acrylic kits are making a comeback, man. They're fucking everywhere. It's hilarious.
Casey, you got an acrylic kit, right?
I have a DW acrylic kit. Yeah.
They're great. They sound really good, and they're still
love it.
like all their DW kits. They're fucking so heavy.
Oh, they're great.
Dude,
I got a second kick drum for it.
Wait, Schimmel has that kit? Sorry, I'm seeing this chat and
No,
I'm
sorry,
like,
no,
dude,
it's
it's
Lee.
Lee. Lee,
It's
Lee
no.
can-
It's Lee.
Lee's-
So I'm trying
For
to.
sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
dude.
So I
because-
think so. So it's not for sure now.
Well, I'll text Schimmel later because if he has them, I mean,
What's Schimmel doing nowadays? He did that one
nice
project,
flex,
red
dude. I'll
something.
text Schimmel later.
The red something. What was it? He had like it
Oh,
was kind
Red
of like
Fiction?
Red Fiction. Yeah, I bought that.
Red Fiction's
CD.
killer, man.
Yeah. Totally.
Man,
Totally.
dude, Red
Go ahead.
Fiction and also the band that he had before, Atomic Ape, were both awesome.
Atomic Ape.
Yeah.
Was it, and then
Atomic-
And
actually,
was it Orange
Orange
Julius
Tulip.
conspiracy?
Orange Julius.
Orange Tulip.
Yeah.
That was what Orange
Tulip.
conspiracy was. Is what Lee did drums for that tour. He said, and now he's laughing at it. But
But yeah,
that's
Schimmel makes awesome music, man. That guy's rad. I love him.
Well, I
Yeah.
saw just to take it back to you, I saw you on Zorn's 60th birthday at the chapel.
Oh,
You remember
sick.
that? Yeah.
Yes.
That night was a crazy night, dude. It was Simulacrum Clerics, Secret Chiefs,
Yes.
full improv jam between so many musicians that were rotating throughout the set, including Patton on vocals, making all his weird noises, and and Zorn playing the sax. It was such a and shout out to Trevor Stewart. He came up from Santa Cruz. We both came individually and then locked arms for the rest of the night because he was my date, and I loved that night, dude, so much. Seeing you guys do I can't pronounce it, but it's the Book of Berea.
Oh, Beriah, yeah.
Beriah, yes.
Yeah.
So I was one of the pre-orders of that box set as soon as I heard all the bands.
Sick.
And yeah, there was some crazy shit with the printing of it and whatever, but it doesn't matter. You guys were all playing the Zorn stuff that you guys did for that box set, and man, it was a very mesmerizing night for me. And even with all the metal groups that Zorn had used, Simulacrum didn't do one for that box, but you guys played that night still. And Chiefs playing their album, Cleric playing their album, dude, it was just an auditory assault of so much stuff that I loved, and I played those albums on repeat for many weeks after I got that box set. You guys tore it up that night, dude.
Thank you. That was an awesome show. That was
it really was, dude. The chapel, I had never been to that place either, and I was just like, wow, dude, this place is amazing. The sound was great.
Yeah,
it was big enough but small enough to still feel like it was an intimate experience. I loved it, dude. Yeah, Trey that night. Wow, dude, I was so fanboy for Trey and the Chiefs, dude. They did so good that night, dude. And yeah, taking it back to Jason, he was up there and watching him tear it up. I was just like,
didn't Trey come to our house one night? I feel like Trey was at our house one night, and
Trey's been
he was like, let's Trey.
Didn't he shred? Didn't he shred on the guitar a little bit?
I think he just came in for a little while.
No, I'm thinking of dude who played the
fucking Japanese guitar,
the Japanese banjo shit.
Kevin.
What was his name? Kevin.
Yeah,
dude.
Yeah. You brought. Yeah, I remember seeing him and going like, "Oh shit, that's the guy from like Bungle at my house." Like he's going like, "Holy shit!" Like blown away.
Yeah, dude.
He looks like a wizard, but he's completely unassuming.
Like,
like
super
he's
nice.
like your crazy uncle, like rock uncle. But also
he's like,
knows...
fuck yeah, but yeah, did you use a Marshall? Was like,
yeah, man, he's awesome. He is awesome to tour with. He's just really chill. The tree wizard. And now he's a desert wizard. He's no more tree wizard.
Oh,
wizard prison.
Trees got too expensive.
I mean, yeah, where he was is too costly on a number of levels. But I'm glad he is where he is now, because
that tree house. Okay, so Sierra said he lives in a tree house because that's Sierra's Lee's wife.
Yeah, no more tree house. He's
dude,
moved on to Bezier.
Lee, are you and your wife sitting on the bed next to each other both on your phones, watching individually?
That's just called modern marriage. Okay, like you're sitting next to each other, looking at your own devices, and being totally contented.
We're trying to do Kindles now. We're doing Kindles now to kind of like so it's not like just like insane media, like constant like. Because I feel like
she said they're on their PCs. Do you guys have the same desk? Do you like look around your monitor and be like
right next to each other?
What's up?
Personal computers.
Yeah, they're personal computers, dude. They're personal for themselves. But anyway,
own computer, dude.
He's got his own desk. Damn. Okay. Anyways, we're getting deep.
Hey, bro. Why is it only you who's got a desk?
RFP Monkey, though. I on the chat while you guys were talking earlier. You guys were in a deep conversation. I was like, "Oh, Lee, Sierra, what's up?" And they had a cat when I was living with them. They got while I was living there, named Monkey. Amazing cat, would play fetch with you like a dog. We just throw a thing. It'd run over, bring it back to you, play fetch, and such a unique cat. But I was like, "How's Monkey?" And they're like, "He passed away in February." Like, fuck,
dude,
worst
Monkey, dude.
that question that you ask, and you're like,
you didn't see the post from February.
It happens.
They're not really on.
I mean, our last cat passed away like early on during COVID, and you know, and for a good, I mean, even occasionally to this day, like people that know us who are they had no idea that the cat had passed
Yeah.
away because they didn't
How's
see
the
us. So, oh, how
Yeah.
the cats doing? They're like, oh,
Yeah.
not around,
Oh,
and
it
it's
stings every time, dude.
every time.
Yeah.
But you know, it's
Well, I just signed that contract. I'm getting a puppy, dude. I'm getting
Aw.
a puppy. Yeah. We're
It's
getting
good.
we're getting a puppy like next month, dude. And I already fell in love with the picture of the
Aw.
puppy. And I'm like, fuck, dude, I'm signing that contract though, guys. It's a big contract.
It is, and pet care has only gotten more expensive from when the last time we were
Yeah.
doing it. It's like
That-
what I hear, what people have to pay now is as far as like medical expenses and just food. It's like if you want
Mhm.
you know if you want your friends to eat well, it's gonna cost you a lot.
I already have 3 kids, dude. It's just adding another one.
Yeah, you're primed. You're good to go. You're
I'm
already,
already,
and they
I'm already
you
used to them
can get them
draining
to
me.
help you with the cat, you know, with the dog.
Yeah. Oh, they better. They better pick up some responsibility.
Oh, weird. I just lost audio for a second. That's weird.
Wow. Can you hear me now?
You hear me now?
Everything's like really quiet.
Whoa, trip.
Also,
Huh.
I only see you now.
Well, that's
Weird.
just because Casey put me on, probably. But it's still the volume dropped. Is it still
It seems, yeah, like it's
okay?
weird. But I
Weird.
can hear you, so that's
Okay.
good.
All right. But yeah, dude. Dogs have been in my past. Pets. You've it. What I'm saying is, I'm just like, you know, I don't even really care about the financial aspect. Obviously, you'd sign the contract. You're ready to take care of your pet no matter what. But
Mm.
you know, I shouldn't even be. I'm thinking of the dog as a puppy right now, and I'm already thinking about the end of its life. I'm like, why? Why would I do that? Why would I already be thinking about the heartache at the end? You know, when we haven't even had the beginning yet. I just got the dog. Dog
Mm.
isn't even with us yet, but for some reason that thought keeps coming across my head, and maybe I'm just future trip. Oh, not just maybe. I'm definitely future tripping, and I don't tend to want to be a future tripper, so I'm wondering why this situation's making me do it, you know?
I mean, the lack of proximity would be my guess. If I had to just throw a wild guess, I would think it'd be that because it's when you're with them, you're really with them, right? Like when you're with any person, you're not you're in the moment with them. You're not thinking about necessarily the future, but it's so much easier to think about all the possibilities when you're not immediately dealing with them, whether it's your
Yes.
pet or a partner or your kids or your family or your friends. It's like you're not thinking about the what ifs. You're just thinking about whatever conversation you're having, whatever stuff's got going on, right? It's the day-to-days.
It is true.
So, you know, I
Yeah,
mean, because
and
it was like that for sure, like early on of this like even when they were both like little baby kittens of just like, oh, I'm worrying now about the end. It's like, why? They're 2 months old. Like
yeah,
there's
why
time.
would I fast forward? I
Yeah.
always think about fast forwarding my kid's life, and I'm like, why am I doing that right now? But
Mm.
no, you hit on it, dude, because now I think about, you know, when my wife was pregnant with each one of my kids, you have these thoughts, and I'm just having those thoughts again, you know. Now
Mm.
I'm diving into taking care of another life, and I'm, you know, I'm dad, so
Mm.
I'm just having those, yeah, those feelings right now, and now we're down the rabbit hole of getting pets. We didn't see any pets. Oh, we were just talking about Kenny's previous cat and cats in the chat.
And
All
also
right.
monkey.
Cat, right?
And monkey, yes. R.I.P.
Sorry, I'm
monkey.
back. Do you have a cat, Kenny?
Here
Say again?
he talked about having a cat. Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Well,
No,
do you have a-
we
do you
our
have a
last
cat?
cat passed. Say again?
Oh, it was the last one. Okay.
Yeah,
Sorry,
no, the
my
last one
internet.
passed away in 2020. So
Gotcha.
so
I thought I heard a meow in the background, so that's why I was asking. That's the only reason why I was.
oh no, I got the window open and it's
That was
probably
me.
just the sounds of Brooklyn or whoever has a cat.
Sounds of Brooklyn. It could be some girl going like "Meow," in the
Oh
background.
no, it's the end of a holiday, so there's been people like kind of running around in the park all evening. So
What holiday
there's still
is
some.
it?
I'm gonna screw it up because I am not Jewish, but it's a Jewish holiday, and I
Rush.
can't. No. It's like at the end of Sukkot or something like that. But
They have
yeah, so
quite a bit of holidays.
they have a few. But today there was like a bunch of folks running around, and also two people hang in the park all the time. Like we're very close to the Prospect Park, so it's
And that was an interesting thing going there for the first time in 2004 or 5. We went to Brooklyn for the first time, and seeing just meeting our guitar player's brother. People honking at each other back there. I love it. But like seeing like the full Hasidic Jew neighborhoods, and you're like,
Oh, yeah,
whoa, what's going on? It's like, because then you go to Green Bay or Wisconsin, you see like Amish like places,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
it's like
Mhm.
when you're first traveling out of your bubble from Santa Cruz or wherever you're from in California and just going for the first time, you're like, whoa, what's when you first no one
Yeah.
tells you anything, and you're just like, let's drive, and then it's just like everyone dressed the same, and you're like, whoa, is this okay for us to be like, you feel immediately
Yeah.
like out of place, like, are you okay, what's going on? But yeah, that's is that kind of like, that's Brooklyn, right? I remember that was Brooklyn.
Oh yeah. It
Yeah.
sounds like it, which is not that far away from where we live. I mean, it's. I
Mhm.
mean, again, we're talking a matter of miles, but yeah,
Yeah.
like when you're going like kind of north of
Walk the
here
block.
and more east, it's like you hit some of the more orthodox neighborhoods and the more like
Mhm.
hardcore like Hasidim neighborhoods. There's also orthodox neighborhoods further south of where we live, but it's
Okay.
again, it's sort of like I can imagine like when you're coming in for the first time and there's no sign that's going to let you all of a sudden
Yeah,
everything's in
there's
Yiddish.
no
So
warning.
there's no warning. You're just in it. But
You're in
it's,
New York, dude. You're in Brooklyn, New York, as like a
yeah,
traveler going, like as a tourist going, like, yeah, I'm in Brooklyn. People are supposed to honk at me and talk shit. What's going on? And then you just like get to
yeah.
this one neighborhood, and it's like everyone's like just has the same thing going on. You're like, oh, like what? Like no one. Throughout my whole life, I'm in my 20s at that point. Like I had no idea that was a place, and in the middle of a mega city, because New York is literally when people ask me to describe New York. I always go like, it's like San Francisco times like 7, like for population. Like I'm trying to give like an accurate number, like as far as like when you walk down the street in Haight-Ashbury, it's like one person in front of another person in front of another person, but it's not, and you have like 7 to 10 feet of space between each other. When you're like downtown New York, it's like 7 by 7 people just walking in a mob. Like, and it was
It's a lot of folks.
Yeah, so a group of folks that decided to live there at once. And it's like when you're from a beach place, you're like, yeah, totally, like let's just go to the supermarket, and there's like 9
As a
people here, and
visitor,
then-
I was actually all for it because I knew we were getting into that. So I was just like, fuck yeah, dude, I'm in New York right now. Like, I rode the metro. I fucking
Social
ate a hot
anxiety
dog out of a
destroyed
cart. I drank a 40 and smoked weed in Central
Yeah.
Park. Like, I did
Sick.
a bunch of these things where I was like, oh, I feel like a local. I wanted to like inject myself as what it would be like, and it's easier to do that as just a visitor who's there a couple of days, and you could blend in. But yeah, as a living situation, it would definitely be a transition for me.
on my
I would
5th
definitely.
time,
I wouldn't
think
have
got
a
used to
car.
it.
I wouldn't have a car at all.
Yeah.
Oh, but
Do you have a car,
would miss,
Kenny?
No, I foolishly sold my car years ago, and I kind of wish I didn't because nowadays it would be great. Just I mean,
Yeah.
because at least where we live now, I mean, it's still public street parking, so it's like first come first serve. But we've lived in this neighborhood now for over a decade, and I mean, even now I could look out the window and yeah, you could find a little spot there where it's like I might have to wake up a little bit earlier to move it, but I could park there overnight and it would be right in
Yeah.
front of where we live. Whereas like where I lived before, like the first couple of decades, like the first 10, 15 years in New York, it was where I lived was just not tenable to have a car. So it was like a kind of a pain in the ass, and I ended up just leaving it in Florida and eventually just sold it because at that point I just didn't need a car. But these days it's like I I miss it. I only really drive when I'm touring with certain bands and they don't have a driver, so I end up doing a lot of driving then. Or when I
Mhm.
visit family, I'll rent a car and drive
Yeah.
around. But I miss driving. Like, you know, the subway is for a city like this, as fucked up as it is, and it just in complete and utter just collapse and disrepair that it's been in the entire time I've lived in this town. It's still convenient for like I need to get to this part of the city
Yeah.
relatively quickly and I don't want to spend $20 on a toll.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's pretty
Yeah,
much
that's
been
one
your
thing
life
too,
though,
the
living there though. It's
toll.
like for me, I mean, you know, when you experience that, I mean, I would go travel to go see a show in San Francisco, you know, to go there. We'd and have to like deal like for us deal with the parking. We'd be like, what the fuck is it? Like, God, we gotta like go around the block like twice, do this. You know, like we're all like throwing fits over like the smallest shit back in the day. But like yeah, just that's a completely different scene from, you know, so like for me the first time I ever like fully felt like anxiety from just like outside sources where I could like point to see what that's the reason was going to New York for the first time. People were just we had a rented van, someone took off our mirror, drove away. Someone rear-ended us. Someone rear-ended us. We had to
Yep.
cut them off.
3
We
out
had
of
to
the 4 vans that were on that tour got into fender benders.
Yeah, we had
while
to cut
were
them
in New York
off. We had to
City.
cut them off to get their insurance information. And it's like, I'm just going to fucking work. What the fuck? And I'm just like, dude, Jesus Christ, this is insane. Like, this is like how you guys just hit people and go like, yeah, whatever. Get the fuck out. And I was like, and I remember our guitar player, his brother lives in Brooklyn, and so that's where we went to go sleep. And he was like, I'll drive the van back because we were playing like down in like BB King's or something down in that area over there, and he basically was like, I'll drive your van down there. And we're like, all right. And he was just all like, zoom, zoom, like getting down. We're like, whoa. We were
Yeah.
like, Jesus, calm the. We were like, because we were renting it and we already got hit twice. We were just kind of like, dude, we're going to have to pay for this. This is going to be like a nightmare. But it was just like, he was like talking to us while he was doing it. And we're just like cutting people off. They're honking. Just like,
Yeah.
almost like getting, like, I felt like a bank robbery getaway
He
at the time.
stayed in he lived in a 5-story walk-up that was a
That's right.
spiral.
Oh, of course.
It was a spiral staircase, but each level you're in the next person's living room.
Yeah.
So
oh
it was
my God.
there's no wall. Like you're just walking up and you see this couple cooking dinner, and then you go up the next one and dude sitting on the couch watching fucking American Idol or whatever, you know, and you're just
Yep.
like, hey, every
Oh my
level you're just
God.
like, sorry guys, we're coming into your space, but they're just used to it. It's
Yeah.
it's a different way of living out there. You're used to people being on top of people.
Well, it's
So
discounted
somebody
with like
just
that kind of
walking
situation.
upstairs in the middle of your living room isn't anything abnormal compared to, you know, the connection and disconnect that you have in that city. It's weird that people are physically connected, but the mental disconnection is there, you know?
It's because there's too many fucking people in this goddamn town. That's why people disconnect. Because it's like it's like you can imagine. It's like for somebody, anybody from New York, when you like go out to the desert and you can actually feel psychic space where there isn't
Yeah.
another person having a thought near you for miles. That fucks your day up. That is like a life-changing moment for any fucking
Yeah.
New Yorker. Because it's
Damn.
and I mean, thank God. I mean, we don't live like our apartment doesn't have motherfuckers walking through it, because for sure as shit I would do everything in my power to deter them from ever coming near
Yeah.
anything. Like I would do crazy shit to freak them the fuck out. But it's like it's just it's this town does an insanely good job of convincing people to dehumanize themselves to whatever point they feel is most comfortable, and then accepting that as a lifestyle. It's
Yeah.
nuts. I mean, there are
Interesting.
people who live
Yeah.
their
Dude,
whole
you-
lives here,
It's a
and you
humbling
ask,
place.
why do you live here? Like, why are you here? There's nothing, you don't do anything in this town other than I have a regular, normal job that I can have anywhere else on planet Earth, but I'm doing it here. But I don't go to any of the New York shows. I don't go to any of the New York museums or any of the things
Yeah.
that make New York, New York. They don't do any of that
Right.
shit. They just exist here. And you're just like,
That's their
why are you
identity,
here?
kind of. That's kind of like an identity for them. It's like, I'm fucking New York. You know, fucking, you know,
But
it's like
yeah,
when
you know
you're
what?
there for all the, you're taking advantage of the shows, you're taking advantage of all the culture and all the things out there. Where a lot of people are just like, whatever, just work at fucking the pizzeria, come home.
it's
You know,
just where I
you
live.
made me
It's just where I grew up.
think of like
Yeah.
going to a place to get away from light pollution,
Oof.
going away to a
Yeah.
place to get rid of thought pollution. That is actually something that I haven't really thought about, but the wavelength that happens in a hive city, it definitely, I believe that
Yep.
you know, you can get on a deeper level where that much brain activity happening in one place can be an actual you know, deterrent in your wavelength, and then you get outside of all of that and be away from everybody else's thoughts and actually be able to hear your own thoughts. It's no different than you know, getting rid of light pollution to be able to see the Milky Way.
That's true.
I don't know.
I can see that.
I've been smoking a lot of weed tonight, guys.
Oh, amen. Do it. But you know, it's true. It's like in this town, it's like when I get to travel and be in other places that are more empty and more open, it's like I immediately feel the difference. Like, and weirdly enough, sometimes it actually keeps me awake because it's like I can actually consciously experience space. And you know,
Yeah.
where we live, it's like, again, we're right along Prospect Park, so it's like we have a view of the park, we have some trees. I'm not gonna say we're in nature. It's just it's a park. But
Yeah.
Mhm.
even that alone, from like having lived in the East Village and having lived in Manhattan and up in the Heights and other places where it's just like you're constantly surrounded by noise and people and honking and just noise and chatting and it's like after a while it's like you either learn how to drown it out, but then your brain is a percentage of its capacity drowning out constant chatter and noise. And I've noticed too, like especially in this town where everything is loud, like all the subway stations are loud, the traffic is loud, people talk loudly. So it realizing like when New Yorkers leave New York, they're like at least 5 dB or 10 dB louder than everybody else around them because they're so
Yeah.
used to being around constant fucking noise and so much energy
Right.
all the time that it's just, you know, I mean, I even with us with Imperial, like I know that there are moments where people must be like, oh God, these guys are so annoying because we're the three of us are like chatting and we're hyper and it's and Zach and Steve aren't necessarily loud talkers, but that's compared to other New Yorkers. Like
Yeah.
compared to people from other places, we probably seem like our voices just cut through everything because we're used to
Yeah.
having to talk over so much noise and sound. And it's I've realized even lately, like, oh yeah, I gotta like chill out because everybody thinks I'm mad, and I'm not mad. I'm just talking. So that's
Well, I haven't
definitely
got
part
that
of it.
vibe at all.
No, I've gotten the
Oh,
opposite.
because
I've gotten the
I'm
very,
oh,
very
I just mean like out in
mellow.
public, like not on a microphone. Like
Oh,
like right now it's pretty quiet here, so I don't feel like I have to be full volume. But
when
Yeah.
Kenny
yeah,
goes outside, he's all, hey Johnny, hey fuck.
yeah, no, it's a little louder. Yeah, it's a little louder, more
It's a little
expletives
louder.
for sure.
Yeah.
It's
Well, it's like in the environment. It's like, you know, that's the environment out there. I mean, out here, I'm you know, I was born and raised in Albuquerque, or not raised, but born in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Moved to Santa
Mm.
Cruz, California when I was 1, and all of a sudden I have kind
Wow.
of like a surfer talk.
Mhm.
You know, I'm kind of like, yeah, dude, fucking about, you know, it's like it's kind of like what you adapt to in your environment, and it's my whole
Yeah.
life has been just kind of, it's a completely different area. It's a bubble. It's complete. I think you guys are in a bubble, a bigger bubble too. I mean,
But
I
it's a
feel
bubble,
the East
for
Coast.
sure.
Yeah, the East Coast is a when you are a West Coast person experiencing that for the first time, you're kind of just like, why is everyone kind of like a bitch? You're like, why is everyone so like rude out here, dude? What's going on? What's going on with like the like at the subway? They're yelling at me like, okay, hurry up. Like, what the fuck?
Oh, yeah.
Like, I don't know, dude. I don't know.
Look,
I was gonna 2 seconds for cheese. I don't know. Like, what's going on? I want the American cheese. Fine. I don't know.
Nobody is happy in a subway, whether they're working a Subway sandwich shop or they're in the subway.
True.
Anybody
You're
who's
so true,
happy in
dude.
that scenario, be careful.
Yeah.
Be very
you're an
careful with that
artist, though.
person.
Very
You're a
careful,
sandwich
dude.
artist. It's kind of like you could be an avant-garde sandwich artist. If
Who's the guy who goes home like, dude, I'm an artist, dude, and then he goes to Subway the next day. And
I
works.
mean,
but you hit the nail on the head,
fun.
dude. Like nothing to do with the word Subway has any happiness, other than
not at all.
It'll get you where you need to go. Okay, I'm happy where I can rely on it to get me. How often are you late with Subway? Have you like getting on the subway?
Ian asked a question.
Oh, he's asking
Ever
about
been
Peter
to Peter
Luger's.
Luger's
Of course.
Steakhouse?
Yeah. Actually,
Where's that
yeah,
at?
the Peter Luger's is in Brooklyn. It's like very close to like kind of like the Dumbo area, like towards the water, like kind of like where, like kind of like near Williamsburg, like not where the Hasidic
Rochester.
neighborhood is, not where Williamsburg is, but just like it's like in that sort of hubbish area. But it's great. It's a great steakhouse. It's been there a fucking long time. The
Mhm.
last time we were there was after we did oh my god, it's the Imperial record, and I can't think of the name of it now.
The newest one, or Alphaville, or Spirit
No,
of Ecstasy?
I want to say we went there after we did the Alphaville mixing and mastering. I want to say we
Okay.
did that because we actually went there with Trey and Colin. So
Okay.
which if you know Trey loves a steak. So does Imperial. Imperial are big steak fans. We are red meat all the way. Colin is a vegetarian for many, 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 many years. So he basically just had portions of like spinach and potatoes
Sides,
and
yeah.
just nothing but sides. Meanwhile, there's this giant fucking T-bone in front of him that everyone's cutting into and digging in, and it's kind of ridiculous. I mean, he's fine. Like that kind of shit doesn't faze him. I mean, he
Totally.
like he's chill about it. But it was very funny to kind of be in this restaurant with Colin.
He's
And
got
even like the staff was like, the staff is like highly professional, highly trained. It's old school. They're not just like, hi, what's your order? It's like a very personal experience with them. They're very old school that way. They get paid stupidly well. So it's like, they're going to put on a show for you. And every time he was ordering, they're just kind of like trying to figure out what jokes can I make about this guy that's not going to give me problems with my fucking floor manager.
I've been a
right
vegetarian at a steakhouse, dude. Everybody gives you that look, or maybe you just think that you're getting that look.
You
But
were a
either
vegetarian
way,
for a while, weren't you? I
was
forgot about
for I think a year. I did
that. Okay.
vegetarian.
That's a run. Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
I know, dude, but I got more fat than I had ever gotten.
He was eating all these carbs and like,
I mean,
Yeah, and I didn't have any energy, and then I ate a steak, and I was like, oh, this is what my body has been missing.
yeah, your family's from like fucking what, Sicily, or where's your family from? We
I'm
were looking
Irish
at a map.
and Sicilian. Yeah.
We were looking
Yeah.
at a map the other day, me and Osa, and we were like looking around. We like zoomed in on a random part of Italy. It's called
Sicily.
Trapani, Italy, or
Yeah.
Sicily. Sorry,
Over there they say Trapani.
Trapani.
We were
Okay.
just having that conversation pre-pod of what they say in the United States versus where it's at. My last name's Trapani in the homeland, and over here Trapani.
Yep.
Kind of got over
Trapani.
And then Trapani.
Yeah. I say that, I guess, because like I know your family's Italian, so I'm like, I'll like call Anthony Trapani. I'll say it to my phone. It's like, all right, I get you. Well, that's awesome.
Yeah, dude. So I mean, Colin is he's not going to give you any shit. He's worked with so many different people, dude. What people eat doesn't matter to him.
Oh yeah,
you
not
know?
at all. And he can be in a steakhouse and he's very fine and comfortable. Like he's okay. It's like I mean, I've toured and worked with other people who are vegetarian or vegan or other types of diets, and you could see how just being in the place, especially if their diet is not like it's not a personal reason, but say it's more of a political reason, more of an economic reason, right? Environmental reasons. Those folks, when they're in that place, for them, it actually starts
to what?
You can see that it's sleeve.
Sorry, you
So
froze
it's
for a
like
second.
You froze
Oh,
up
yeah,
for a second,
it's-
but I felt
You
that you were
said
saying
it actually
you know,
starts to
'cause them-
to. That's what you froze. You said it actually starts to.
that you could see that it's a kind of offending their ideals because
Yeah,
for them,
yeah,
their
yeah.
vegetarianism or veganism is rooted in environmental policy, or it's rooted in
Yeah.
Yeah, and
just
anybody
their
around them
beliefs.
who's eating the meat is an enemy almost. Because
Yeah, it seems more
Yeah.
like a team sport rather than like a personal decision. It's like I'm gonna tell like I'm part of this
I mean,
team.
those types
I
of
mean,
people who are that serious about it shouldn't be. They would turn down the dinner. I'm not going to go to that dinner. You know, if you go to that place and you sit with people who
yeah, you don't want to sit
eat
there and
meat in
spit
front of you, and you have those
venom at everyone.
ideas,
Be like,
you,
like everyone that has
exactly.
meat.
You don't
You
need
know?
that you shouldn't be there.
And we've had friends like that. I remember there was one time in the Thunderdome where I was living. It was me and 3 vegans, but the thing is, they made me some of the best food I've ever had in my life. I could eat a fucking Whopper if I wanted it, and I was younger. I was like 22, 21. I could eat a Whopper because I was broke. If I needed to eat a Whopper, they're like, oh, whatever. They wouldn't treat me any differently. It was just kind of like, this is just what we choose to do. It's not like we're not going to be like, you know,
and we
judging
respected
you
it
in
enough
any way.
for them to take us to places like Dharma's and other
Oh yeah,
places where
and they're fucking
we
vegan
had
Thanksgivings.
amazing meals.
Oh my god,
you know,
so good.
the Thai restaurants that they took us to were fucking so killer,
top notch,
you know?
totally.
And
No, they
that's what it's
exposed
all
me to a
about, dude.
totally different style of food. Yeah, 100%.
It's just being together and finding a place that everybody can have
It's like
a
music.
nice
It's
meal
like
together.
Yeah, it's like Kenny with music. It's like, you know, it's like not liking meat. It's like I didn't like Ozzy. You know, I didn't like meat when I started off, and then I started. I don't know. It's something like that, but like not disrespecting people that liked meat. You know, just
No,
being like, yeah, if you
Ozzy
like
was probably
meat,
more
fine.
vegetarian to him. He's like, nah, dude, I'm gonna stay over here and eat my meat. And then all of a sudden he's like, wait, no, dude, Thai food's pretty sick. Vegan food can be dope.
Oh yeah.
So okay, I'll ask you a question.
Fruits and vegetables are vegan. They're it's amazing.
Yeah,
you can eat that shit all day.
Oh, that's
but
great.
You know,
for like just I'll ask you just some really demeaning New York questions real quick, and then we'll move back to music. But what's the best pizza place there? What's the best pizza place?
Oh, best pizza place.
Yeah, here we go. That's a question.
I have no idea because most of my pizza experience has been like, you know, I still like Pauly G's. Pauly G's is great.
Pauly G's, I don't even know about that.
It's in Brooklyn. But for me, grabbing a slice is like you're going to Ben's in between sets and you grab a slice and you eat it and you just fuck off.
That's
or go to
kind of the
Joe's,
thing.
you know, like and that for
Not
me,
a
grabbing a
commitment.
slice was like, you know, like there used to be a time in New York where, you know, if you were a gigging musician, that meant that you were probably going to play like anywhere between 1 or 2 or 3 shows a night on a gig night, let's say sometime between Wednesday and Sunday. And fucking Sabaros.
I know, it got me.
Might as well say Famiglia at that point. Like just like
I snorted while he said that. I was like laughing, trying to hold in a laugh.
Shout out the Reef.
But you know, it's like you know, like especially like Greenwich Village, West Village, where say you're playing an early set, you have a break in between, and you're gonna play a later set at another club, usually like a jazz club, or maybe it was like an R&B thing, or a fusion thing, or something not metal necessarily. Like you wouldn't club date metal shows. Like metal shows you're going to Vitus, you're going to Lemore's, you're going to Continental, you're going to Don Hill's. It's a night. You're not bouncing around from different clubs because that means you got to do that with your gear, and no one's doing that.
Yeah,
not
especially
when
as a drummer.
Yeah,
So
you're
that-
not
are
just
those-
doing that.
are those in
But for
close
jazz
proximity?
stuff, it was.
Are those close proximity? Are those all
What?
close proximity to all
Oh,
those
most of
venues
those
you-
places, all those venues are gone. Like,
I mean,
I don't think.
I mean, when they're around though. I mean, because Vitus was like COVID took that out, right? Did it come back? I was hearing like these.
No, Vitus is not coming back. That's the rumor that I heard from people that I don't know how true this is, because again, I mean, I didn't ask the guys who own Vitus, but they want to try to reopen in a new location, but that particular location, I don't think they're going to open back there anytime soon. And it's really unfortunate what happened with that, at least the little bit of it that I understand, because the guy who whistle blew that place was a patron. It was somebody who went there regularly and decided to whistleblow the place, and then didn't know that there was some other shit that was going on with the building that when they did the inspection, it was like, oh, well, yeah, sorry guys, we got to shut this down for a little bit until you get this all sorted. So now a lot of shows are
it's
being
all
diverted to other venues.
It's all
Oh,
speculation,
man.
but what did they get whistleblown for?
Some sort of violations. I don't want to speak
permit
out of
stuff.
hearsay.
Yeah,
But it was like some sort of just like building code shit and violation
The
code
pound
shit that
thing.
I'm.
That's why I asked. Dude, Joel knows why I'm asking.
What was weird though is
Yeah.
that they shut down the place mid-show, and usually the fire department isn't gonna like come in at like 9:30 at night and shut down a place unless there's an emergency. So again, there's stuff about it that I don't know because I wasn't in town and I wasn't involved in this whole thing, but
Yeah.
it was really shitty because it
That sucks.
again, like in as long as I've been in New York now, which is about 24 years, so not a long time, but
That's pretty long.
there's
That's
never really after Lemore's was shut down, like because originally that was in Staten Island, and you also had
Mhm.
Knitting Factory going on in the city. That would these were venues that you can go to, and then after that, Lemore's moved to Brooklyn, which eventually down the road, way down the road, Knitting Factory would take over that same location, which now is also gone. But for metal and heavy music, there wasn't really a home base like a Village Vanguard, like a 55 bar, like a place where it's like that when you go there, you're seeing the best of the best that the city has to offer. Bands that are on tour are coming through, they're booking their shows there. There wasn't really a place for that unless you were willing to play like a local venue, which again can have a great show, but we're talking about a local venue. Maybe you could fit 100 people in there max because it's a small club, or you're playing like a big fucking theater where you got to be with Ticketmaster, or you got to be on some big tour. You got to be. So there was no middle ground for just regular touring bands and really good local headliners. For a long time, there wasn't a place, and then St. Vitus came along.
The downtime? Sorry.
Oh, the
downtime.
Jesus. Yeah. That place didn't
Downtime?
last very long.
That was a decent sized place, though.
We played a low line. It was like
but
down. That probably didn't last, right?
No,
it probably was.
Again, a lot of those other clubs I mentioned, they haven't been around for years. Don Hill's has been gone for a while.
A blip. I'm talking about a blip, I guess. Yeah.
It's part of the problem with New York real estate is it's really tough, and a lot of it's super expensive, and it's really hard for a lot of things to survive that are insolvent. So the fact that St. Vitus was going as long as it was going was huge. I mean, the fact that major artists would want to do shows there, or even just like secret shows there. Like if you were a local headliner that can draw more than 100 people just with your own band, plus have a couple other, direct support and an opening band, all of a sudden you got 200 plus people there. There wasn't a lot of venues for heavy music that could handle that in the city. So to lose that, it's a huge blow.
It's a gold mine for you guys. I remember actually shout out to RIP. One of my good friends, Trevor Sternad from Black Dahlia, but I remember him talking about like one of the cooler shows was seeing you guys at St. Vitus. Like he was like talking about, he's like, dude, fucking, and it was like probably maybe 6 to 12 months before he passed, but like he was like, that was like seeing them there. He was like having him explain it was like, damn, that's like just knowing how important that venue was to him, and I've known him for 10, 15 years, 20 years, but like seeing how him describe that venue, because he's from a Michigan guy, so like seeing him like move down there and then explain St. Vitus to me, I'm like, fuck, that sounds awesome. It sounds like their pound, like a pound, a pound. The Pound in San Francisco was our spot.
That was our spot,
where it had like all the like the bands that were like in the they were never throwing like bands that was like, oh, that band's playing. It's always like, oh shit, who's playing next there? It's playing Deeds of Flesh. It's like all the bands that
250 max, but there'd be 300 plus people.
And it was ran by the Hells Angels. It's a little rough, but
it was still safe. I still looked at it as like a safe, like sanctuary type deal. Like once I was inside those walls, I was safe for the night, and I just was free to experience everything that happened, whether it be friendships that were either made or rekindled from the last show, and then
we take a lot of it for granted too. Like going to a show there, you take a lot of it for granted now. Like going to those shows, like the last show you went to was like, oh, let's go to the Pound, whatever, let's go. And like it was so much fun. And then all of a sudden it's gone. And you're like,
dude, the food
yeah.
was terrible there, but I would love to eat some of those
Go to
onion
Taco Bell.
rings right now, dude. You know?
Yeah. I mean, especially when a place becomes a home for a certain kind of music and a hub, it's
100%.
precious. I mean, like we lost St. Vitus and 55 Bar in one fell swoop, you know, and whether you're talking about like, you know, especially a place like 55 Bar, maybe not necessarily for heavy music, but when you're talking about like for fusion and funk and blues and jazz and a lot of like the music, like you wouldn't have what we know to be the Wayne Krantz Trio wouldn't be a thing if it wasn't for 55 Bar, right? Like this place was a powerful
Legendary,
club for us.
yeah.
Legendary fucking place. And, you know, and especially like for me personally too, like 55 and Vitus are both venues where I cut my teeth with different bands and different eras of my musical career. So it's just like, you know, to lose that, it's a heavy blow. I mean, personally, it's actually a financial blow because it's like, oh, these are places I would play at if not monthly or weekly.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like, so
Yeah.
like, and I'm just one of thousands of musicians that this affects in this town, where it's like you built your reputation off playing places like this. But again, for Vitus, it's heavy. It's really heavy because it's like finally, after all these years, there's a hub. You know, like I think Ian just wrote, like he was talking about CB's. Like I was lucky enough that I got to play CB's right before they closed with a rock band, and it was actually that was my introduction to Bad Brains, was that show because they were playing Bad Brains in between the bands. And check this out, I had no idea who they were. Did not know what Bad Brains was. Had no fucking clue. And the sound man who I ended up becoming friends with over the years, because he was like a local sound man, did a lot of sound for a lot of the rock and metal shows at different clubs in the city. He looked at me, you know, because he really liked our band. He was giving us a compliment. And I just happened to be like, oh, hey, man, who have you been listening to, man? This shit is great. And he just looked at me like, are you fucking kidding me? And he was like, listen, kid, up the street, there's a record store. This band is called Bad Brains. Buy every CD you see there and just have a nice night. Like,
that's cool.
And
they give you like advice.
He gave me great advice.
He's all, go do this. Yeah.
He gave me great advice because I was like,
cool.
oh God, this is, and then, you know, again, this is all part of like the cracking open that egg of getting out of the like institutionalized music world and getting into rock, and I mean, getting into metal and getting into like more hardcore shit and heavier stuff and accepting it and hearing it and liking it, not just like,
how great are those treasures, dude? Just another human giving you this thing like, oh, you haven't been exposed to this yet, dude? Here is a fucking treasure.
Yeah, they're not being like fuck off
and the key.
Fuck off. They're not like giving you that. They're going like, all right, here's the keys. And you're like, all right, well, take these keys. I'll take this jewel and open the box like a video game. It's like, all right, I'll open this box and here's the treasure, and I'll go listen to it. It's like it turns into one of those things. That's actually really cool. Usually it was like gatekeeping kind of an art area, kind of. But it'd be like, oh, dude, they don't even know about. I remember like touring with Born Over Osiris. It's like a humongous band. It was like with Animals as Leaders was there too with us. But I remember we were like all in the backstage area, and the bass player was like, I've never heard Cannibal Corpse or Deicide. And we were all we were like playing House of Blues in Vegas or something, like a huge venue. And playing like with death metal bands. Suffocation was, all these like death metal bands were there. And I'm like, you've never like, I was like trying to be like really nice, be like you're playing this show or with this band, you've never heard of them? And he's like, no, never even. I was like, whoa! But it was intriguing to me at the point. Like,
did you show him Deicide right there?
Well, yeah, I showed him. You know, I gave him a couple songs. Like, he's like, dude, it's on a little speaker. He's like, all right,
I would actually be super stoked to be like, I'm gonna witness this other person's first introduction to
Well, he was already like, I think there was like bigger bands back there too, and like they heard him say that, and they were kind of like maybe being a little mean, or like or just not mean, but just kind of like, what the fuck you talking about, you know, like kind of that thing.
And they could have been trolling you that whole time.
And he was kind of just going like shit, and I was like, it's all good. That's crazy,
I
but that's
mean,
all good, you know.
I can imagine it. That I mean, again, it's like I've seen this now that Imperial's doing more bigger metal
Mhm.
things and other festivals, but you know, like in jazz, it's the magazines and the festivals.
Mhm.
They are the gatekeepers.
Yeah.
They control everything. The industry controls everything. They determine who's going to be the new it thing. They determine who's legit and who's not. It's usually not the musicians. It's always the industry. In metal, I've seen that within a certain generation and dynamic of people, it's actually the people who make the music who gatekeep the most. And again, I
Mhm.
always think it's part of that thing where there isn't this sense of lineage and mentorship and this thing, because again, it's like, right, like jazz is like you're part of a scene of musicians, and especially like New York's jazz scene is very much like a skyscraper where every floor it's its own version of Brooklyn jazz or New York jazz or whatever the fuck, but it's all the same musicians from the same fucking square mile radius. It's not
Right.
Yeah.
it's not like, it's just like, okay, well, these are the people. It's like they kind of clump together and they kind of clump together and they kind of clump together, but everyone's kind of aware of each other, and you know, people aren't shitting on each other because, oh, well, they're a little too avant-garde and they're a little too straight ahead. But in
So
metal,
yeah.
like people will kind of like, oh, well, they're like that deathcore crap, or oh, that's that old
Yeah,
school
yeah.
shit, and it's like they separate themselves even though they're of the same family. They're making the
Yeah.
same music, they're playing the same shows, the same festivals,
Yeah.
and people
Yeah.
have to then rep like who's the realest motherfucker and who's the poser, and
There's
people
a
are
lot more
posers,
ego.
There's
and it's sort of
multiple
like
different
seeing
facets
that.
to that. Yeah. I would say
Yeah,
that I've
and
seen that a million times, and I would see so like there's two different things that I picked up from that. So one is with jazz, there's kind of like a structure in the way you do things. Like even though you can go outside the box a little bit, it's still kind of like the way you can't go like in the middle of jazz, but like you can't like growl in jazz. There's certain things
oh,
you
it's
can't do
changing.
in jazz.
Oh, it's
I know
Yeah,
now
changing.
you
it's changing.
definitely
That's what
do,
I'm saying.
dude.
There's two different parts to it. So the first one is, so it's kind of like it's got its box a little bit, even though it's going outside the box of regular music. It's still got its like a scene box, as much as I can not describe it correctly. But then metal is kind of like whatever's crazier. It's more like freedom. Like you can do more, but then when you have more freedom of to do whatever you want to do, people are going to be like, "Well, that sucks." No, like with not any reason behind why it sucks. It's kind of like
They're just gonna
that's
just judge it off the
it.
bat.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's like, well, it's
there's a
different.
lot of
And
that. I see
it's
it.
like self-conscious about, so I'm nervous, so I don't like it. It's they're doing too well. They played that big show and I don't like it. You know, it's kind of like more of
Yeah,
that
It's a weird
style.
it's a weird driving force to you're explaining why there's so many slices of the extreme metal pie, dude, because
Well,
everybody's
now there
trying
is.
to be
I get what
unique.
you're saying.
Everybody's trying to do the
Yeah.
unique thing, but it's also driven by the fans as well, and people listen enough to where things need to be split off even more, and then the fans get more specific with what they need, so they have their opinions, but it really is just expression, dude. Like we need to just go back to the basics of expression. Look,
Yeah,
it
it's
doesn't matter.
popularity for a lot of those bands are
And
number
I'm
one
not the type
driving
at
factor.
all to I've never ever I would never comment on somebody's video and be like, this is not how I like music, and I'm going to tell you why I like your music is not like what I think music is.
Yeah.
That's literally
Yeah.
what those comments
I'll
are.
comment in my
And
head, be like, oh, like for certain musicians or music, I'll be like, oh, that's exactly the same as this other band. Like in my head, I'll be like,
Yeah.
oh, I'll do that in my head. I'm not gonna be like, what the fuck are you doing? But I'll be like, oh,
I
that's
had an
complete copy.
abrasive negative experience while listening to your interpretations of your music, and now I have to tell you about it.
No, that's deeper. Yeah, it's deeper.
Yeah, it's
Like,
it. I mean, you know, and for me, it's kind of fascinating to watch this and kind of see it happen, because again,
bet.
it's not a lot of musicians that I see do it, but I do notice that there are moments where the musicians themselves will gatekeep. Like I was saying
Yeah.
before, it's like
Yeah.
whereas like in jazz, it's musicians aren't gatekeeping each other. They're you know, I mean, when I first moved to
Well,
New
it's
York, I used to
science-driven.
describe the jazz scene as like there's a table where a meal has clearly been finished and there
Yeah.
are scraps left at this table, and the dogs have come to just lick at whatever scraps have left because the
Mhm.
legacy days are over, right?
Yep.
Like especially once like the Marsalis thing happened and the global jazz scene became about finding the next young lions, the next young generation of jazz musicians who are going to catapult the music to the stratosphere, right? Like
Yeah.
once that became part of like how festivals book their festivals and how labels find their artists,
Yeah.
and how colleges, how jazz was taught in school, which has had a gross negative of impact on a lot of people.
How so? How so?
Well, I mean, metal,
In
right, is
summary.
it
Yeah.
like metal, rock, blues, these aren't institutionalized musics, meaning that you don't go to school to study them.
Yeah, it's scholastic.
Right.
Yeah.
And jazz used to also be a non-institutionalized music, even though many of the musicians who pervade it were institutionalized musicians because they studied classical, they went to school, they got degrees, or they at least did a couple of years of university or conservatory somewhere studying the greats, studying classical. But jazz was largely a folk music. It was a people's music. It's American folk music, the way we call Americana folk music. You know, it's a people's music. It's an expression of a time and a place and a group of people that came together to make this thing. Like metal, like rock. These aren't things you have to go to school to learn, but once it became this thing that jazz has to be something you have to go to school and you have to go to one of these major institutions,
Standard. Yeah.
and you have to get recognized by these certain faculty or these certain industries, that then created this system where then labels and festivals, and which is really the only way you can tour in jazz is through the festival circuit. You know, at least with metal, you can terrestrially tour, but terrestrially touring for jazz is like pretty much non-existent. A tour in jazz is like you
It'd be
did 3 or
fusion.
5
Fusion,
well, I mean, what I mean,
do
it's like
that.
you're doing like 3 to 5 shows max.
Yeah.
Unless you're like Pat Metheny, where you're so big, you're going to do 200 to 300 dates out of the year because you're that fucking big. But again, he's he's part of the industry at this point. He's
do you think
a
that
mainstay.
do you think that it can't? They kind of not stole the structure, but kind of took the structure from classical music, kind of like all right,
absolutely. I mean,
Yeah,
that's why a lot of, especially when you look at places like Europe and the US, a lot of the booking agencies, let's say, that have been traditionally involved in booking jazz concerts, and very much so in Europe, they're also involved with a lot of classical music. You know, so again, it's borrowing
This is
from
how it
that
works.
sort of
This is how it works. This
patronage
is the
system.
steps you take. Yeah. This is the steps you take to get to
Yes.
this spot. Yeah.
Whereas like metal and rock, right? It's like start a band, start playing shows. It's a lot of DIY. You're on your own. And while there is a machine, there is an industry that's informing all this stuff. And you have to learn how to navigate this business if you want to get beyond just your own independent DIY means.
Yeah.
You're still doing it together with your friends or colleagues or just people you met, you know, on a message board, or you put a flyer up and somebody took a piece of paper and called you and you got together and jammed, right? It's a different kind of methodology of
You found the river, and then you build the raft, and then you see how long
Yeah.
the raft is going
Wherever river it is, you just build the
But you realize that shit gets pretty rough in certain areas, and maybe your raft wasn't built as strong, and then it breaks, and then you end up out of the river, and you're like, wait, I can do it again. I know what I
jazz
need
you
to
can
do.
be scholastically scoffed at. You can be scholastically like, nope, that's not what we're doing here. You know, it's kind of like it's more of like
that I know. I went through a lot of that. You know,
that's not what you do.
When you go through undergrad and you have purple hair and piercings all over your face, people will question your legitimacy as a musician.
Yeah.
And I'm happy to say that nowadays that's changed a lot.
Yeah, it's opened up.
It's changed a lot.
The freedom of people sharing music and getting into other music, right? Do you think that's? I mean,
just
taking
like
it back
being,
to
being able to look like themselves and still play great jazz. You know,
Yeah.
like when I was coming up, it was kind of a mistake to have a lip ring and a nose ring and dyeing my hair, because certain musicians were fine with it, but then certain faculty were like, there's no way this guy can be legit. He looks like a clown.
Yeah. And
Jesus.
You know,
that
and the thing
always
is,
kinda,
like, it, you know, and when you think about now, like, you know, a guy like Mono Neon wouldn't have been able to exist in 1998 in the jazz
Mhm.
scene.
Mhm.
Now he can exist and he can thrive, and his talent can be recognized and appreciated because society has at least slightly changed, and the industry had to go, okay, you know what? We're not going to call this fusion, but fusion
Yeah.
is back in. Because when
So
I
the
was in
that
school too,
checkbox
if you
got
liked fusion,
erased.
you were
Yeah.
not considered a real musician.
Yeah, it's that checkbox got
And
erased. That checkbox of like, okay, so sound like this and also look like this. Like that look like this checkbox got kind of
yeah.
wiped
Oh
out. It's
yeah,
like,
you know,
yeah.
like we used to crack jokes about it with, like, you know, the Kangol hat or the
Mhm.
pork pie. And then later on, it was like there was a period in like jazz where it's like recently, like especially not just in New York, but in a lot of big cities where everyone was back to like the pinstripe suits, the
Mhm.
fucking the like like the not bowler hat, but the, you know, this kind of like fedora type of hat. Like
Fedora,
everyone was
yeah,
kind
yeah.
of like doing
Yeah.
this sort of look like they're back in the 40s and 50s, and they're even playing like Ben Webster and like kind of this
Mhm, mhm.
older jazz sound, even though everything they were doing up until a certain point was more modern. But it was kind of the Zoot Suit Riot.
Sorry, that was a good one.
Yes. But you know, it was part of this trend that was happening. And again, it was
Mhm.
people just trying to find something, right? You know, so you can't fault anyone for just expressing themselves, but that was like, oh, that was like the furthest things could get. For a long time, it's like you had to look clean cut and just look like a normal person and play a certain type of way. And if you played fusion, you were jive because you played fusion because you couldn't swing. It's sort of like how in the 80s certain musicians in the jazz scene made fun of gospel musicians. Now everyone is eating their own words, because
Yeah,
now,
gospel
like,
pop,
if you were a gospel musician in the last 20, 30 years, now
Yeah.
your talent is finally recognized in the secular world. But
Yeah.
before that, it was kind of like, oh, there's the Christian musicians, the gospel guys, and then there's everybody else. And
Yeah.
it's
Dude,
also the
hearing
same
that,
time period where they made fun of Broadway musicians, and then all the clubs started closing, and then everyone's like, oh, I'm trying to get this Broadway gig. It's like, well, remember when you made fun of guys for being Broadway
yeah.
musicians? You think they're
Yeah.
gonna let you in now? No, of course not. So
Yeah.
it's
100%.
you know, it's
I can't when you said if you do fusion it's because you can't swing. I don't do either of those, but I took it, like stabbed me to be like, fuck, I don't know how to swing, dude.
I
I
don't
really
either.
wish I knew how to swing just from that
it,
statement.
it's not hard though, you know, and that's the thing. The people who are saying that were saying that because it's the same thing that happened in the 70s, right? Like when you know, when you think about like Weather Report and
Mhm.
Mahavishnu and Return to Forever and all
Mhm.
these like amazing Tony Williams Lifetime, like we mentioned them
Yep.
earlier, like all these incredible bands that existed. Straight ahead jazz took a back seat to all that because it wasn't part of the new hip young thing, right? Like, you know, even Miles went electric, Miles went totally fusion. You know, Herbie
Yeah.
Hancock started doing like some of the greatest funk records you ever heard. You know, and
Mhm.
even though these were like legitimate straight ahead musicians who, you know, powerful musicians in these fields, they
Right.
had switched and they left a whole community of straight ahead cats kind of like holding the bag, going, nobody's interested in this music as much as they were in the 60s or the 50s or the 40s, and they're kind of left going like, well,
Yeah.
what do I do with this? Because
Yeah.
you know, the attention was more on, like, you know, we were talking about like fusion bands were playing big ass fucking shows, and so now when you see something like Thundercat, right,
Mhm.
and
Yep.
he's playing these big ass fucking shows, or Nowhere's going on tour with Red Hot Chili Peppers, they're playing these big ass shows, and yes, I get that Nowhere's more of a pop group, but they're clearly educated in jazz, like
Yeah,
very
yeah.
obviously, and they get some amazing guys like Dave Binney and Tim LaFave and all these bad motherfuckers to do their gig. You know, we're back in that place again where like fusion, which is just like, hey, we're jazz musicians that are into all this other shit, and we want to do that too. We don't just want to sound like we're playing in Duke Ellington's big band the whole fucking time.
Yep.
Mhm.
We're now in a place again where it's like that can exist, and that is now getting booked, and it's thriving, that kind of music. But straight ahead jazz is also thriving too. They're both moving forward. It's not like one is undoing the other,
No.
and which is kind of a positive change. And again, I think a lot of that's because the younger audiences, they're younger folks from my experience, they're just not interested in gatekeeping, whether they're guys at new school right now studying jazz or just people you meet at shows. Like, I mean, especially now, even at Imperial shows, I meet tons of folks who are into all this like legit, like, oh, that's like underground fucking jazz, but you are into this shit. Like, you really
Right.
are. I mean, even like fucking like Dave Davidson the other day, like posted a picture of him like posing with Ben Monder, and
That's right.
and
Yeah.
and it's just sort of like, like that's kind of the era we're in. I mean, Lombardo will still do shows with Zorn with Blade Runner, right? Like that's sort of the era we're in, and it's like it's appealing to younger folks. I mean,
I
Zorn
feel. Yeah.
is a
The
kind of guy.
musicians were always
Go
doing that. The musicians were always
Right.
doing that, because what we're mentioning right now, I mean, 2 decades ago, we were listening to Zappa, Zorn, and all these jazz musicians and all that crazy. But I think the fans are catching up to that too, and starting to branch out more and come from jazz and find an Imperial Triumphant. I think that the digging through the rabbit holes is now more of a mainstream thing. People are trying to
Yeah.
find a very specific connection with things, and the internet being a much easier way to dig,
To me, it's
True.
a learned behavior that I actually had to identify and get over, which is, you have people that want to show you stuff, and you have to either go like it's good or it sucks, and if you say it sucks, then it's a big deal, and blah blah.
Yeah.
Or, there's that stuff, and then you show stuff to them. You show your stuff or just stuff that you're into to those same people, and they're not giving it the time of day. And I always notice to myself, like when people send me music, like, "Hey, check this out." Like I'll be like, "All right, I'll sit down and check this out and give you my honest opinion," because
Yeah.
it turned
You
into this
didn't want to
like
be
this
that
like
guy.
exchange of friends and people going like, "Hey, check this out," constantly, or no, check this out. It kind of that's where
Yeah.
like kind of things get weird, and I was
Yeah.
like had to actually like adjust my brain to be like, because my brain didn't want to listen to it stuff that people were sending to me. My
Well,
brain
you
was
were
like,
mid-20s. Your
yeah,
ego's a lot more
and I had to like
dense.
rewire myself, like stop, go listen to it, like just listen
Yeah.
to it, like stop being these gatekeeping parts of your brain are going like, don't, that's not going to be worth it, don't, it's probably not that good, he doesn't even like this band, so why even listen to this, you know what I mean? My brain would like take all these like kinds of like information and be like, and I had to just take a deep breath and be like, all right, I'll listen to it, and like, and I would give them my honest feedback, like I would listen to a full few songs of it, be like, all right, that's fucking sick, I like this. And I've learned to appreciate, like if I get brought to a genre of music concert that I'm not into, I always zone in on something I'm going to be like interested in, like their equipment maybe, or is it going to be like their cleanness and playing chords, and like they're doing like really clean chords, and if they fuck up one chord, I'm going to be like, ooh, I can tell, don't fuck that up, like there's certain things that I like will latch on, even if it's a genre that I'm not into, that I will find something to
Yeah.
be like impressed with, like, and it's not something I'm gonna go home and like go start looking it up and stuff, but I'm gonna find something that's like, all right, I appreciate you showing this to me, this is cool, I like this, like, and
Totally.
in my own way. But it's not like when you get those friends that are kind of, the gatekeeping thing is it's kind of like a thing a lot of people deal with. And it's funny because there's reaction videos nowadays to things, and I feel like reaction videos are for the people that you want to show someone something, but they don't react correctly, and you're like, but then you see the guy like reacting to something that you like, and you're like, see, that's what
He
it's kind of like
reacted the proper way. Yeah. No,
yeah, it's kind of like I do feel like that's where I'm trying to like understand the psychology behind the reaction video, and I think it's kind of like, like people that didn't react to the things that you showed them correctly, but this guy's like going like, what, whoa, and you're
If
sitting
nobody,
there going
or
like,
if you show somebody a video and they didn't laugh immediately like you did, then you're like, wait, Is
You
my
didn't perceive
humor
this the
not
same as me?
valid right now?
You didn't
Like,
perceive this as we're two different
I
people,
mean,
but you didn't perceive this as the same.
it's always a fascinating thing with like these sort of like reaction kind of videos, even if it's coming
Yeah.
from someone that you know is like, say, an expert in whatever the thing they're
Mhm, mhm.
reacting to. There is something a bit pornographic about it in nature,
Yeah.
and I don't mean
it
in a
is.
sexual way, but like
No,
in the sense
It
it's
hits the
like
same part of the brain.
this used to be an experience that was either shared as an individual alone, or like you were talking about, it's like, I'm showing this cat this record, we're sitting there together listening. It's
Mhm,
just the two
mhm.
of you. There isn't a camera, there isn't a bunch of Bamas on, it's sitting somewhere in the world looking at a screen observing this behavior. And
Right.
that's something that I've because even there was a guy that did a reaction video to, I think, like a live gig of us at Vitus.
Okay.
Oh, shit.
I remember like somebody tagged me in it, so I shared it on Facebook and just figure like, oh hey, this guy's reacting to, and then
Was he like this?
finally,
He was like, whoa.
and then yeah, well, kind of. I mean, he
Yeah.
seemed kind of impressed, but he also seemed kind of not, which is fine.
Yeah, yeah. It's fine. Yeah, it's
you
like human experience.
yeah,
I mean, kind of, unless it's for views. Yeah.
well, I mean, it's somebody's opinion of what I do who doesn't.
And side note, before
know.
that, if he knew your band, if he didn't know your band, there's no way that I would like to meet the one human being that listens to Imperial Triumphant for the first time and goes, I get it. It's not gonna, like, there's 8 billion of us. Do you think there's one human being on this planet that's living today that if we showed them Imperial Triumphant, they'd be like, totally get it, dude? For the first time?
I mean,
absolutely not.
It's
dude.
amazing.
I can think of I think there's a handful of people, only because we have a couple of fans here in town, like some like there's a couple of notable like jazz musicians who are like, these are like people that whenever they make a record, I'm buying it and I'm listening to it and just being like, God, I wish I played with this person. And those cats, I would, if anyone, guys like that, I would think would be like, again, like Zorn. Like I remember one time he heard Alphaville and he commented particularly on a song that I wrote that he had no idea I wrote it. And then I was explaining to him like, no, I wrote that song. He's like, so you wrote the drum parts? I'm like, no, John, I wrote the song. It's my composition. I wrote charts. We had no time to rehearse the fucking song, so it was a fucking nightmare to record. We had because Imperial, we do everything live. We've always done like the core rhythm section. We do everything together. It's all full takes of everybody playing together. So let's say if one drum pass wasn't great or one bass pass wasn't great, we have to then it has to be a chunk where it's the take of the three of us playing, and then Zach overdubs his other guitars on top. But every once in a while we have a situation where it's like, well, we have a song for the record, we didn't get to rehearse it, there wasn't enough time to practice it, so we have to read the charts. And this one particular song was one of those songs where all three of us are reading charts to record the song, and he loved it. He loved that song. He thought it was great, and I was just like,
which track was that?
City Swine.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, like a lot of our songs mostly are group written either through jams, or it's like Zach and Steve will work on something and then we all work on it together. But like Alphaville has like the title track Alphaville, that's 100% Steve. He completely wrote that, everything, and including the drum parts. Like I learned his drum parts. He actually writes amazing fucking drum parts. I gotta say, like I love the way he writes for drums is awesome. So that one is his. Rod of Futures, that's 100% Steve. No band input. We just learned what he wrote, and including the drum parts. Like he wrote that drum part. So but yeah, like City Swine and Swarming Opulence are songs that I wrote.
I just feel so happy hearing all this right now. I'm just like I'm just so giddy. It's just all the things I want to hear about this stuff. Because Alphaville is such a great album, dude, and I had a big connection with it, and hearing the process is just enhancing it so much more for me right now,
Right on. I mean, Alphaville is a huge one for us. I mean, like Vile Luxury was like kind of like our first full length to do this thing as the trio without like you know, it was just us. No, like it wasn't like a double band thing like it kind of was leading up until that point.
Previous, yeah.
But then like for us, like Alphaville was like a big one. Like, you know, I mean, like a lot of those songs we still have on rotation or just still love, and it like the way people reacted to that record, you know, was like really special for us. Like, and especially at that point to have like Century Media backing us up on it, where it's like we're such a tiny little fucking fish in their pond making this like weirdo pseudo outsider music, and yet
Mhm.
they really loved it and they still are really supporting us in it. You know, up until that point I was always very much like, you know, major labels will find every way to fuck you over. Because that's
Yeah.
just, you know, especially having been a sideman musician, worked freelance for many years, worked with artists who were on bigger labels, whether it was in jazz music or world music or R&B or these other styles of music. I saw what kind of contracts these people had to sign, and it's like how much rights to their own creation they were signing away
It's wild,
just
dude.
to be part of a roster to get themselves out in front of more people.
Big or small label, no matter who you are as the artist, you're the least amount paid out
Yeah.
of that contract.
I mean, it does tend to be that way, but it's not impossible to like protect yourself. And what you end up finding is that more often than not, out of a lack of understanding or
Mhm.
proper representation or just experience and savviness, people sign away their rights. Like
Yeah.
360 deals would have never happened if bands who were being offered that said, you know what, that's not going to work for us. We will
Yeah.
agree to this. You can keep this mechanicals for X amount of years. You can keep these royalties for X amount of years. But once this is done, we recollect on that. That's now ours after the statute of limitations. Bands didn't know that you could say no to a label. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, but
I
could you?
mean,
But could you though? Could you? Like, could you?
Yeah.
Would they still say yes if you said if you push back on that? That's the
if
only
they
thing.
want you,
Yeah, if
they
they
will
really want you.
negotiate. And
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
the
Yeah.
thing. Like a lot of labels, right? Like
Mhm.
you can sign a certain percentage of bands, they could totally fail, and that's fine because you can write that failure off as a loss. It doesn't
Yeah.
matter that for that band, that was their life's work, that was their dream, that was their baby. They poured their heart and souls into it. If it fails, it fails. I mean, when Linkin Park got signed, that same label, I'm not going to name their name, signed other bands that sounded like Linkin Park, but they marketed them to areas where Linkin Park wasn't popular. They had them
Yeah.
playing in areas where Linkin Park kind of music was not viable. So those bands failed.
Yeah.
But they can be written off as a loss. And
Oh,
it
yeah, yeah.
removes the competition away from Linkin Park. And I use them
Yeah.
as an example because they were super huge. And I just, again, I'm trying to avoid names to not get anyone in trouble.
Well, I've heard
But this is
Slipknot
like a thing.
Like same thing with Slipknot. They were like they got Sony or something hired or signed them or was gonna sign them, and they did a showcase for in Las Vegas with other bands, and then they saw in front of the executives of Sony they were like fuck no, we're not signing this band, like fuck that, like this is like an embarrassment to music or whatever, like this is like we're not doing this. And then a year later they went they went platinum on Roadrunner or something a year later, and they sent them like they said like they sent like black, I just saw this on like a reel or some sort of video. They sent them black roses with like from Slipknot, the failure to music. Like it's
Yeah,
like, you
well-
know, it's like certain but like the executives get involved and stuff, and it's just kind of like whatever they think. And I think back in the day, like you talk about, you know, going back to Zappa a little bit, they were willing to take risks on bands that like nowadays, like you see it with movies. Like movies is like, let's do the remake of this one that was successful, and because the investors that pay in will get their money back. It's not like there's no more risk taking. It's more like, hey, let's go ahead and be like make sure that our people get our money back, and let's not do anything creative.
What was
You know?
what
I mean,
was the
it was easier to take risks back then when
Yeah,
it wasn't
now
your
it's-
money to take risks with, you know, because
Yeah.
I mean, for a long time, especially in the US, going back for decades and kind of ending around the 90s, let's say like just before Napster, you had a lot of like, you know, for lack of a better word, like deep state money in the music
Mhm.
industry and film industry. You had a lot of mafia money in the film and
Yeah.
music industries.
Yeah.
So when it's not your money to play around with,
Then you gotta
and
do safe
the
stuff.
notion of music business is a novel business model. because music business up until say the 21st century, right? What do you have? You have like religious music from patronage, where you have like your famous composers and they're working for the church, or they're working for a king, or they're composing for whomever, but it's Bach and it's Beethoven, it's whomever. Or it's just folk music that's just played in taverns and bars, and it's not a worldwide global entertainment industry megacorp thing, right? Like what it became. It was easier to like kind of take risks on things because everything was new. Jazz was new, fusion was new, rock was new, blues was new.
Right.
Now we're a few decades into all these styles of music, all these industries, all these genres.
risk is
They've
higher.
been existing. And
Yeah.
so now when you have an investor class that has to recoup on their expenditure, not these entities that need to launder money and just get it out of their system. So like, hey, here you go.
Oh,
make
yeah,
all make all the craziest movies you want. Oh,
Yeah.
Alan Holdsworth. Yeah,
Yeah.
get it going, right? It's just a little bit easier when you're not paying the bill. Now that labels have to pay the bill, now that labels have to recoup on all this shit, and the industry is more global, there's more costs, there's more competition, there's more artists, there's more bands, there's more X, Y, and Z. And now you're making less on radio play, you're making less on physical sales.
Yeah.
People got stingier, people got tighter, they got greedier. And especially now,
dude.
like, I mean, it seems like in every industry, no matter what it is, like, it seems like the most sociopathic amongst the human beings are the ones in charge of most industries. So they're not going to care about like maintaining the quality of a service or a product, or maintaining the people that are creating the thing for them. They have to infinite growth as a state of nature, right? This is something that people now believe, that infinite growth is a state of nature, because trees are in space right now because they just grow infinitely, right? The trees just grow forever.
Forever,
The
dude.
ocean is expanded and it's reaching. No, right? Things are finite, but there's a whole world full of people who are in charge right now that think that infinite growth and infinite wealth is their God-given right. And it's
because that's a
disease.
year by year mentality, because we only are here for 8 to 10 decades if you're lucky.
Yeah.
And so the year by year growth is what they're talking about. Infinite
And
growth
the
means,
financial
it
people
grew
are
all my life and then you die.
financial people are one-upping their grandfathers, they're one-upping their fathers. It's like that's their metal, that's their death metal, trying to be like, we're gonna be crazier. Like, we're gonna be like more avant-garde with money, dude. We're gonna try to like get it like over here and like get like weird, like weird stuff involved in it. It's like but it's like that's their death metal, that's their underground avant-garde or rock or metal or whatever. It's like their jazz. It's like they're that's what they're focused on. And in that mixing and clashing with music is just kind of, obviously we're seeing the side effects of musicians struggling heavily from just 10 or 0.0001 cent streams and stuff like that. And actually I'm helping put doing my fiance. Jesus, we just got married. My wife, her aunt passed away, so we're doing a funeral tomorrow, and I'm like in charge of the slideshow and music and all these things tomorrow.
Damn, there's so much emotion involved in what you were just saying, dude.
No, I know, but the thing is, we have to do like the music tomorrow and like have music playing, and there's a playlist that she put in her and before she passed, to like what she wanted to have playing during the time. But you can't fucking like even buy it to download it now. It's like, I was like, can I just buy the songs? Like, I'll give you like $100. Like, there's like 16 songs here. Can I just give you $100 and have these locally on my device?
Obscure song that wasn't on any streamer.
No, it's like fucking Amazing Grace and like really popular. Like, it's like stuff. She's an older lady.
Common
she
music.
wants to hear her songs. Yeah, common music. She wants to hear. This is the song she wanted to have her friends and family listen to at her funeral. And I'm like, all right. How do you pay for download music now? Like, how do you give artists money directly just to have it locally as an MP3? And they're like, it's hard. It's like hard to do that now because it's all like streaming. And I was like,
gatekeepers, bro. Gatekeepers.
I know, because they're worried that you'll share it. So it was like they're worried that you'll take it and share it and stuff. And I was like, dude, because this place doesn't have like Wi-Fi, I just want to make sure I have all the songs there. Like that's my main thing. I want to have the songs so they play. And they're like, oh, you can't There's no more downloading of music. You can only stream and be measured in that capacity now, or just have 50 CDs and play one song off each CD. And I was like going like, damn, it's crazy. Completely blew my mind. I couldn't download a song. I was like, just to have it like on my computer locally, so I know that it will work for the funeral. I was like, it's like a mind bending business now. It's like you can't even Napster it now. it's like insane. I mean, you can, but I don't want to do that with my work computer.
You're scared of it now.
I mean, it's all part of like owning nothing and being happy about that.
Yeah,
Like they keep telling us like, hey, you're not going to own anything anymore, and you're going to love it. You're going to be so relieved to not be burdened by ownership.
Yeah, it's like we'll scream the song from our second story building to you, but you can't have it. Like, why would you? Yeah. Why do you want that song to listen to that you paid for? It's like,
I mean, it's like any of these video games. It's like you're not buying a video game. You're paying them full price or premium price so that you can have access to a license that at any given point, for any fucking reason, either the developer or the publisher or the game system you're using can just go, no.
Yeah.
That's it.
Right.
It's like you got the basic video game. Do you want the weapons of the video game? Okay, that's another $40. Or do you want like
if you buy a physical video game, it's literally just to upload the game to your player, whatever you're playing,
to your system.
It's not the same as it was when we were kids, and you have to have your memory saved on another thing, or even the ones in between where you could save a PS3 you saved on a hard drive. But this one, it's different. It's
like, oh, you're using a lot more data. So you're
that's what it is, dude.
And then your company that's giving you the data will be like, oh, you're using too much data, and they can charge you more too. And then it just turns into like this big
so we got Trevor PS5, right? Like last year, and whatever space he has on his hard drive, which I don't remember video games taking up this many gigs of whatever.
Oh, they're huge now. Forget
it's huge.
It's like, how about your whole hard drive?
It's basically the one we got him, the PS5 that we got him. You can have maybe 3 or 4 games on the hard drive. But we had gotten him ended up with like 7 games. Everybody got him PS5 games at the same time, and it's like, oh, I can't play this one unless I delete this other one, and and it became
That's physical media versus streaming.
Dude.
That's physical media versus streaming. It's same with music. It's the same thing.
And do you want to save all your progress on this game? Well, you could pay for the service so that you can save your progress, because the game's not going to retain that information for you.
I mean,
it's such a weird, stupid scam.
It's
crazy.
It's an external hard drive situation. I hope I could just get them a external hard drive.
Should
but
be
still,
like drives that are a PS5 compatible or whichever system you're using. But again, it's still this thing of like it's this weird nickel and diming to then ultimately not really own the product, because if you read the actual the agreement, you're not you don't own this. You don't own any of it.
Wild,
just the console itself, and
we'll give you the physical thing to make you think you own it,
but you really don't.
You could look at it and be like, whoa, it looks cool when the blue light turns on it. It's really cool when the blue light. But like it's same with the with printers and stuff. Like I remember my buddy, I got a printer, and then he bought the ink that was discounted at $65 for another thing of ink. And then they had a new update that going like, they could tell he clicked yes to the update, and it's like, all right, we can see that you have you see that you have the third party ink, so it's not going to work until you get our ink now. And their ink is like $150. I'm just like, damn, dude, it's getting down that petty, like insane.
We had that exact same situation right before I left for Europe with Intertextures. I needed to print out some charts because it was all new music for this tour. And we had to buy new ink. And it was like, well, the cost of getting the ink for this printer was almost double the price of buying a brand new fucking printer.
Yep. That's insane.
And this is after like when you have the original ink from the proper ink from the company, they sell it to you in a box so that you can then go and ship it back to them for their recycling program, because you care about the environment and you want to do your part.
Yeah.
So we did, but then it's like, oh, well, now
insane.
I have to buy this third party ink because there's no fucking way in hell I'm giving you guys
Yeah.
$200 something for a
Yeah.
fucking ink cartridge. You're out of your goddamn fucking minds. That's
Yeah,
insane.
Yeah, that's crazy.
But it's also because they keep producing printers, even though they clearly don't need to keep making as many as they do, but they need to move the units, because
Yeah.
this whole macro system is just so fucking out of whack and stupid.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
it's just
So out
run
of
by
whack,
the
dude.
most sociopathic and dumbest people of planet Earth.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, it's bottom line. They don't care about like how it happens. They're just like, we'll trick them. How about that's the guy in a meeting is like, hey, how about we just trick them, dude? And
That's
then they're like, "All
infinite.
right, we'll
It's infinite
make way more
growth.
money if
What
we
you were
trick 'em."
just talking about, dude.
It's like, dude, we'll get promoted if you trick them. All right, well, let's trick them then. And then, like, and that's how like a lot of these companies work with whether it's printers or anything. It's like, well, we could just fuck
Yeah.
with them, and then like they'll be all pissed or whatever. We'll put the bottom line workers to go deal with those phone calls, but like that are yelling at them and screaming, telling them their company is corrupt and they're making minimum wage. They're going like, fuck you out, and they're dealing with all the wrath while the people at the top are just like, whatever, dude. It's just it's in the print, it's in the fine print, dude. You didn't read it. It's weird. When you bought the printer, you didn't read the 9 paragraphs of tiny unreadable stuff when you bought it. It's like
What do you mean you don't understand legalese? You didn't go to law school? You don't have a law degree? You don't know that when we say this word, it actually means this?
Yeah. And they
I mean, it's sort of like that interpolation thing now with music, which I just learned about like a week ago.
What
And I
is
was
that?
like, oh, interpolation is like, okay, let's say you write a song that sounds like Michael Jackson's Beat It, and it sounds exactly like Beat It, same production value, very similar riff with the guitar, same drum beat, practically the same melody, but maybe slight differences here and there. And you can even use words from the original song, like you're quoting the lyrics, like hey, if it wasn't obvious, this is clearly Beat It, but as long as it's listed as interpolation, you don't have to pay out royalties for that, because you're interpolating a song. You're not covering a song. You're not doing your own rendition of a song. It's an interpolation. It's your own original song based off of another song. So it's basically legalizing copyright infringement and plagiarism. Like it's and there's already songs that are out there in the pop world that sound like other pop songs, and they even acknowledge the other pop songs that they're imitating, but they don't have to pay out royalties. It's the movie thing. It's
the movie investor thing. It's like
was that the
quality worked in this? A lot of people like it's like that one artist, Dua Lipa. I saw a video on Dua Lipa, and I remember seeing like how her songs were like the same as other pop songs, but they changed 1-2 little things in there, and maybe like half step down. It was exactly.
Is that a word that was invented for this? Is interpolation something before that?
Interpolation's it's an actual word, but this legalese definition of it, this is like, I don't know how long this has been. I'm just learning about this stuff now. Like,
yeah.
But apparently this is now a new thing in the music business where you can get away with interpolation. So it's like you can rip off all these classic songs,
satire,
and as long as
interpolation now,
it's kind of like in a way its own version of satire, where it's like
parody. It's like in that realm, but it's a new branch
because it's not comedy based. It's not the aims of a
video you have to watch actually, because this is actually, I remember I was eating lunch the other day and I was like just randomly clicked on an Ola England video, and he was getting sued or copyright infringed for his own music. He was like, YouTube is like putting like in front and take copyright striking me for my copyright striking for his own music. And it was a Chinese dude that was like made it took the samples of his songs and then re-recorded them and then just put them on Spotify, put the copyright infringement on YouTube, and they were like favoring them. And he was like, dude, I wrote this music. I'll link it to you guys. But I remember watching
somebody made a cover basically and put it up on Spotify and then
for a bunch of different bands. Like this guy was just like taking, and he was hoping
and then
that
he would hit the original
and he would
artist.
demonetize any video that had that song in it. So it wasn't necessarily
That's nuts.
YouTube video. He did a playthrough of his own song, and they were like, and YouTube was like, "No, dude, copyright, you can't." And the guy and Ola was like, "What the? Why? I wrote this song. Like, what the fuck?" And like he actually did the research, found the guy. He had a Spotify account with a bunch of clips that had like a minute to a minute 45 seconds of songs, and was going like, "Yeah, dude, see, listen, I got it." And they were like, "All right," and they were favoring in favor of not Ola but the other guy, and so he had to like
Amazing.
keep pushing back. And it's like a video he's gonna make $40 on, and he's like, "No, this is like absolutely bullshit." It's like you get more passion. It's like people stealing your own music, going like, "No, this is mine. I'm gonna copyright anyone that plays it and take the money from all that." And he was like, "How is this happening?" And he went into kind of a deep dive on how they're doing it. And I was like, "That's the new scam now." It's like people are like making music, they're re-recording it, and then they're uploading it to Spotify, using that as a strike against your video if you ever play that song in a
Wow.
video. And like if you don't have like a humongous, like, you know, you don't have Universal on your side, or I mean Sony or something on your side, then like
a real
you're-
legal team. Yeah.
Yeah, they want you to just be like, "Hey, cool. Like, you want to pay
It's
for it or
fucking
no?"
crazy.
It's like get you in the stalemate. Like, you want to pay for it, or do you
Yeah.
want to just like accept that? Fuck you. This is my money. You know, it's like it's getting to those kind of like scams
Yeah.
where it's getting out of control. You know,
It's fucked.
But-
All right.
That is
We're
fucked.
we're coming up on 3 hours, guys. I have just a couple more questions for Kenny, and then I want to let him loose because he's 3 hours,
hours
ahead
ahead.
of us right now. And thank you so much for sticking in there for the
Oh,
long
man.
haul with us, dude.
That's what the coffee's
Yeah.
for.
100%.
Hell
Awesome,
yeah, dude.
Oh, yeah.
So
Oh, yeah.
there's a couple things that we usually like to hit on our guests' timelines that we didn't, but I want to know just a quick summary about your first time playing with other humans. Side note, was drums the first instrument you started playing? And work all that into a quick little summary for us.
All right. I mean, the first time that I could recall playing music was drums. It's almost always been drums. Like, you know, I play a little guitar and I played bass for a few years in different bands, but again, like very amateur. Like I only play those instruments just so I can write music. Really, it's just for songwriting purposes. I don't play publicly that stuff because no one needs to hear that. But drums was the first thing I did, and I was a kid. I was really young, and I want to say I had to have been younger than 7. I don't remember how old I was, but it was a kind of situation where I was with my family, and they were just like, you know, go. It was like one of those things, like go play drums and with the band, and it's like okay, and you know I went, but then everyone was shocked that I could actually play the drum parts that my dad was playing, and I could imitate what he was doing and keep time and keep a groove and play fills, you know. So that was like early on, like that was like kind of when my mom was like, this guy's gonna be a musician, Ken, you need to give him drum lessons.
That's like the reason why I asked that question, dude, because and that's so cool that you had that at such an early age. But the reason why I ask is, when's the first time you played with other humans? It's because I've experienced what it's like to be in a jam space with other humans and working with other minds and ones, and being 7 and just being kind of pushed into this thing where everybody else is, you know, ready to go probably in that environment, and you come and you show what you got at 7 years old. That's beautiful, dude.
Yeah. No, it was something, you know, like, you know, I was around music, and I clearly had an affinity for music, but I didn't play an instrument yet. Like, you know, like definitely like I would bang on things. I was one of those kids that's like, and I still like when I'm sitting at a table, I still tap and bang, even though now it's more semi-conscious because I'm aware that I'm doing it, and sometimes I might be just doing like certain rhythmic or sticking exercises, let's say, for lack of a better word, even though it's with finger counts and things. But yeah, I always was drawn to music for obvious reasons, and then kind of playing drums. This is the one thing about playing music to this day, is it's the one time in the day where things make sense, where I understand what's happening around me. If that
Yeah.
makes sense. It's the only time when life is clear is when I'm playing music. It doesn't matter what kind of music or who I'm playing with. It's just something about making music equalizes things to where what I'm thinking and feeling can kind of combine with how my body can move.
Is it more of a
And
meditative situation for you?
it can be. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's work. You know, sometimes I'm like really thinking about what the hell it is that I'm doing, because it's like I might not know the song. But I guess what I mean is it's like outside of playing drums, life doesn't, the world, life, things, people, situations,
Yeah.
myself,
So even
everyone,
though
nothing makes sense to me. None of this shit makes any fucking sense to me. None of it. It's like when people talk about like simulation theory and it's a fucking hologram and it's this and it's that and the other. It's like, oh, we're just a god dream. We're just a fart bubble in some deity's fucking mind. Okay, fine. That makes sense to me. That makes more sense than reality.
Yeah,
And
100%.
I love reality. It's beautiful and it's enigmatic and it's terrifying and it's everything that we have words for, and it's everything that we also don't have words or concepts for.
yeah,
But playing music, it like does something, and I don't know what that is yet. I probably never will, but it focuses everything where it's like, even if I don't know what I'm doing musically or I'm not up to the task, I understand it, and it's
yeah,
clear and it's obvious. And because it's music, there's ways to work around that and still make music and connect and find equilibrium. And it's something that keeps me in music, because God knows there's been so many times where I've wanted to quit and wanted to walk away from the instrument and just be done with doing this shit, because it's been my whole life and I don't have any other skill sets and I don't really know anything else.
yeah.
But then you play music and especially if you're playing music with people you know or people you care about, people you love, people who are your brothers and sisters in arms, people who've been to bat for you and with you, and people who've been in the fucking trenches with you, in the fucking
Right.
van, sleeping on the goddamn fucking floor with you,
Sniffing
and
each
they're
other's farts.
yeah, all that shit, all that shit, and it's like all that doesn't make any fucking sense to me. None of it makes sense. But then you play the music, and then all of a sudden, shit makes sense.
Immediately.
And I remember being a kid and playing music, and it's like I'm playing music with people where most of these people here, I don't speak the language they speak tangibly. I don't speak Spanish very well, despite being Puerto Rican. I suck at it, and none of these motherfuckers speak English except for like handful of them. But it's this, and we're creating
Mhm.
this energy, and we're creating this thing and this feeling, and this thing is moving, and that's the only fucking thing I give a shit about anymore. Like in
Spoken
the real
language is the least important part of what you just mentioned, dude. It's all feeling what you were just talking about. And that's where it doesn't matter if you speak a different language, you can still vibe on a level with other people when it makes sense, because there's other languages, dude, that you both speak fluently,
Yeah.
you know?
And there's all this stuff that gets, it's like I don't have a very good visual mind. I don't see things like when other people look at art, like I know I'm missing a lot. When I'm watching certain things
Really?
visually, I know that I'm missing certain things that they're, I don't memorize things visually. I memorize how they sound and how they feel, like that kind of
When you
thing.
watch a
That's
movie, you listen to the soundtrack more than the plot?
not
Okay.
necessarily. No, a lot of soundtracks are terrible, to be honest. So I try to ignore those,
Yeah.
unless it's an old anything prior to 2000. I mean, most stuff
Any
is
Kubrick
awful.
shit is
Well,
I'll
I mean,
yeah.
fucking Bernard Herrmann is a big influence. So I love his work. So,
Hell yeah.
but again, it's like I can remember things that I hear, not necessarily things that I see. Let's put it that way. Like it's
Mhm.
easy,
Mhm.
right? So it's like the sonic thing. It definitely it puts me in that space where I think, some people get to with meditation or prayer, or they get to with physical activity, like extensive physical activity, or in a combat state, if they're sparring, or if they're, there's a certain thing that certain people, it clicks you into focus, and you find that you're aligned in the thing that you need to do. And I take solace in that. I was lucky and fortunate enough to find that early on, because it just allows you to, like, not only progress in that thing, but it allows you to enjoy all the expressions of it. It's like, especially now, it's like, I feel like, because of the way society is in technology, for all the fucked up shit, the level of continuity and sharing of information now has fostered an ability amongst, like, the average musician now is head and shoulders above the guys from fucking decades back. And not because they're better or they're just got superior genes. It's just simply a matter of fact that there's more of access to a lot of stuff.
Exactly.
And all the shit that happened back then, I mean, goddamn, there's so many bootlegs, so many concert videos, so many recordings. There's so much shit that you can find if you look for it.
And exponential growth, dude.
And it allows, it's allowed, like, I mean, goddamn, like, there's so many like, I remember telling Alex Cohen a long time ago, by the time I'm in my 40s, drummers will be playing whatever ideas I had in my head, whatever things I was trying to do. They're just going to do it. They're going to do it like they're eating a fucking sandwich, and I'm going to applaud it. I'm going to be happy.
Yeah,
they're going to go beyond what I imagined.
Yeah,
and they have. Drummers, I mean, that's why it's like, I appreciate how much love you guys put into my work and what I've done over the years. But I mean, I always feel like I'm just this little blip in this great sea of, like, amazing fucking drummers. And especially, like, with metal, it's like there are so many guys that physically do things that's like, wow. Like, to me, it's voodoo, it's magic. And I just get mesmerized by it. It's like, oh, I can't do that. I don't do that. But I love that somebody does. Because whatever ideas you don't get to in this life, that idea is never going to die. Someone, it's gonna find its way to some place or somewhere in some time. It's gonna happen. That thing that's in your heart, that's like, I want this to exist in the world. If you don't get to it, somebody else will. And cheer them on when they do it. Don't be jealous. Don't be angry. Don't give them shit. Cheer them on. Because the ideas are greater than ourselves. The ideas are greater than any one individual.
The ideas are the contributions that make this thing continue forth and grow like a snowball exponentially. We're saying that now the internet's involved, so things are just going faster and faster and faster, quicker and quicker. And you just got to praise the ones that are contributing, dude. Just throw something onto that snowball as it's going down the hill that is a cool aspect of the snowball, dude. And maybe that bump on the snowball that you made will get bigger and bigger and bigger, and it's a lopsided snowball, and you're like, I caused that little ridge on that snowball.
Yeah, don't piss on the snowball,
Yeah, no, definitely don't eat the yellow snow.
Don't eat the yellow snow. I love that callback right there. And I'm glad that we didn't do this Zappa thing, because that would have been a whole different weeds thing. I love Zappa so much, and that's why I'm saying it. I'm a snowball that just gathers things along every single one of these episodes, dude. So I just follow the routes that my snowball grows into. And all right.
Shout out Derek. I told him, like, we're gushing about you right now with Kenny. He's like, I love you guys. He was trying to pop in, but I blocked his last name. I blocked his last name just for anonymity, even though people already know who he is. But,
dude,
I want to just put his name.
Demon Carcass is such an awesome dude. Yeah. I want to get him back on, dude. We need to talk to him.
It's like literally my first friend. I think he's my first friend in life.
Yeah,
it's like we were in preschool together. We were in preschool together as like a post baby. I think we used to go to catechism together. We did like, and then we were like, all of a sudden we were on tour together. Like, I was in Decrepit Birth, he was in the Faceless, and we we're like, this is fucking bananas, right? Like we're like, we grew up like as our first friends, kind of like starting off as humans, and now we're like doing in Atlanta playing.
Did you guys do your Hail
Dude,
Marys
that's sick.
together before
Wow.
you
Yeah.
guys did your
Yeah.
sets?
No, he's you know, dude's been like, I knew his parents, he knew my parents, like that's all like just a trippy circle of life that like kind of ended up when we were in our mid-20s, like on tour.
Well,
like, you know,
I love that, dude. I really
Yeah.
do, and it's super cool to have that that brag of like, I grew up with this dude, and we're still doing shit in the same realms, and we high five each other every time we see each other. You know?
yeah.
That's-
Oh yeah.
And like in
No.
ridiculous bands. Like,
yeah,
like-
and we're
like, dude,
we're 40
Like,
now. It's
same
like
style, same. It's like completely like we're pushing the envelope on each band. We're like, what the fuck's going on? What do we get influenced with at a young age? I mean, I know his brother was into death metal and stuff when we were little kids. I knew, and my brother was into the death metal when I was a little kid. So, but we weren't into death metal when we were little kids. So it was kind of like we were kind of like, oh, he listens to crazy shit. Like, and I was like, my brother listens to crazy shit too. And being in a little town in Santa Cruz, it's like unheard of, but we'd like talk about it. We were like, whoa, dude, what's craziest shit he plays? It's like he plays DSA, dude. I'm like, whoa, dude. Well, my brother plays Cannibal Corpse, dude. You know, it was like as little kids, this is what we would talk about. We would talk about stuff like this, you know, like.
that's so funny.
And I was like, well, I mean, Offspring's pretty hard right now, but you know, at the time for our age, like, dude, Offspring played. They say stupid dumb
Dude,
shit.
black hole sun, won't you come?
Oh
man.
fuck yeah, dude. We should probably.
All right, last quick question, and I
Okay,
hope
Mike.
it doesn't do a thing, a long thing. But if you want to go, you want to go. The Accelerando thing that blows my mind because you are separating your limbs from each other.
Mhm.
What goes on in the brain while you're doing something? That's just one example. You do that many times in Imperial and other things that you're doing. How, I want to know the first time that you were able to do it, and how cool was it to separate your limbs in time from each other?
I mean, I'm trying to think because I mean, there's been other before that song. Like there was other things that I've done that are similar to that, where it's like one limb is keeping time and another limb is like kind of moving in and out of time on top of it. And some of that came from just certain drummers that I was checking out and really inspired by. And even like, you know, guys like that are more like up here, like in New York, like guys like Tyshawn Sorey, Ari Honig, like certain musicians where it's like they have a certain level of like limb independence, but we're kind of more rooted in more jazz kind of playing. So like that definitely was kind of an influence of like, oh, can I like hold an ostinato with my hands or my feet and then do thing like, you know, play with the time with the other limbs? But never like I've never done it in a sense where it's like, no, this is like a part of a song. It's going to be this way every time. And here's this very clear concept. But when we did it with Imperial or for Atomic Age, it was like, it was dramatic, you know, because it made that part of the song, instead of it just being the straight up traditional, more like a black metal blast beat, which is really what it should be there. It's like it's a 1 foot blast, right? And just, you know, kind of just more of that swing, you know, like for lack of a better word, like I know I don't mean swing in a jazz sense, but swing, like metal has a swing, like, and
Yeah.
I'm just gonna say that now. Metal has its own swing, and it took me a fucking long time to learn what that was because I really didn't get it and I couldn't even hear it, you know. And it wasn't until like really going back and listening to a lot of more of what we now call old school death metal, but I would call traditional death metal. And dude, Heller, yeah, I mean, come on. Of course. I'm sorry, I saw him.
Heller's the homie.
Oh, he's amazing. I haven't seen him in years, but goddamn, he just recorded with this, I think they were a Finnish band or a Danish band, I forget. There's some Scandinavian band. It is fucking ridiculous. It's so fucking good. I can't think of their name now, but like death metal band from I want to say somewhere Scandinavian, but yeah, like that Accelerando thing, it made the feeling like that kind of image I was describing before, that felt like it tied in that whole concept. And I mean, everybody in the when we were rehearsing, like all three of us were like laughing while we're doing it. It's like, oh, this is nuts. Because it's really it sounds crazy, but it's not that hard to pull off, to be honest. It's
No,
it's
so
one of the
and
easier
I'm
things.
sorry.
Oh yeah.
I just want to cut you off real quick because I love everything that you're saying, but I think you misheard my question, probably
Very
because
likely.
I'm super drunk and high right now and
Ugh.
spit it out like a fucking idiot. But just to have the ability to do something like that. So obviously, there had to have been a point where you had the drive to separate the limbs as a drummer who is seasoned up into a certain point, and you learn timing through all these different styles of music, and jazz being the most fluid probably as a drummer. Talk about the time that you, or maybe not the time, but just I want to know about what it is in the mind of a drummer who's noticing that you can separate the limbs, and then the practice to get to that. Because for me, a person who literally can just play in 4/4 and beat things to keep a nice beat going, if I sit down in a drum set, to get outside of that is already a challenge. And then, separating the limbs, it's such a fascinating thing for me. And I just want to know what is in your mind when you're separating your hands from your feet. And also I just want to know, like, the cool feeling of the first time you did separate your limbs while you were playing. You're like, oh shit, I'm doing it.
I mean, for sure, when we were doing it, like I was saying, it was like giggly. Like I was laughing, Zach was laughing, like all of us were like kind of smiling and giggling. But I guess on the one hand, in a way, I don't consider it a separation, right? Like it is an accelerando, but it doesn't mean that it's separate, because it's one person doing it at the same time. So it's connected. It's just one thing is maintaining a steady pulse, another thing is accelerating.
So
in a
it's the
sense,
pulse
like,
that's the most important thing for you, the pulse.
I mean, for sure, yeah. Just so that we can keep the time, so that Zach knows when to change the chords. Because again, it's an 8-bar phrase, and every 4 bars he's changing a chord. So if I'm not really clearly outlining that 4/4 for him, he's not going to know when to put the downbeat on the next chord. And sometimes if I'm not clear enough, that does happen, like live on stage.
But you're
that will happen.
creating the pulse with
But-
your feet, and then your
Oh, yeah.
hands are doing this around it.
Mm-hmm. And in a way,
that's
it's
what I'm trying to wrap my head around. How
the
can
easy
you
way
be
to
like, "Good luck"?
work on it is essentially working in tuplet ratios. So like if you have a pulse that's kind of going by, and you could think of it, even just if you want to make it like just a dimension, right, going left to right, and going, an accelerando is essentially, right, it's the from bounce to bounce, the distance is getting shorter. So eventually
I understand all that.
Yeah.
But
So
the
with
physical aspect of it, I just want to know,
Oh.
how are you able to stay in the, like, is there a part of your brain that's always stuck in the pulse, and then a part of your brain that's telling your hand to
pulse has to
weave
be like
around it?
automatic, kind of, right? The feet or whatever has to be
Yeah.
like on autopilot, and then you can
Yeah.
kind of
So-
worry about your hands.
So
right?
it's like exactly. So like if you're kind of imagining what it looks like or what it sounds like, that's like the mental map, right? So the pulse, the time, it's there. A lot of people nowadays, they call it a grid, which works if you're dealing with MIDI, you're dealing with certain types of rhythmic structures that are to a grid and they're metronomic. Grid makes sense. But in music that's not to a grid, like Imperial's music is, where we almost never record to a click track, everything's just live, no clicks, just play. Time is something a little bit different, and precision in the execution is not based on, is it 100% even in velocity and distance from one another, from note to note. It's more about this cohesion thing. So there's a little bit less pressure of like, it has to be exactly, 227 BPM, this many bars. I'm not as concerned about that. But that time, that feel, that groove, whether I'm playing a steady groove or I'm taking a solo on top, or I'm doing what you can call rhythmic superimposition, where it's like, well, okay, well, here's 4/4 and this kind of thing, but I'm going to superimpose these meters on top of this thing at a different tuplet ratio that's creating another, right, basically building on top of another building on top of another thing, right? Sort of like what guys like Ari Honig, Vinny Colaiuta, etc., these kind of people do. Like, if you're taking that as sort of the breath, that bass pulse still has to be there. So you have to either hear it or feel it inside.
And
so
then
that is
it too.
Yeah, and the execution comes when you can feel and hear it. Like, if you can hear what an accelerando blast sounds like and you could feel what it feels like, then having that pulse is going to be more solid and there. If I don't know if I said that correctly, I might have said it backwards.
It totally makes sense, dude. But it still baffles me that your body can do it.
No, well, I mean, again, what made it easier was like, practicing things like as simple as like 3 against 2, 4 against 3, 5 against 4, 6 against 5, 7 against 6, like, and then other ratios, because that's essentially what's happening. Because at the accelerando, right, it's like any sort of like, I'm not great at math, so I apologize for people who know math. But like, at a certain point, it's like, and then it speeds up from there with the hands.
Mm-hmm.
Eventually, it's going to turn into like, say, instead of 16th notes, now it's sextuplets, now it's octuplets, now it's... So there are certain like goalposts that you can aim for that, to make it easier on yourself, necessarily, like, for lack of a better word, but it's still like there's all that in between.
You made me feel like I understand it a little bit more, dude.
Sick.
The goalpost.
Yeah, that's good. That was a great explanation, actually.
Yeah.
I mean, for Anthony's like physical part though, it's probably like having your feet just like, all right, I know what my feet are doing. Let's kind of like focus on like speeding up the hands. But like,
do you forget about your feet during that? Do you just put it in an autopilot situation?
Check in.
I mean, autopilot, but not forgetting, because even with that blast, like, especially and more so live than on the record, like every 4 beats, I'm giving a bigger accent, because especially again when you're playing live and there's subwoofers and there's and modern music mixing is like, here are the drums. Look at you hear every fucking drum. There's so much drums, and then there's like this rest of the band that you have to like fucking sacrifice 10 goats to your god so you can maybe hear the bass player or guitar player, right? Like, it's nothing but fucking drums. So if I don't add that extra doom 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 doom, if I don't add that extra accent, it gets so hard for Zach to just tell what I'm doing without him having to just look at me and go like, oh, okay. So it can get a little hairy live, where it's like in studio, it's like, oh, okay, we're relaxed, we're calm. Oh, we didn't get it this take. Let's do another take and we'll get it. It's a little bit, there's less pressure, but having that kick do every accent on every 4 beats, basically on the big downbeats, it creates that goalpost that you have, where it's like you can connect the accelerando to these sort of outlines, and when done super accurately, I can get it so that like, okay, I'm at the sextuplet range at like the 2nd or 3rd measure. I'm at close to maybe like say the septuplet, if not octuplet range by the last measure before the bam. Now we're back to reset. So there is some parameters that I can logically use as just understanding music, rhythm theory, let's call it. But live, I'm not counting. I'm not thinking about like, I'm just, And a lot of times I'm actually trying to follow Steve the way he's playing the melody, and a lot of times he's
Yeah.
trying to guess how I'm going to accelerate. So it's always slightly different, and that's something I think with Imperial that makes our music attractive to a certain audience member, is that
Right.
there is this sense of breath in the music and looseness and groove that's not groove because it's funky, but groove that we're feeling music together, and it's not on a grid the way the majority of bands are now. I mean, I'm always amazed that now, to me, the underground musics are more professional than the professional musicians. Your average touring metal band can play to a click better than your typical fucking session guy now. It's so bizarre to me that like underground musics, whether it's hip hop or rock or metal, they can play to a click. They know how to produce their own records. They know how to mix and master. It's like they do shit that my peers and colleagues don't even fucking understand. And these are guys who've recorded on dozens of records. They just they got great time and they could do it. But I mean, I'm talking about like those guys wouldn't be able to do what they do to a click live the way a lot of metal bands do now. You know, and that's a change in the industry for sure. But it's, you know, I think because Imperial.
Think of being a painter who has to repaint the painting every night.
Oh, it's brutal. I can't imagine. And
it's like Jeff Berlin, like the bass player Jeff Berlin. He has like a music school based in not following the click, but like no clicks,
no practicing to a click. I've read many of his Facebook posts about not practicing to a click.
It's like super fucking hardcore about it. And he's like, the soul is gone if you do the click. And for me, in my touring days, I've had a drummer that's on the click once, or for a tour. But like, and it was comforting knowing that like no matter how fucked up the sound was, that I had him on the click. Like Samus, the guy that a very famous drum guy.
Him.
So he was always on the click. Like, so I was like, he's like,
man, I just never had to worry about it. I saw you guys with Samus when you came to New York years ago.
Oh, okay. Was it like Summer Slaughter or something?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. That was a lot of fun. No.
Oh
definitely.
My God, that was awesome.
I actually remember that show because I saw a video recently because there was like kind of like the metalcore, deathcore bands, and there was like the death metal bands, and there was 2 different nights or something. And Bill, and when the curtain came up, Bill had his hair like all emo. He's like, "Oh, sorry, wrong night." and like I saw it like recently.
He had his dreads emo.
By the way, if
he said his hair. Like he could do his hair, dude. It's fucking dreadlock.
That's amazing.
Dude.
If I'm remembering the year that you guys came through in Summer Slaughter, I vaguely recall standing in line outside and fucking Donald Fagen and Walter Becker were walking past the venue. And, you know, and again, like 90% of the people in the line have no idea that Steely Dan is walking next to them. and I overhear Donald saying to Walter, like, "Oh, looks like there's a rock and roll show happening tonight." And I'm like, this is funny. Me and Lee Smith that was in the chat earlier, Stratosphere. We were in a record store, and the fucking drummer of Toto, what's his name? You know, is a very famous drummer. Jeff?
God, what's his last? I don't know.
Oh wait, not it's Jeff like
no,
or the guy after Jeff.
I think it was like the guy. Like, I don't know. Everyone like says my dad says his name all the time. Super famous drummer. Shit, I can't think of names right now. But like, he's like a British guy. I don't know. Fuck, I can't think of his name. But he came up to us and Lee was like, "What the fuck, dude?" Like he was like completely blown away that god damn it. But it was just reminding me of because my dad was Steely Dan growing up. That I listened to so much Steely Dan growing up, and I'm still down. To listen to
a lot of those records are amazing. You know, like
so ahead of their time. It's
Asia,
like prog. Yeah, it's like prog catchy music. Like, you know, like if you really break down Steely
prog
Dan
yacht rock.
Yeah, right. It totally
prog yacht rock.
And also too, you think about like Casey had a Iron Maiden shirt on. There's a song in Steely Dan where it goes,
oh yeah,
and there's a harmony.
Yeah, it's
like exactly that's Iron Maiden, dude. That's like that's exactly.
If there isn't a tech yacht rock right now, dude, I'm actually gonna be kind of bummed on
Jeff Porcaro.
humans.
Shit. Okay. What was another famous drummer? Damn, I thought that was him. But
I'm trying because Toto had a couple of guys. I mean, they're like Jeff
Simon
was in it.
Phillips.
Simon.
It
Okay,
was
yeah.
Simon Phillips. That
Who's
came out to us.
Who's
Yeah, so
savage.
So he, what did he play?
Shout
on?
out to Jog616, dude.
Jeff
in the
Beck, Gary
chat.
Moore. Okay, Judas Priest.
He's still
Tears for
touring. I
Fears.
mean, Simon still
Brothers.
sounds amazing. He's been touring with his own band lately. It's and
Yeah.
doing some like some like I forget who he was covering, but he was like, but it's nuts. He still
yeah.
sounds the same. Like he
I just like
didn't-
shook his hand. I was like, and at the time I was like, I know you look important, but very nice to meet you. I'm gonna go like look you up later, but like my drummer friend right here is like having an orgasm a little bit, so we're gonna go figure this out later.
Oh, that's so
But-
sick though.
Dude, that's awesome. Well, fuck yeah, dude. This has been so
Dude,
much fun, man.
So much fun,
Oh,
dude.
man.
Kenny,
Likewise,
you're
guys.
definitely already at the end of your episode. I'm like, I can't wait for part 2, dude. Kenny, you got to come back, dude. We'll talk more. Now that
Have you
we
and what's his name from Cleric on and Derek on? Cleric and Derek.
Matt, well,
Oh, Holmberg?
yeah, dude. Let's do a From episode, dude. I'm
Oh,
down,
yeah.
that'd be
dude.
awesome.
That would be sick.
That'd be
I mean,
super cool.
I mean, Matt lives in Brooklyn now, so I mean, he's not even that far from here. He's like a 10-minute drive from where we live. So
Nice.
I mean,
Dude, Matt was
Liam's
so
always
cool.
tricky because he's constantly on the road now. Like especially now that the 25th anniversary has been going on, plus In Flames. So it's hard to get him, but I'm sure
In Flames.
if he can, I'm sure he would hop on the horn. I mean, I love
That'd
that
be
guy.
Oh,
awesome,
yeah,
dude.
Either way, dude, we just like to hang out with homies, dude. So this
Hell
is
yeah.
super cool, and From you guys. Actually, we didn't even plug in the beginning, but Imperial's got new music out and new album
We do.
coming out, dude.
Yeah. No,
We got too nerdy, dude. We got too nerdy. That's what happens.
oh my god.
we
That's
did.
right.
In the
there's-
beginning, we
there's-
just were off to the races as soon as we finished our plugs, dude. Sorry.
No,
Do you have
I'm for it.
physical? Do you have like vinyl and stuff or stuff for people to buy? Like where do people buy? The
Oh,
Imperial?
yeah.
Okay. I'm
Through
probably gonna
the
fuck
internet?
this. I'm gonna.
I got
fuck
an
this up
orange.
for sure.
I got an orange Imperial Clockwork shirt.
Oh,
dude.
you got that shirt is sick.
Yeah, I
Congrats.
got it as soon as as soon as I saw it, because that's one of my favorite Kubricks. You guys are one of my favorite bands. It makes perfect sense, dude.
and it's one of the best shirts we've made yet. That shirt.
Yes.
Those
yeah.
guys, I am very grateful for those fucking knuckleheads because I swear to God, I don't have this mind to make shirts like this or like come up with like every music video Steve's ever done. I'm always blown away. Like this is so fucking good and so ahead of its time, and it'll be recognized when he's dead, but it'll be recognized at some point. Like I mean, these guys, they really like. I mean, it's a testament of a band. It's like you have to have people who can fire on all different kinds of cylinders, not just like everyone's a great musician, but nobody knows how to drive a van or book a show or promote a gig. You got to have guys who can do it all and at least do something really well. And we're lucky between the three of us, we cover a lot of bases. But anyway, back to merch. I know that I think the pre-orders are going to go up on Night Shift as well as Evil Greed. Those are going to be the two merch companies that I think the pre-orders for the new record are coming out on, and that also include the new merch. And then a lot of the previous stuff is also through them as well.
Yeah.
And I don't know for this record, but I know in the past we've done stuff where it's like Evil Greed will get one exclusive, and then Night Shift will get its own exclusive. So they'll definitely be those. And at least for this new album that's coming out, like which actually came out better than I was expecting. I really thought it was going to be a shit show, but we did some playthrough videos. So there's finally some new drum playthrough videos that we're doing, like a couple for the new album and then one for the Patreon. So for any of our Patreon subscribers who are on there, you're going to get your own video of a song that is not going to be part of the main release, at least. So that'll be for them. Yeah. But yeah, like so far, one of the songs that we've released so far, there's a playthrough, or no, yeah, one of them's come out. There's going to be a playthrough for that sometime soon. I don't know exactly when, but it's happening. Like the record's
Beautiful.
mastered, the artwork's done. Like it's now we just gotta release it to the world. So I think that's going to be spring of 2025.
I have one business
25.
card. I have one business card in my wallet, which I wish I brought it up here. It's downstairs right now. One business card, and it's a black business card with a gold foil Imperial Triumphant.
Sick. Hell
I keep that in my wallet as my little individual souvenir, dude, and I keep it nice and
Close to your bottom.
tucked in a pocket that nothing else is gonna touch it. It's right
That's
there
amazing.
with me, dude.
That's amazing.
I know, it's super nerd shit, dude.
Dude, I mean, I hear you. I don't know if you could see it, but like, let's see this here. This is that's some of the fan artwork from some of our fans out in the Midwest. They made this,
Right.
So I mean, and this thing over here, which is really hard to see.
Yeah,
that thing. It's actually it's the artwork that Zdenek did for Alphaville. So he sent us each like a signed printout. I mean, and I don't know what size he made because we had to like order a custom frame to fit the fucking thing in, but it's actually like it's the album. It's the whole album, but just as one long piece. So it's like, these are, if somebody had told me 20 years ago you were going to be in a band like this and people would actually give a shit, I would have laughed in that person's face and bought them a beer just because they clearly needed the drink. So I appreciate really that like you guys and a bunch of people in the world love this weird ass fucking band and music. I mean,
dude, most definitely, dude. It's a pleasure to I call it a trophy. You guys are one of my trophies that I can display in my own mind as, something that I came across, and something that I still love ever since I found it. Like I said, Simulacrum to Vile Luxury was such a blessing to me, and Steve's a blessing. You're a blessing. Everybody who listens to this show is a blessing. I'm drinking a lot and I'm high, guys.
Oh, dude, I'm about to catch up. Don't worry.
I just love this dude so much. I love that this show has gotten to this level where I could just sit and talk to an artist that I admire so much, and to learn how awesome you are. Yeah, dude, it's awesome that this can happen, dude. And thank you again for giving us your time, dude. I know
man, my pleasure, guys. Really, thank you. This is
that was a lot of fun, dude.
It's mid-morning for you right now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of used to it because usually by now, like if I wasn't playing a show, I'd probably be like half passed out on the couch, like a fucking old joint, like just in the ashtray, and
yeah.
And
still
usually
smoking
Julie,
a little bit though.
It's still burning a little bit, and Julie's and she's a late owl. She usually goes to bed much later than this, so she's kind of goes, okay, come on, go to the bed, come on, let's go. So this is actually cool. Like I'm actually just gonna go to sleep normally, like just like okay, I'm tired, I'm gonna go to bed now. Not after like a couple of rounds.
Gold.
I took a pee. Actually, this is.
I took a pee.
I took a pee, and I was like,
speaking
I
of
was
foods,
when I pee.
Remember
when I
the pee pan?
I know whenever I pee, I don't know what it is, but I get like a clarity to myself and going like, oh, I think of like I have ideas and all these things. It's weird. So I was peeing and I was like really tired when I came into this. I was like, all right, let's do another episode. And I was like, this is fucking awesome. This guy's like, I'm like really having a good time. I'm just like it's like my second, like my something like clears me up when I pee, or I'll have like a good question to ask. I'll be like, oh, ask that. Like when I pee, it all calms down my like constant focus on so many other things that I'm like, this
and we're on episode
time,
201 and you're still feeling that. That's what's cool about this show, dude. We're still
the
reason why we're doing this is because we're talking to interesting people and we're making friendships, but at the same time I got to do it with Joel every week, dude. And
Well, the format
there's
kind of
gotta
keeps
be
us to us. It kind of keeps us in line. Like the format, like if it was just like us hanging out with like no one not being recorded, then we'd be like, all right, I'll be more respectful and not cut everyone off right now because I'm so excited. You know, like when we're in like a group setting as like being excited human beings, we just want to just, oh my god, this is like we want to.
I probably
like,
should do that
like,
more.
No, but it's cool just to like it lets us separate and let you tell your story more. And I'm like was blown away by. Do you know
Well,
Vaughn
we're-
Stofey? You gotta know Vaughn Stofey, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, Vaughn's our homie, dude. He was just
Yeah,
on their
in the
last episode.
Yeah, I feel like he
Man.
kind of has like a link in your New York like
Oh,
thing. You know, yeah.
I mean,
And
when
also
I
being
knew
part
Vaughn,
of the
he
jazz.
yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I always knew Vaughn as like not like a straight ahead player, but a predominantly like jazz guitar player. I mean, he was part of like the Bar Next Door crew, which is like it's a small little club / restaurant, like Italian restaurant that's pretty good.
Mhm.
Actually, that place has pretty decent pizza, I gotta say. Like that's
All right.
it's more like Milano kind of style pizza. It's not like a New York slice, but it's a great place. But you know, like that place is booked by this guy Mazza, and it's like if you're a jazz guitar player, that's like one of your gigs. Like if you're like a guy who's a gigging guitar player in town, like a lot of guys went through that place. So I knew him from that scene, and then all of a sudden he's like
Nice.
jamming with Longstreth and they're working on a project.
Yeah.
Now he's in Defeated Sanity and he's recording at Collins' place. I'm just like, and he
Yeah.
sounds amazing. Like it's
Yeah.
awesome.
He
Like
does, dude.
you know,
He
him and his lady are super sweet people, man. I'm happy for them. 'Cause I
that's
mean, like
rad.
he ever since he
Very
got in with
kind.
Defeated, man, it's like you could like his his focus got like razor sharp, you know what I mean? It's like all of a sudden he's like, I wouldn't say he felt necessarily intimidated, but he felt like, man, I got to step up to the plate. And I mean, he did, man. He's doing a great
100%.
fucking job.
100%. 100%. That's cool.
I mean,
Yeah,
we're in a time now where it's like there's more and more. Like I learned over the years, like there were so many jazz guys who were like seriously into metal. Like even like, you know, like guys like Ben Monder, Matt Mitchell, Craig Taborn, like super heavy jazz cats who love metal, but they know black metal, they know death metal, they know crust, they know all the shit, they know grind, they know all these bands. They just don't play in any of those bands because they play piano or they play whatever.
It's
but
not much different than any of us. I mean, we're sitting here as death metal. Well, Joel and I wouldn't call you a death metal musician. You dabble in death metal. That's what it is.
Yeah,
you know,
that's fair.
And
well, we can't go the opposite way because they
but even
so
with
much more
Joel
training
and I,
shit that they have to
our
do.
only contributions to what people would hear is death metal, but we still speak those other languages, or at least
100%.
understand them.
You guys are informed and inspired by a lot of music that, you know,
100%.
like again, and it's you know, like I remember hanging with Tomas after a show that Imperial played with Batushka in Brooklyn. And you know, and he and I had hung out a couple of times already, but we didn't have the friendship that we have now. And you know, at one point he's finally not being punished by anybody. He's alone.
Yeah.
I'm talking with his partner Jess, and we're old friends, and we're at merch and we're talking with a few people. And I look over and there's Tomas, and Rainbow is on the stereo in the bar. Like it's just, I forget what song, but it was a Rainbow song, and he's just like fucking air drumming to Rainbow.
Yeah.
Like he's not air drumming to fucking shit that he does.
no.
He's air drumming to the shit that he grew up on. And I think a lot of musicians, no matter what kind of music you make, you didn't make it in a vacuum. You know,
No.
you're inspired by so much other shit, whether it's from your family, your friends, your neighbors, shit that was around at the time you were around. And there's nothing wrong with that. Like to me, a lot of the musicians where they're 100% inspired by the kind of music they make, over time they become redundant. And not that there's anything wrong with that, because you know, if their music speaks to somebody, it speaks to somebody, and that's all that really matters. But there's always a difference, even if it's like what you do is like tried and true to the style of music you're playing. If it's informed by something else, people will feel it. They'll resonate with it, because I mean, there's, you know, even people that just love death metal, there's probably like a Pink Floyd song they'll listen to, right? There's a one song that's not death metal that they'll listen to.
What's the blindfold test, dude? It's like a lot of people will be more informed by what the name is, or it's this band. No, I'm not into it. But like if you blindfold them, and listen to it, they'll be like, "Oh, this is pretty sick." It's like, well, it's a band you talked shit on earlier, so you
Yeah.
like it, like you actually like it. Just FYI,
Oh,
you know, you're
and
into it.
for sure, like I remember there was like actually the band that you were the like there was a Born of Osiris song that I heard. I'm like, this is really good, and I didn't realize it was them. I'm like, shit,
Yeah,
okay, this is what they sound like.
They're
All
great
right, cool.
musicians.
And and then I heard some other stuff. I was like, oh, this is what people
Mhm.
are talking about. It's like, okay, well, it's still
They're pushing
good.
it.
Like it's
Yeah,
it's just produced a certain way that you don't like how it's produced.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
clearly these guys can do what the fuck it is they're doing because
Totally,
I'm
100%.
seeing it live. I'm
Yeah, yeah.
here. There's only so much you can fake, and this is not fake. They're really
Yeah,
doing it. So it's like,
yeah.
oh,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I like it. So all right, like cool. I guess I like this. It's like just like things. Just
Definitely.
Just
Yeah,
enjoy,
yeah. That's
enjoy
older,
the
just like that.
moments that come to you. That's it.
we live in
As
a
many
we-
moments that you can find to enjoy them.
there are parts of the world where all music is outlawed. Not many,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
there are parts where it's
How
like you can't
crazy
listen
is
to this
that,
kind of shit.
dude?
It's
Or
evil.
certain, like even back in the day, it was like, you know, the devil's triad, like certain things you could, like scales you couldn't
Yeah.
play or chords you couldn't play, and we've come so far, and it's like now as humans, when you get something and it's regular to you, it becomes like normal, and you can get bored of the thing you craved. You know, it's like
Is there any like Bible hymns that shred? Like for the people who only can hear Bible hymns, is there something that there's some shred in there that they could be like?
I mean, I mean, to me, the shred was always like, you know, if you just go to like any like African American or Afro Caribbean, you know, gospel, like modern gospel church, I mean, they've always been shredding, like long before gospel chops, like any of that stuff. So it's like
really even before
Yeah.
the chops, because I was gonna just mention the chops.
yeah, even before that. I mean, because I mean, again, like even that, like the gospel chops thing. I mean, really, what it is it's a sacred language. You know, is it being expressed in a modern musical context in a 20th and 21st century Western perspective? Yes, of course, because these people are in the U.S. and they grew up on R&B and funk and jazz and soul and blues and all this other stuff, as well as like just hymnals and what have you. But it's you know, for the people who do it for real, like the people who are actual church musicians and not just because they get a salary, this is a faith-based thing. This is a sacred language. It's a
Yeah.
you know, the role of a music minister is to, it's the same thing like when you see a Santeria ceremony or a Vodou session, right? These are the musicians are trying to create a space where they are invoking a deity to come down from wherever they are to inhabit a space with these people and commune with them. So that's a very important sacred task. And
Right.
you know, tragically, there's certain things with secularizing a language where then people are speaking words, but they don't know what they mean. So we call those drum licks, like gospel chops and licks and things, but that's actually a sacred language, you know, that's now been secularized. And that's fine because in the one hand, it's been a very positive musical influence on the world. But on the other hand, it's also allowed a lot of secularism within the church itself. So now there's a lot of churches that have guys who don't believe in God and aren't baptized and aren't Christian, but
and try and speak
gotta-
the language.
they're trying to speak the language and they got the gig.
Yeah.
You know, especially a lot of these mega churches. I mean, they just hire whatever cats they can. And, you know, these guys can be partying, doing all kinds of crazy shit.
Just
Monday
a
through-
business.
Yeah. Well, it's yeah. Well,
we
it's
have
kind of been a business
Joel
a long
and I have a
time.
mutual friend. I don't know if you've ever met him, Alex Bent. He plays for
Yes,
Trivium now.
drummer.
Yeah,
Yes.
Trivium. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
He's great.
That's
Yeah.
where his roots are embedded in.
Maybe playing death metal shows with like Christian stuff. And back when we were younger, we were like, Jesus, that's a
Yeah,
move.
no,
You know,
and-
now we're
and-
like, now it's like, get
Yeah.
it, dude.
So
You know?
the chops were definitely part of his upbringing, and
Yeah, that's right.
I had the privilege to spend a month on the road with him
Sick.
when he was 19.
He got to be a drummer for
and-
me. We played in Decrepit for a while. I was amazing. He was amazing.
Yeah.
sneaking him into places that were 21 and up, and you know,
Sick.
we'd be like, let's go windsurf, or not windsurf, wakeboard. And he'd be like, well, let me finish reading the Bible. That's what he would do. Is
Wow.
he so was into the Bible and into the gospel chops, dude, and he was playing this death metal music and archaic. You're just it blew my mind that his devotion,
Yeah,
and
he's
I
stuck to it.
totally back it. I totally respect him. His path is what it was, and it was what it was for a reason, because now he's playing stadiums with Trivium, and
Yeah.
you know, has a family now, and it doesn't matter the motivation you get. I used to be a person that would, you know, judge people because of their religious aspects or whatever, but now I'm just like, dude, I literally just want to be around happy, genuinely positive people. However you get there, I don't give a fuck, but let's do it together. Let's have that positive feedback back and forth for a little bit, and that's it.
As
And
long as it's reciprocated.
Alex Bent is one of
As
those
long as
people.
it's reciprocated. Yeah, which
No,
it was
that's
with
what I'm
him.
saying.
He just kept it to him. He kept it to himself, and I actually had to pull it out of him. I was like, oh, you know, like talking to him for a little while. I'm like, oh, but he's not, you know. There was the most classic line ever is like, there should be the freedom to practice whatever the fuck you want to practice. Just, you know, just keep it to yourself. You don't have to like involve with. You don't have to be like, you have to do this, or else I can't hang out with you, or you have to think like this.
Yeah.
Like, and people can, and that's why we're in America. It's like, okay, I could be this religion, you can be that one. We can hang out though. Let's not like focus our whole livelihood on our friends. Is like, oh, you don't believe in that? That's weird. All right, let's bail.
It's my fault that
Yeah.
it's my fault that this became a religious conversation, because
Yeah, we were wrapping it up,
talking about-
dude, and you got into like politics and religion.
It's my
dude.
fault. It was when I heard the gospel chops and all that stuff. I just wanted to be like, I met somebody from that, you know.
I got it. We got it.
Yeah, and
awesome.
it didn't matter about that. All right.
Oh yeah,
dude.
No, I mean, it sounds like he's got like a what I would consider to be a real faith, where it's like you
100%.
you show your faith by how you live your life. You don't go around beating people over the head with scripture. You
100%.
don't go around judging people, which according to the Christian tenets, it's
Is
not your
wrong.
job to judge anyone. It's not your job. That's actually somebody else's job. Your job is to just
people with tattoos
live.
And they're like, dude, they're yelling at you about Jesus. Like, you know, in the Bible, like tattoos, you can't get tattoos. You know, it's like desecration of bodies, but
Well-
you can't. It's like there's a lot of hypocritical
Yeah.
stuff in religion, but like people just, I mean, also there's spirituality. There's all these other things. It's not just like a strict value on religion. It's like whatever, you know, just let people. If you're gonna be like around a bunch of people, especially in a country like this, like. You have to don't just shove. Don't be like Slayer's the best metal band when you're on the streets. Like, Slayer's the best.
No, I
Fuck
figured
you.
it out. I
Slayer's
figured
the
it
best.
out. Like, I figured it out, dude. This is exactly why I
he's
brought
not.
it up.
Objectively, they're not. No, you start fighting.
Alex went out on the road with me and heard me denounce Christianity every night. Okay. And then after that, he came to my house and held my kid. You know, so that is he is a devoted person.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, he's like the band
clearly
Severed
figured a
Savior's
couple
badass.
things out.
Is the band Severed Savior's badass?
I
but,
denounced
like, my
religion. I didn't just denounce Christianity. I denounced religion in my writings. I had to do Dusty's denouncing of Christianity in his writings, you know?
Yeah. Anyways, let's do another 4 hours. Then we'll
Joel just anyways me.
Exactly.
All right, dude. Kenny, dude, this is so cool, dude. I'm so glad this finally happened. I said it in the beginning. I've mentioned you many times. I'm
flattered by the way. You guys have a fucking laundry list of serious motherfuckers that are on this podcast, so it's pretty fucking rad.
You're one of my favorites, by the way. Just letting you know.
You really
Yeah.
are one of the dudes that I mention as a unique important aspect to the current metal scene, and what you contribute is very important, and I want more of it, so keep going. And I know with your discography you're not stopping anytime fucking soon, dude. It is so overwhelming, guys. Just, you want to get overwhelmed, just look up Kenny's discography. It is insane. At kennygrowski.com.
So you're right now you're plugging a human right now, dude.
I'm plugging another human. We plugged.
We have to end plug with a human, dude. Begin plug with a human, end plug with a human.
I love this idea, guys. Just plug a human, dude. Just plug one human out of the 8 billion. Just give him props. And we're giving this one props right now, dude. Kenny, thank you so much for being with us, dude.
Thank you, guys. This was awesome. Seriously,
Oh, yeah,
I think this might be the longest podcast I've ever done in my life.
I mean,
So
4
this is
hours.
pretty
That's it?
fucking. Yeah, I mean, I can talk a lot, but you know,
No,
usually at the second hour, the other people are getting real tired. So
Yeah,
this
well.
is kudos, guys.
we got
Hey,
excited.
dude, 4 years of doing it, and Colin actually gave us 5 hours.
Whoa, you're getting called out, dude.
No, I'm not saying that in a bad way. I'm just saying that was my proof that we can do these long.
Do 5 hours? Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
he could
dude.
do 5 hours. The dude has
5 hours is a lot.
recorded a lot of music
Dude,
in his life.
We did 5
A lot.
hours with Colin, and I think that there were still comments saying like, you didn't hit fucking this point. And I'm just like, you motherfuckers, start a fucking Iowa Death Cod podcast, dude. Death Cod. Iowa Death podcast, dude. Just like Utah Death podcast. Let's start all of them,
like-
and then do it all, and then let's see.
Yeah,
If
you
do
can follow
5
up with
hours-
Colin. Get volume 2 going.
Dude. Actually, if we want to do volume 2 with Colin, we got to download Zoom again because his fucking iPad doesn't.
Oh, that's
work
right.
with-
Yeah,
he's-
with
he's-
fucking
he
StreamYard.
he has a smartphone now, by the way.
Oh, he's got a
That's
smartphone.
right. He
Look at
finally-
that.
Dun, dun, dun.
He's finally joined the rest of the planet.
Dude.
So, and
I
he-
do. I like him pushing away for as long as he could. He's like,
Yeah.
fuck this, fuck
No,
that.
I did
Him and
applaud
Zorn.
him.
Him and Zorn.
Him and
yeah.
Zorn were like flip phones up until very recently, and now they're on smartphones. And
Be
goddamn, do they
totally
love it.
honest with me right now, Kenny. Just be totally honest. What do you think the percentage of getting Zorn on for like a 15-minute conversation?
Whoa, man, like 0.5%. Like
Oh,
that.
0.5
Oh
to
my
3%.
god.
Oh, okay.
God, no, he hates interviews.
I know he
of
does,
any
dude,
kind.
and that's why
Like,
I asked.
I was watching
It-
an interview with him while we were talking of him. I forget where, but he was like, "All right, let's cut through this stuff." I was like, I randomly typed in John Zorn interview while we were doing this interview, and just listened to him talk for a second. And he was like, "No, let's cut to the chase. Let's get to the fucking."
Yeah,
Fucking-
he is like, there's a handful of people on planet Earth where he's allowed interviews, and there's a filmmaker in France named Mathieu who's been doing a sort of mini documentary series on Zorn. There's about 3 or 4 of these films now, and they're all like, they're great because they're all from like this recent like say era of Zorn, which is, you know, kind of quickly becoming his favorite era of his work, just because he's really happy with everyone he's working with these days, which is great.
Super
But
sick.
yeah, no, he's very over the moon with the current crop of musicians he has, you know, like, you know,
That's rad,
which is
dude.
which is
And
cool.
you're in there, dude.
Yep.
Dude,
It's
crazy.
which is wild. It's always surreal, like, you know, just knowing that I can pick up the phone and call him. We could just hang out.
Another
But-
Simulacrum album. When's that gonna happen, dude?
Let's see. There is a Chaos Magic record scheduled to record in December. I think like a week or 2 before we're supposed to do the John Frum record. And then there should be The next simulacrum, I think, is we record next summer. Something like,
Nice.
I'd have to look at the calendar, but I know there's 2 Chaos Magic records he wants to do, which is basically simulacrum plus Brian Marcella on keyboards. And then there should be just one more just simulacrum record next year, but I might have that scheduling backwards. But I know that there's some stuff coming up.
Right.
You know?
Oh, yeah.
So what if we got Zorn to just 10 seconds to be like, check out Cali Death Podcast?
No. He's
You
like,
don't-
don't put Kenny in that.
Prevention.
You don't want to know how much he would charge you for that. You don't want to know that number. It's a horrifying number. Like
Like $100 a letter.
Oh, no. You trust me. He's gonna throw a number that he's like, okay,
He
what
knows
number
we'll say
can
no.
these? Yeah, he knows what number. Like, these guys can't pay this, and he'll ask that.
Yeah.
If he like, he's not. I would.
But what if we lie to him? We say we're gonna pay it. We don't pay it. We don't sign a contract. Then he'll try to sue us, and then we'll be a weird thing going on.
Dude,
But then
it would be amazing for the scandal. If I could have myself completely removed from this somehow, I would let it be.
Parties in. We're like trying to
Just my name can't ever you have to delete this episode.
Dude, I don't want to delete it. It was so awesome.
Like,
dude.
trust me. Like, I love John, but he is.
All right,
I get it. I get it.
At least,
I get all that. You don't want to do the
next time you're in the studio with
$1
him, be like, "Hey, there's this guy Anthony, dude, who's really into your shit, dude."
He's going, I don't give a fuck
That's
about
all.
Anthony, dude. Let's fucking keep jamming. That's what he's gonna say.
I don't give a shit. He said
my
my
God.
name in the "I don't give a fuck."
Man, like I've had people give me, like, I kid you not, like, dissertations to hand to him to like personally deliver to him, and I keep trying to explain to him, like, this he will look at. There is no guarantee he will ever reach out to you, but he will at least read this stack of whatever it is that you just wrote about his music. But it's like, if you send him a demo, he'll listen to it. It's like when it's stuff that like somebody made, he will give it a chance. But if you ask him to do a radio, television, podcast, any interview,
I get it.
I don't even bring it up to him because I've seen
I brought
him.
it up joking. I brought it up joking because I am the nerd that has watched Zorn in the interview form, and he never likes it.
No, he could be painful.
I love watching him do. I love watching him compose the Dreamers, and I actually naturally learned his hand gestures as a composer while he's sitting on the stage with the Dreamers. Pointing to the top of his head to take you back to the top of the song. Right. I figured that out as a dummy that doesn't know about music, but I noticed that when he pointed at his head that it'd go back to the top of the song and play the main riff, and yeah. So watching him in that element, that's where he's comfortable.
Yeah.
He's
like
not
when he's
comfortable in the interview space at all.
Yeah. No, he has very strong dislikes for anything journalistic. It's like I've witnessed it, like, even with like photojournalists. Holy shit. He will stop a concert and ask somebody to leave if he even sees one
the
flash.
Masada string trio. That is such a famous video for me personally, where it's a string trio and he's up there still long haired and in the 90s. Like he looks like a grindcore musician, and he's pointing at people in the row like, I'm not fucking doing anything in this show until you guys get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Nobody's playing a note until you get the fuck out of here.
Yep. He's still like that. He's still like that. Hell, we did a concert at the Philharmonie in Paris a year ago, and somebody heckled him. I don't know why they heckled him. Their complaint was that the music was too loud. So instead of saying something to the sound man who was at the sound booth where the audience is, and this was while Simulacrum was playing, by the way. So we're like in between
during
songs.
a song.
During
in between songs.
but during the concert.
Okay.
And the guy yells out like, "Please, Mr. Zorn, it's too loud. Please, Mr. Zorn." And you hear Zorn just like he's not even on stage. He's backstage. He's like, "Shut the fuck up, you motherfucker." He's losing his shit. And of course, actually, even us, honestly, we got pissed off. I was upset because it's like if anyone has ever been to like a Simulacrum show, like that's not at a like when we played at Johnny Brenda's or when we played at Sultan Room, we fucking turn the fuck up. We get metal loud. Like when we play a jazz venue or a concert hall, none of the volume is loud. Like I play much calmer. Matt doesn't turn up past 2. Medeski maybe only uses the Leslie cabinet. He doesn't do the bass rig and the Leslie. Like we keep it because we understand this is a venue that's not made for amplified music. When that guy said that shit, we all turned the fuck up. I was like, I'm breaking sticks tonight. I don't give a fuck. Fuck this motherfucker.
Fuck
That's
yeah,
awesome.
dude.
That
gives me
shit.
fucking... No, dude. That's
and then the
up,
very
dude.
next song after that, we were this fucking quiet.
Just to give him that in that one moment.
Just to fuck with this guy. Just to fuck with him. Like we were like, no. And then John appreciated that we did that because he was livid. He was backstage losing his mind. And that's him now in his 70s. So I can imagine, 90s, like this is like Painkiller, Naked City, early Masada. Like, dude, he was ruthless back then. He was younger. He was so. I'm grateful I work with him now because I've tasted his ire and it's not fun. I've been yelled at on stage. I've been kicked off of bandstands. I know what it's like. You don't want to catch shit from him. It's brutal. And I can only imagine like 80s, 90s Zorn was just. There are promoters in Europe that are still traumatized from how he was back then. Like he's brutal.
That it's weird to me to give those guys a pass. I'm such a big Zorn fan, but if there was just like a random up and coming director or composer or whatever that had that mentality, I wouldn't look at it the same way. But I respect so much of an artist's vast amount of work that I'm just like, yeah, dude, that's just how they work.
Yeah, it also comes from a place where it's like the reason why he's like that. It's like for him, the music comes first, and the sanctity of the music comes first, and the need for the performers, whether it's like Painkiller or Naked City, and it's just out to fucking lunch, or it's like Gnosis Trio or Masada Trio or whatever it is, like Delicate Beautiful or Insane Chaos. Whatever the performers need to execute this music that's almost always under-rehearsed. It's not a regularly meeting band. So it's like every time we come together, it's like we're almost relearning it again with no prep time. He wants it to be as streamlined for the performer as possible that they execute the music correctly. So having flash photography, having hecklers, having people bullshitting in the front row, he's not going to tolerate it. He doesn't care who it is. Like he's even kicked off famous people like from things. He's like, I'm sorry, you're a distraction. You got to go. Like, and it's not because his ego needs it. It's because he feels the music needs it. He has a vision, and for him, the music is the most important thing of everything that is happening.
And a live performance is just as important as a recording performance,
Totally.
And you wake up as the composer of composition that's going to be performed that day. You wake up and know that there's other human beings that are going to execute that composition for you. It's already going to be a stressful thing because you aren't as in control as you would want to be as a composer because you're having other human beings play it. But then there's sound issues and other things that get thrown in the way.
Yeah,
Dude,
and he's
I
very
totally get
sensitive
it,
to that
dude.
kind of shit. Like, whereas like, guys like myself or Matt or, Chess or like any of the other guys where it's like, okay, well, we've played in rock bands and metal bands, we've done the rock show thing. So yeah, we're used to like loud noises, people talking, people chucking beers on stage, flashing lights. When you're used to it, you don't think about it, but for John, it's just like he's just like, I mean, he used to play the old school Knitting Factory and be heckling the audience to tell them to shut the fuck up. I mean, like I'm like, okay, yeah, okay, you're a maniac, but it worked. I mean, and kind of it, in a way, it's sort of built this legend around what he does because more often than not, most musicians that are in his world and his position, and that would happen, they would just take it. They would let people in the front row talk. They would let photographers use flash. They would let people heckle them and not push back. And that, I think he got that from his exposure to like, New York City hardcore, metal, grind, like all that shit, I think showed him it's like, yeah, sure, this is, you're operating in a certain musical world, but you don't have to tolerate these bozos who are just there to be cool.
Right.
And because for him it's like if people are really serious about the music, if they're being vocal and loud, you can feel the difference between somebody's like, oh, their wishes and desires aren't being met. He's like, he's not there to meet your desires. He's there to showcase his art and showcase the musicians who create it. He doesn't have time for somebody else's opinions on what is happening.
Was it Naked City who went out on tour with Napalm, or was it Painkiller?
I think it was Painkiller.
Yeah.
Because Joey, I mean, they did Naked City shows, but they didn't do a lot of touring like that. That band took a lot out of Joey, Like, I mean, like Joey Barron learned how to blast just for Naked City. He never listened to any of that music before.
Guys, just I'm sorry to cut you off, Kenny, but Joey is another version of Kenny in the Zorn universe where Zorn makes a connection with a certain musician and then they become part of the thing where I got something for Joey, I got something for Kenny. But Joey was the Naked City, but he's also the drummer of the Dreamers, which I just mentioned.
Yeah.
And his playing in the Dreamers is such a crucial aspect of that band. And he's the drummer of Naked City and
Masada and Moonchild. And,
dude,
a lot of bands.
It really is. And who's the stand-up bass player of the Masada?
I mean, for a long time, it was Greg Cohen.
Yes. So that guy too, man, watching him play a stand-up bass blew my mind, dude.
Oh, he's incredible.
Yeah. So Joey,
I mean, both those guys,
dude, guys that I just respect so highly. And if I'm too much of a stoner to be like, hey, dude, check out this shit and then explain why, but I just know that these guys have done something for me throughout the last couple of decades of digging into this shit where I listen to John Zorn's Dreamers Christmas album every year.
Yes.
With my kids. That's
awesome.
Dude. That is in the rotation 100% of the time that every year I am going to at least have one spin with my family on that album, dude.
That's sick.
I can't, if I feel it, I'll feel different if it doesn't happen that way, I gotta have that one spin, just one. Because, the kids want to listen to all the pop shit that comes out in Christmas time, whatever. But I'm going to
Mariah Carey, of course. Our
favorite. It's so funny. Favorite. It's so funny for a New York Jew to do a Christmas album. And I'm just like, this is better than most of the shit that I listen to on fucking 96.5 KOIT or whatever the fuck it is, you know?
Oh, it's, I mean, that's something that's really incredible about his work. And like a guy like that is legitimately prolific. I mean, he has whatever kind of music you could think of, whether he's composed the music for the band that recorded it, or he signed a band that's on his label that then is doing whatever music. It's like,
Yeah.
but especially the stuff that's like of his compositions. I mean, he's got like Brazilian music, he's got straight ahead music, he's got avant-garde music, he's got New York downtown free jazz, he's got metal, he's got funk, he's got klezmer music that's but like made
I
by
said it as a
legitimate
joke.
klezmer guys. And it's like, most composers, they kind of just they compose their music and it's just whatever
Yeah.
style their composition is. This guy is like all over the place. And
Right.
again, for him,
He
people
dips
like
his toes in
Zappa,
everything, dude.
yeah, and Zappa was huge for him. Zappa was a really, really big,
And
important
Zappa
milestone in
dipped his
his
toes
music.
in so many other things, dude.
And I think that like just like Zappa, the way where it's like whatever music was in circulation and around, they just brought it all in and found these creative and interesting ways to compose and create their own music for it, and then find the best cats they can to do it. It's like that's Zorn really has learned a lot in that sense from what Zappa did, of like, I'm into all this kind of stuff, I want it all in one place, and I want to find the best cats who can bring different things to life. And even if that means I have this whole army of dudes at my disposal, and chicks, of course, dudes and chicks.
Yeah,
I don't know if you can still say those words anymore, but
dude, we
but
accept dudes and chicks on this
but
show, no doubt.
and and again, it's like, I'm one of several drummers that he works with these days, and it's a huge honor, because a lot of the guys, again, guys like Joey, guys like Kenny Wallison, who's now doing the new Masada, like the new version of Masada Quartet.
Yeah.
These are guys I've looked up to for a lot of years, living in New York and listening to all these records that they've been on. And it's like or even like guys like Chess Smith. Like Chess is like in Tyshawn, like, but especially like, Tyshawn and I are good friends. We have a lot of respect, but Chess is like, we've done a lot of shit together. We've done Secret Chiefs 3 tours together, albums together. It's like he's like a big brother, and he's a guy that I've always looked up to, like as a musician, as a songwriter, as a composer, and
those are the most important aspects, dude.
Yeah,
finding those people.
Yeah, I mean, to be, because especially like, like any big city, like whether it's LA or San Francisco or New York or Chicago, it's like it's very easy to feel like you're just kind of lost in the shuffle, and you're just sort of like existing, and you don't really have a home, especially if the kind of music like, outside of music where it's like, no, I'm in my band, that's part of a scene. It's when you're like a kind of freelance musician, it's very easy. And a lot of musicians in New York, they feel isolated. They feel like they're not part of anything. They just exist, and they're hoping for a break. And it's to be connected to this world and with these kinds of musicians, and to be like a colleague of theirs, where they're not seeing me as like, oh, here's this kid. I mean, I know I'm not a child, but these guys are much older than me, a lot of them, like for me and Matt, for Hollenberg and I, it's like we're always like dude,
young ones,
the fuck, like we're doing this, we've been doing this, this guy loves working with us. I mean, he's written, I mean, Simulacrum I think has like 9 or 10 albums we've done in the span of a decade. Not including Chaos Magic, not including Insurrection or Abraxas or Asmodeus, and it's sort of like, it's like,
but that's ego talking for the old cats that are still keeping themselves relevant, to be like, you did 9 Simulacrum albums, well, I did 11 or 12 of this and this and that, so it's like the ego is always a part of being an artist, dude. The reason why we're in this is because we want to express ourselves, and the dudes who are like, oh, well, if you only did 5, well, I did 10. Those are set to keep the people excited at the end of their time in it, plus tell the people before them, hey, there's a reason why you want to keep going. That's really what it is, dude.
Speaking of, I'm the one that has to end the podcast because Anthony can't do it, and I have to go.
Oh, bro, it's like 2 a.m. in New York right
I know.
now. So
I feel like Kenny's trying to. You brought that 5-hour thing up, and now Kenny's we're pushing.
I don't know.
Kenny to get the 6 out. We're going for 6 hours, Kenny.
No,
That was awesome, man.
I'm the
Anthony
last
can't end the
person
podcast,
you
so
can-
I'm
I
gonna
can't turn
shut
it
down
off,
tonight.
dude.
I'm gonna shut it down because he's gonna talk again, and then he's gonna bring up another subject. And you guys are gonna for another fucking 30
I
goddamn
can't
minutes.
shut it off. He's right, dude. I just
Anthony's
want to
gonna
be
yeah,
here
that actually
forever.
reminds me of Alex Bent. We're saying goodbye, dude. Alex Bent, dude. You ever fucking
Dude, yeah,
dude? He done it 3 times. He done it 3 times. So now I'm taking
Okay.
I'm taking over the reins of goodbyes.
All right.
I'm doing
No, you gotta do it
Take over
because
the reins,
I gotta
but
do it.
I just want everybody.
I know, yeah. So yeah,
know
no,
the
yeah,
reason
yeah. I
why.
know. Yep.
Don't.
Yeah,
just
I know.
Let me
I get.
say
No,
it.
I get it.
Let
No,
me
I
say it. Joel was when he was a child. No,
see, he's doing it again, dude. Jesus, I can't let you talk, dude.
Joel, you shush and let me say that the reason why I do that is because guys, and I don't want you better not be muting me right now.
I muted him for 1 second. He hits it so much. Watch him. Watch him. I muted one word from him. Look,
Dude,
look
I'm
at his face.
talking to other people besides you. You're not even
I know,
in the
obviously.
conversation.
That's why I have to be though, because I can't end the podcast. Aloha.
no.
You motherfucker.
Aloha.
Dude. You made this energy now.
No, I'm
Oh.
tired as fuck, and I have shit to do. And
Okay, that's
watch.
fine.
Let's
And
fight. Let's fight in front of Kenny. This will be funny.
I'm not gonna fight.
No,
no,
I'm
whatever,
sorry
dude.
that you feel that way.
Because your hand
I'm
needs to
sorry
go
that
down.
you-
Whenever your hand goes up, I get pissed.
All right, guys. I'm not gonna be able to explain myself
You're
now.
you're
at
drunk
all.
and silly right now. No, I'll pick on you. I'll pick on you.
Every
pick
time I
on you.
talk, you start talking.
See, look at it's already working.
All right. The reason why I do it is because I love being here with you guys. That's it. That's all I was trying to say.
I
Joel
love it
would
too.
literally cut off all of that just for me to
Yeah,
say
you have
that.
to get all weird and drunk.
Yeah,
man.
now it's weird because Joel's like, oh shit, I cut off just him saying 5 words. All right, Kenny.
Yo,
Dude, I love being here with you, dude. And thank you so much for being here. Everybody
Yeah,
in the
yeah.
chat, I hope you had a good time. And I always have a good time doing this. And all the other plugs are in the beginning of the show. But KennyGorowski.com, that's where we want you guys to go, dude.
check it
Most
out, y'all.
definitely.
And also
Check it out.
check out the Instagram, because I tend to post the most things online there besides the website. I'm not really on Facebook that much. So if anybody wants to see random, just side of stage drum cam videos from like a
Fuck
bunch
yeah.
of gigs, you can go on Instagram and
Behind the
it's-
scenes.
Hey, dude, maybe
Yeah.
we need to hook you up with the Ian from Sick Drummer Magazine, too, dude. He might.
He
able to-
I saw those comments. I mean, I'm not seeing the comment thread, but I did see the thing blurb up. Like I saw Ian post a few times, so definitely,
Yeah,
I should probably reach out to him, just say, hey.
dude, he most definitely will be
There
in,
it is.
dude.
There it is.
Oh yeah,
Dude.
no, he's always like, those guys have always been super cool, and we've always like tried to figure things out. And like actually, there was one gig that I forget. God, I'm going to forget who they sent, but they sent somebody actually came down and filmed one of the Imperial sets. And I'm trying
Nice,
to
dude.
remember which gig it was. Now, oh God, I'm so fried. But yeah, no, those guys are awesome. And also, like, I mean, I
Yeah,
enjoy
dude.
watching their roundtable discussions. Like, they've been posting them on YouTube, which is pretty fucking sick.
Hell yeah.
So sick, dude. Yeah, we've been big fans of Sick Drummer Magazine for a long time, dude. And it's cool that we get to hang out with him every week, dude. He was just on our last episode too. It's
Sick.
everybody we've been mentioning tonight. It's like, oh, dude, he's been our last episode because we just celebrated 200 episodes in 4 years episode last week. So
Which
we're
is-
just having a party.
Which is
we
badass,
should,
man.
yeah, we should recap that episode real quick. So like in the beginning, we
Yeah.
you know you're doing it, son of a
Yes.
bitch. Jesus Christ.
You all right.
I have to go to a funeral tomorrow morning.
Dude,
I'm tired. I have to go to bed.
you get it checked out.
No, I
You
couldn't. I
coulda.
have to run the whole thing. You
No,
can't
you
end the
don't.
podcast, so it
What-
just goes
what-
live forever.
If I
I have
close
to- you have-
myself out,
No, it'll just keep going live as a blank screen.
how cool would that be, dude?
I mean, we could do like a a black screen episode where we just all bail, and it's like, dude, they did a 16-hour episode last night.
It's avant-garde podcast.
Avant-garde. It's pretty
dude.
avant-garde.
It's pretty avant-garde, dude.
Just have like just leave the microphones on, so whatever ambient noise is just being picked up.
Just put my fan on the mic, like an oscillating fan on it, so it's like.
The last time I saw Colin, he did ambient set. So,
oh my god,
what episode was he on, dude? So thank you guys for going around.
All right, dude. Kenny, I love you so much.
Kenny,
dude.
you're the awesome man. Love you, dude.
Yo, guys, this was fucking rad, man. Thank you so much, man. This was
Dude.
a lot of fun, and seriously, I think this is definitely the longest talking interview I've done yet. So fucking kudos. Like I know we can't
I hope
all
you had
be
a good
Colin.
time. That's all I'm saying.
Are you
I
kidding?
hope you weren't
It was
bored.
awesome.
I think if this was any other situation, it was 2 a.m. and I was still talking on the computer, I would probably be saying really horrendous things by now. So are you kidding? I'm stoked.
All
Yeah,
right,
like
dude.
I am.
Hey,
I'm
sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say it's definitely half past smoke o'clock for me. So I'm
It
gonna
is,
get
dude,
to that.
and I'm gonna puff it a couple times before I get in bed too.
Right
Let's
on,
do a you and Steve episode and just have a fucking
dude. Yes.
a roundabout fucking crazy
Yeah,
fest,
well,
dude.
let's get in
my
touch
God.
and talk about it. That'd be awesome.
Yeah. No, we should, because I mean, there in the Imperial camp for a long time there was a joke about the two of us starting a podcast called I'm Just Saying, because basically the conversation that we just the three of us and
I want to
Casey
be your
had
first
is like
guest.
it was just like him and I in the van just talking for hours. It used to
I
be
want to
like
be
this,
the
like,
first guest if you guys ever start that, dude.
I mean, I don't know if we'll actually ever do a podcast, but we could do a round table here, and
Yes.
that'll we can
Pilot episode, and then
and
we
we can-
branch it off.
and we can bury Colin's record. We'll just bury it. We'll have to start it in the afternoon.
I know, right? So we can make it to midnight, something like that.
Exactly.
Well, that's
All
good.
right,
That's always a
dude.
good sign though when we go this long with someone. That means that we're interested in having a great time. And then we'll talk, we keep going back and forth, and
Just
we keep
never
like
stop, dude.
just we can go like, I mean, my tiredness and my tomorrow's activities are the only thing that's like bearing over
Yeah.
me. But you're the kind of guy I could talk to for like fucking ever.
Forever, dude.
Oh man, thank you guys.
I would have.
Like,
I would love to have a sleeper with Kenny where we just
Jesus.
chill,
All right,
have
this is
these-
what- all right, guys. Love you guys. Well, Spotify, YouTube. Let's have a sleepover.
where we're
Love
like,
you guys.
are you still asleep? Are you awake?
Jesus.
Dude,
All right.
talk to me about 7/9.